America, success in both fame and fortune. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 101 He is indeed a good brother. When filming began, Martin's assistant was replaced. Adrian was dismissed and replaced by an Australian actor named Ryder. Interior scenes were primarily shot at Warner Roadshow Studios, while exterior scenes were set in an abandoned town west of Brisbane. The crew touted the creation of a brand new town, complete with a full-scale wax museum, meticulously crafted by master wax figures. In reality, only 4 actual human-like figures were made. As is typical of Hollywood productions, all were dismantled and disposed of as trash upon filming's conclusion. As for the real reason, no one on the crew, including the actors, offered a second opinion. Several large trailers were parked near the riverbank where the town was located. The crew prepared, and at the director's command, filming began immediately. Jared Padalecki, who played Wade, caught a football thrown by Maine and shouted, "Dalton!" Ryder dropped his camera, jumped to catch the ball, and tossed it back to Maine. Nick, Maine threw the ball to Martin. Martin was sitting on a chair. According to the filming requirements, the ball was to be thrown at his feet. Maine's throw was not accurate and the ball flew over. Martin stretched out his hands, caught the ball, stood up, took a run up, and threw the ball far away. Maine and Judd spread their hands helplessly. The henchman Ryder came over and said, "Boss, this is not good." Eliza, who was originally leaning against a car, strode over and argued with Martin. The two had been acting together frequently in the past few days and knew each other's roles very well. The emotional conflict between the brother and sister was well grasped, and the filming was done in one take. As long as Paris was not in the scene, the filming would be much smoother. Once Paris appeared, it would definitely be a disaster, and countless angst were waiting for everyone. Fortunately, Martin did not have many scenes with her. Next, there was no hero or heroine. Eliza followed Martin to the rest area and said, "When you quarrel, you don't look like a brother who loves his sister." Martin said, "If you get to know me better, you will find that I dote on my sister very much." Eliza asked, "You have a sister?" Martin said naturally, "Don't you?" Eliza said, "I'll write another article later." "My twin brother is a sister-doting maniac?" Martin removed the fallen leaves on Eliza's chair and sat next to her. "I read what you wrote about my twin brother on your blog. You portrayed me so well. If I am not a good brother, your fans will definitely kill me." Eliza winked at him. "Then you should be nice to me and be a sister-doting maniac?" Bruce came over at this time and handed the phone to Martin. "Thomas, I want you to call me back when you have time." "I'll make a call." Martin got up and went to a quiet place and dialed Thomas's phone. The person on the other end immediately asked, "Are you okay?" Martin said, "I'm fine." Thomas asked, "What happened to Adrian?" Martin said, "How should I know? He has a problem with his brain. He was willing to pick up girls, but he had to use violence." Thomas asked, "It has nothing to do with you. Please, use your walnut-sized brain to think about it. How could a good person like me do such a bad thing?" Martin seemed quite angry. "This is my first time in Australia. I don't know anyone except the people in the crew." Thomas thought about it carefully and realized that this was the case. He said, "Adrian is a young male actor that the company has focused on promoting. This incident has a great impact on him. The resources that were originally tilted towards him will inevitably be transferred. I will work hard to fight for you." Martin whispered, "That's a good thing. The more you fight for, the better." He said to himself, "If I need to sell my ass, you can take it up. One more thing. There are tabloids in Los Angeles reporting that you and Elisha Cuthbert are in love. Is that true?" "No, I was a little close to her." Martin thought for a moment and said, "How should I put it? We were just more than friends." Thomas said, "If there's any progress, remember to let me know." "I understand," Martin said casually. "If you want to be a star, you shouldn't have a private life. When you climb up, you have to talk about everything." After hanging up the phone and going back, Elisha was not there. Martin asked Bruce, "How is your progress?" "Not very good," Bruce said. She says she's just a follower and not as good as me as a manager, but she actually looks down on me. Martin was not surprised. I've heard some information. Her father is the lawyer in the Simpson case, and her godfather is Simpson. Although she is far inferior to Paris, her family conditions are very good. Bruce was curious, why is she a follower to Paris? There should be better job options, right? Martin said, she wants to be the second Paris and become a socialite in the upper class. I see, Bruce pondered. Besides the Hilton family's blessing, is there something else that contributed to Paris's fame? Martin casually replied, videos. He was surprised, as if he were looking at an alien. Old Bruce, you haven't seen it, Bruce replied matter-of-factly. I don't like her type. She doesn't even have a butt. Why would I want to see it? Martin replied, that might not be accurate, but I personally feel that the real reason for her fame is the videos. Watching celebrity videos is completely different from watching a film about a saint. Using videos to become famous, Bruce jumped into this quagmire and had been researching it recently. After all, as Martin's manager, he had a job, and he would definitely have to clean up Martin's mess. With a rotten guy like Martin, who knew how many more awful things he would do in the future. Bruce looked around, seeing no one else in the dugout. He said, how about I practice on this? Martin was confused. What? Civilized people's ways aren't suitable for Hollywood most of the time, Bruce explained simply. Just like you can't throw that piece of junk out in the middle of nowhere to feed the crocodiles, I can't think like a gangster scavenger anymore. Martin gave him a thumbs up. Congratulations, Bruce. You're starting to evolve, Bruce said. Your example is so powerful that even a civilized person like me has to get used to the way things are done. The two discussed for a while until Eliza returned from the trailer, and then they changed the subject. Soon it was Martin and Eliza's turn again. After applying makeup, they stepped in front of the camera and continued their scenes. Because of the Adrian incident, Susan Levine had tightened her control over the crew. No one wanted to upset the producers at this time, so the crew remained relatively calm for several days of filming. Susan's face was even darker than Mean's. Even Martin, who was always trying to get close to her, kept his distance for the time being. Friday rolled around. Everyone else was filming, so action director Gerdes summoned the two pairs of twins to a flat area to rehearse some action scenes. Gerdes asked Martin, do you know how to use a crossbow? Martin took the prop from the prop master and said, yes. He effortlessly strung the crossbow, placed a rubber-tipped arrow from the crew, aimed it at a tree, and fired. The crossbow arm was so flexible that the arrow felt light and fluttery, making it completely inaccurate. Martin then told the prop master nearby, I'm also thinking about hunting a giant kangaroo. Eliza approached with a baseball bat and asked, kangaroos are adorable. Why hunt them? Martin's mind flashed to images of kangaroos beating people up like boxers. Brian Holt, who played the villain twins and had been to Australia many times, warned, if you encounter a giant kangaroo, it's best to stay away. They have a bad temper and are very aggressive. Geddes, a large man, said, don't worry, guys. If a kangaroo comes by, I'll beat its head off. Under his direction, the two pairs of twins began rehearsing their action scenes. This wasn't an action film, so there weren't any high-stakes moves. For actors with professional physique training, handling them wasn't particularly difficult. The crew's temporary base was a riverbank, so shallow that the pebbles on the riverbed could be seen from a distance. After training, while filming was still underway, Martin pointed upstream and asked Eliza, shall we go take a look? Old Boo and I took a walk yesterday, and the scenery was beautiful. Eliza replied, sure. Martin returned to the rest area, grabbed his bag, filled it with 2 bottles of water, and pulled out mosquito repellent. Spray some. Eliza sniffed it. Martin said, it's made with pure natural plant extracts, absolutely environmentally friendly. Eliza took it, sprayed herself, then Martin, and handed it back to him. Heading upstream, hurry up, Martin followed, warning, watch out for slippery rocks. After walking a few hundred meters, the river widened and shallowed, with large rocks jutting out of the water like pillars. Martin pointed to the tallest and largest rock and asked, where are we going? Eliza rushed ahead and turned back to shout at Martin, let's see who gets there first. The loser has to fulfill one of the winner's wishes. Martin hurried to catch up. Slow down, he and Old Bull had been here yesterday and there was no danger. Eliza was jumping and skipping, walking very fast. Martin chose some other rocks and got in front of her. The rocks near the middle of the river were particularly smooth due to the water. This was Martin's carefully selected play area. He picked a rock specifically, waited for Eliza to come, and reached out to pull her over. The rock was not big, and they could stand face to face. For a moment, no one spoke. Martin lowered his head to kiss Eliza. Eliza did not dodge. The hand that had been holding Martin's arm now wrapped around him and raised her head. The river was flowing, and a man and a woman hugged each other and kissed passionately. Martin exerted force on his hands, lifted her up horizontally, and carried her to the biggest rock. I win. Eliza was dissatisfied. We did it together. Martin pointed downwards. Your feet are not on the ground. Eliza was too lazy to say anything. She hugged Martin's neck and kissed him. Chapter 102 Love Comes Too Fast. The crew wrapped filming on Friday and the motorcade returned to the Hilton Hotel. As the cast and crew exited their vehicles, their gazes fixed on a couple. Paris, freshly heartbroken, folded her arms. She caught a glimpse of Martin and Eliza exiting the same van, their fingers intertwined, a truly disturbing sight. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Sluts." Before even entering the hotel, the couple embraced and kissed passionately, oblivious to anyone else. Min approached Bruce and said, "Your boss is really quick. He's got the hottest girl on the crew." Judd glanced at them, then bowed his head and headed back to the hotel. His agent had called from Los Angeles, telling him the crew was a bit complicated, and urged him to keep a low profile, observe more, and talk less, besides his regular work. The crew had already figured out that the man was flirty and the woman was beautiful, and they were bound to get together sooner or later. Martin took Eliza's hand and entered the hotel, while Bruce, bag in hand, prepared to leave. His phone rang, and he picked it up. Martin was calling, "Go get a room, long term. You probably won't be back anytime soon." "Got it." Bruce went to the hotel front desk and checked in a new room, unable to resist cursing, "You bastards." The crew quickly got used to it. There were so many examples of male and female protagonists getting together during filming. Not only were these two single, but it was not uncommon for them to be married. Couples on set were everywhere in Hollywood. Upstairs, in Martin's suite, Eliza finally got to see the zombie machine gun dance. The petite blonde beauty was dying in the hail of bullets. When everything calmed down, Eliza showered, called Martin back to her suite, packed all her luggage, and dragged it over to Martin's place. Eliza sorted her clothes, and Martin prepared to order dinner. He asked, "Honey, are you hungry? I'll order something." "I'm a vegetarian," Eliza reminded him. Martin called and specifically requested a vegetarian dinner. Eliza left the bedroom and came over to kiss Martin. "Thank you." Martin pulled her over and slid his arm around his lap. "You're incredibly talented." "I think so too," Eliza said confidently. "I'm a good actor, a natural talent." Martin, adept at catching on to strengths, said, "That's what I'm talking about." Being a vegetarian and still doing it on a grand scale, feeling a little uncomfortable, Eliza shifted a bit, curiously asking, "How did you develop that zombie machine gun dance?" Martin replied, "It's a natural talent. Maybe God or something favors me." Eliza, finding it increasingly uncomfortable, quickly jumped off Martin's lap. Her back and legs were aching, and if she didn't rest, how could a target withstand a machine gun attack? She held Martin down. "Don't mess around. You promised to pamper your sister," Martin said seriously. "Am I not giving my sister enough love?" Eliza thought it was too much, and quickly pulled out her phone to distract Martin. "Let's take a picture together. I'll post it on my blog." Martin straightened himself a bit, especially suppressing his playful side, trying not to look like a pervert. His face, with its many different faces, instantly transformed into a sunny, handsome man. Eliza came close to him, their heads touching. Nowadays, mobile phones don't have front cameras, so it's difficult to take pictures. Martin suggested, "Use a laptop." Eliza took out her laptop, placed it on the computer desk, and turned on the camera on the computer. Martin came over and hugged Eliza. Eliza rested her head on Martin's shoulder and clicked a mouse. She pushed Martin. "Give me your seat, I'm going to post a blog." Martin picked her up and let her sit on his lap. Eliza was petite, really like a younger sister, sitting on Martin's lap and opening her blog. She turned her head and kissed Martin deeply again before going to write her blog post. The most beautiful sister and the most handsome brother are together. Eliza uploaded the photos she had just taken, turned around and leaned on Martin's shoulder. "Think quickly, what should I write?" Martin racked his brains, running out of ideas. He could only recall the old pervert's quote. Eliza and Martin finally found each other, rubbing sticks together to make fire. and their lives have been lit ever since. That's so dirty, Eliza understood immediately, but her hands clattered away on the keyboard. But I like it. Within 2 minutes of posting, Eliza's phone rang. Her agent called. Tell me you're not kidding. Eliza went to the other side of the living room. I'm serious, her agent demanded. Why didn't you tell me in advance? How can I know when love will come? How can I control when it comes? Eliza said. I just decided to be with him a few hours ago, she emphasized. We're so compatible, and I'm so happy. There was a knock on the door. Martin went to get his dinner, tipped it, and unpacked it and placed it on the table. He looked over at Eliza. Eliza shook her head slightly, indicating that it was okay, and quickly hung up. Martin walked over, put his arm around her, and asked, Did that bother you? Eliza smiled. It's okay. You're an actress, too. You should know how troublesome agents are. Martin held her in his arms and walked towards the table. Agents think more comprehensively. It doesn't hurt to listen to their advice. What if he asks me to leave you? Eliza asked. Martin pulled out a chair and asked her to sit down. I'll show him how twisted old Bruce is. In the hotel cafe, Kim Kardashian, after serving Paris, sat by the window, admiring the Brisbane nightscape and enjoying a rare moment of free time. Bruce, a manly figure, came over and pulled out a chair to sit across from her. Sorry, Kim, I kept you waiting. Kim's expression was still fresh, and her smile was natural. I'm early, Bruce asked. Adrian, Kim's smile widened. Let's not talk about him anymore, okay? Others might not know, but the person across from her could definitely guess. Bruce nodded gently and said, Is Paris feeling better? I heard she's a bit difficult to get along with, unlike that idiot Martin. Although he's impulsive, he's very kind. Kim didn't want to talk about it. Let's not talk about her. Let's talk about your guy. He got the leading lady so quickly, Bruce said. Martin's father is old Jack, the most versatile man in Atlanta. He once abducted 18 housewives and ran off. Kim laughed again. Bruce's words were not as subtle as Martin's. He spoke simply and directly, and suddenly changed the subject. Kim, someone like Paris won't support you. You have no future with her. Kim was eager to become famous. Paris promised me that she would introduce me to celebrity circles. Bruce asked, who was her previous assistant, and where did she go? Kim was stunned. Paris had hired several assistants before her, and none of them received anything but salary. How many smart people, seduced by greed, have been fooled by simple, ridiculous tricks, even deceiving themselves? Kim's hands unconsciously grasped the edge of the table. I'm different, Paris. Bruce was a rotten person who did rotten things. Add Martin, the worst of the rotten, and you can imagine how much worse the two rotten pieces combined would be. Do you really believe Paris? Bruce hadn't experienced the high-end world, but he had seen enough rotten people and bad things. The high-end world might have more sophisticated ways of playing, but people's nature remained the same. He shattered Kim's hopes, cracking open the protective shell she had built. When I was working, my manager always told me that if I worked hard, I'd get a promotion and a raise. After 2 years of waiting, I knocked his front teeth out with my keyboard. Kim fell silent, recalling her interactions with Paris. While she held a higher position than her predecessor, she was essentially just an assistant carrying bags. Bruce's responsibility was to protect Martin's retreat, but in reality, he was still just a street sweeper. Dealing with the entertainment industry's rottenness required more complex methods. Kim felt that although she was just an assistant, she came from a good background, far superior to Bruce. Bruce wasn't just interested in her but, he wanted to use her as a training ground. In the ways of the entertainment industry. Seeing the cracks opening, Bruce said, I've come up with a plan these past few days that'll make you famous all over America. Kim forced a smile. I've auditioned for many productions and put in a lot of effort, but this path is harder, Bruce said. That's not it. What is it? I haven't thought it through yet. Bruce stood up. I'll come back to you when I've thought it through. Kim watched Bruce leave, unsure whether he was telling the truth. Weekend mornings were unusually quiet. Martin, who had been busy all night, slept in until Eliza's kiss woke him. Martin held out his hand. Eliza grabbed one with both hands, trying to pull him up. After a long, unsuccessful tug, she angrily said, You're as heavy as a bear. Do you have chests as beautiful as mine? Martin kicked off the covers, shyly emerging from his muscular frame. Every muscle line shot like an electric current, piercing Eliza's heart, sending a tingling sensation. Eliza bit her lip, reaching for the thickest, longest lightning bolt, and said, Can't you get up? Martin rolled over and ran to the bathroom to wash up. Eliza said, breakfast's here. Come out and eat after you're done. A moment later, Martin arrived at the dining room and sat down at the table. Eliza opened the thermos and said, try this. I specifically ordered this all-vegetarian breakfast. Martin took a few bites and, of course, praised it. It tastes great. Eliza smiled happily. I'm glad you like it. I was worried you wouldn't. Martin's words flowed smoothly. I'll like anything you give me. Although there was no meat, eggs, or milk, the two lovers still enjoyed their meal with relish. Eliza asked, it's the weekend, do you have any plans? Martin had thought of it before going to bed last night. Let's go to the Gold Coast today. I heard the scenery there is beautiful. The two of us. I'll drive. Don't worry, Martin said casually. Old Bob wants to feed the crocodiles, the kind that feed themselves as food. Eliza said. You and Old Bob are not like work partners, nor are you like ordinary partners. Martin said simply, Old Bob has saved me many times. We are brothers. After breakfast, Martin asked for the car provided by the crew, called Bruce, and then took Eliza to the Gold Coast, where they stayed for one night while sightseeing. Chapter 103 Kangaroos Who Do Not Discriminate. The long-abandoned town was decorated with stage sets. Inside cabinets on either side of the road, mannequins stared with hollow eyes, as if trying to absorb souls and bring them to life. The crew filming here never had to worry about onlookers, as there were no people within a 10-kilometer radius. Animals were plentiful, and even kangaroos roamed the surrounding area. Martin was warming up before filming an action scene. Mean glanced around. Will a killer like Jason pop up here? Eliza clutched a baseball bat, her confidence bolstered by recent training and a sense of fulfillment. I'll blow his head off with one blow. Martin flexed his wrists and said, this is a great place to eliminate an opponent. If we kill someone and throw them in the woods, no one might find them for 5 or 6 years. But if we dig a hole and bury them, the truth will remain hidden until the end of the world. Mean automatically raised his hand. Boss, I'm your brother. Director Zomi Sarah, who rarely interacted with anyone except for work, then shouted through a megaphone, Martin, Brian, get ready. Martin, without further ado, immediately entered the set. Brian, his co-star, said, hey, hold back for a bit. I'm almost 50. Martin nodded, don't worry, I'm a professional. Having worked as a stunt double for many years, this little bit of action was no big deal for him. Action scenes are usually broken down into countless fragmented shots, then stitched together in post-production editing. One action scene, barely 2 minutes long, took an entire morning to film. This was a testament to Martin's professionalism, allowing Brian to let loose. Soon, filming shifted to the gas station. Just as they finished a take, they heard Eliza and another woman screaming from the town's entrance. Something's happening, Martin said nothing, running towards them. Go check it out, Director Zomi Sarah called out, following suit. Others followed. Martin ran as fast as he could. The town consisted of only one street. As he crossed the intersection, he spotted from a distance a massive red kangaroo chasing Paris Hilton. The giant kangaroo might be in heat, and Paris was wearing a vibrant red outfit. Martin, not caring if Paris lived or died, yelled at Eliza, Eliza, get out. Stay away. Don't go over there. Eliza was no fool. With her small frame, facing a kangaroo over 5 feet tall, she was bound to get beaten. Clutching her baseball bat, she hurried toward Martin. Screaming, Paris was struck by the kangaroo's fist and thrown to the side of the road in the grass. The kangaroo charged directly at her. Just as a scene threatened to erupt at no legitimate studio in the Sacred Valley dared to film, a hero appeared. Mean ran out from behind the set building, shouting, look here, you long-tailed idiot. He threw the football in his hand, slamming it into the kangaroo's head. Pained by the blow, the kangaroo leaped toward Mean. Mean turned and fled toward the crew's crowded area. Seeing the giant kangaroo looking back at Paris, he unleashed the ultimate taunt, come on, you bastard. Are you racist? You only touch white people, not black people? You piece of shit. I dare you to call me a nigger, do you dare? The giant kangaroo leaped forward and charged at Mean. Mean took off running, taunting him as he ran, come on. You stupid rat. Come find me. Prove you don't discriminate against black people. Martin, having reunited with Eliza, immediately pulled her behind him and yelled at Mean, idiot. Stop talking nonsense and run. Mean turned to look. The giant kangaroo leaped up behind him, hooked its front legs around his neck, and launched a powerful kick. Fortunately, Mean ran forward, hitting his buttocks. If it had been from the front, Mean's future roles would have been in jeopardy. Mean rushed out and fell flat on his face, screaming. The giant kangaroo leaped forward, eager to prove its non-racist nature. "Boss Martin, help me," Mean could only plead with the nearest Martin. This reminded Martin of that idiotic heart from the boy band. He snatched the bat from Eliza's hand and ran forward. Eliza, eyes full of stars, warned, "Be careful, this was a kangaroo, not an armed bandit." Martin didn't foolishly approach from the front. Taking advantage of the kangaroo's attempt to whitewash its heinous crime of racism, he circled around and passed behind it. Mean was resisting, so he wouldn't be immediately attacked by the kangaroo or anything else. Director Zoe Sarah, just 30 years old and a strong physique, ran past Eliza, holding a stage sign. It goes without saying how important a director's first film is. The big kangaroo wasn't exposing Mean, but Zoe Sarah's future. Martin attacked from behind, while Zoe charged from the front. Zoe, who rarely interacted with actors outside of work, nodded to Martin. They both sped up. Zoe rushed forward, taking the lead and swinging the cricket at it. The kangaroo reacted quickly, blocking it with its forelimbs. The cricket broke, and the kangaroo let out a scream. It kicked its legs and tried to jump. Mean grabbed the kangaroo's legs and thrust his dark head upwards. Martin swung the bat down with a dull thud, and his hands went slightly numb from the shock. The kangaroo staggered and turned back. Martin, without a word, swung the bat and hit the kangaroo on the head. The kangaroo fell to the ground with a thud, blood pouring from its head. Martin threw the bat away and shouted to Mean, "Belt." Mean had a gaping hole in his crotch. He didn't know if it was the kangaroo kicking him or being stabbed. He instinctively covered his waist, vulnerable and helpless. "Boss," Martin said, "hurry up, don't talk nonsense." Mean shakily unbuckled his belt, pulled it out, and handed it to Martin. Martin said, "It's not dead, it's probably unconscious. Get it under control." Zoe rushed to help, holding down the kangaroo's upper body. Martin tied its lower limbs with Mean's belt. The kangaroo suddenly reared up, throwing Zoe to the ground. Martin reached over and pulled Zoe up. "Stay away from it." The others arrived just in time. They were all workers, so no one said anything. On the riverbank outside the town, someone who had heard the commotion drove over. Eliza came over, grabbed Martin's hand, and looked closely. "Are you hurt?" Martin smiled. "I'm fine." Mean held out his hand. "I'm hurt," Zoe said to his assistant. "Call the crew doctor." Seeing that Martin was fine, Eliza said, "I'll go check on Paris." Up ahead, Paris struggled out of the brush and sat on the road, breathing rapidly. Kim Kardashian sneaked out of her house and quickly walked over to Paris, handing her a water bottle. "Paris, are you okay?" Paris knocked the bottle away and demanded, "Where were you?" "Where were you when I was in danger?" Kim picked up the bottle and remained silent. Paris was frightened and furious. "Is this how you work? Even if I had a pile of dog shit, it would still get in my way." Eliza stopped nearby, unwilling to be embarrassed. Kim had endured it for so long and wanted to continue. "Are you hurt?" "I'm going to get a doctor," Paris roared. "Get out. Get out." The crew doctor arrived. Mean had only minor injuries, not serious. Paris had just fallen and was frightened. Susan Levine soon arrived on the set. After reviewing the situation, filming was suspended for the day while local authorities were contacted to handle the aftermath. Martin and the others didn't need to show up, the crew would send someone to negotiate. Susan approached Martin and said, "You handled this situation promptly today. No one was actually hurt. Not only did the actor's injury delay filming, but insurance and union compensation were also a hassle." Martin, however, looked at the director, Zoe, and said, "Without the director, I couldn't have done this." Zoe nodded at Martin. "Let's work together." Susan then raised her voice and said, "That's all for today. Everyone, go back and get some rest. You can go to the hotel bar for a drink. It'll be charged to the crew." Martin invited Zoe. "Would you like to have a drink back home?" Zoe didn't refuse. "I'll see you at the bar." Eliza returned and said, "Paris is still making a scene." Martin said, "Ignore her. Let's go back." If Bruce hadn't had a fever, we could have seen him take on a kangaroo today. After returning to the Hilton Hotel, Martin first went to see Bruce. Bruce had spent too long snorkeling at the beach over the weekend and had come back with a fever. The fever's gone. Bruce's spirits were noticeably worse. "Take a day off tomorrow, and you'll be back to normal the day after tomorrow," Martin said, "Rest well. I'll order dinner for you and have it delivered directly to you." He went back to change into casual clothes and went to the bar. Zomi was sitting alone at a table facing the TV, wearing a t-shirt and shorts. Martin went over and sat to the side. With a quick glance, he noticed a badge printed on the collar of Zomi's t-shirt. It was the Barcelona team crest. Martin had asked Thomas to gather information on Zomi and knew he was from Barcelona, Spain. On the TV screen, highlights from the UEFA Champions League were playing. Seeing Martin also intently watching, Zomi said, "I thought Americans didn't like English football." Martin, now reminiscing, finally remembered a few names. "I'm a Ronaldinho fan," Zomi said. "I like him too." Martin continued, "No one combines the artistry and practicality of football better than he does. His technique is superb, and he brings us, the fans, the greatest joy. Yes, he's a true genius." Zomi clinked his glasses with Martin. "He's brought Barcelona back to glory this season. Cheers, Ronaldinho." Martin downed his drink. "I wasn't a Barcelona fan before, but because of Ronaldinho, I support Barcelona." Zomi was proud of his club. "If you get to know it better, you'll find it's a great club with a fascinating culture and artistry." The two drank and talked about football. Martin's knowledge was limited, so he mostly just played the supporting role. Zomi, usually silent, spoke eloquently about his only hobby and the club he supported, from the Dream Team to Cruyff, from Guardiola to Xavi. The two even agreed to go to Real Madrid's US tour together and throw a pig's head at Luis Figo. Over the next few days, Martin became the only actor on the set who could have a long conversation with the director about anything other than work. Even scheming requires a breakthrough to pry open the secret. Chapter 104: Frequent Mistakes. In the shabby cinema lobby, the crew's prop master handed over a weapon, crossbow and arrows. "I've got them all loaded, thank you." Martin took it. After the prop master left, he removed the crossbow and inspected the arrowhead and arm. After confirming the arrow had a soft rubber tip, the arm was still limp and weak, so he reattached it. Bruce, having recovered, came over and whispered, "Is there a problem?" Martin's voice was equally quiet. "There have been more than a few cases of prop weapons injuring or killing people in Hollywood. I wouldn't trust something like this, fired at people, without checking it." Bruce remembered something. "The Crow." Director Zomi's voice rang out from the set. "All departments, get ready." Martin arrived at the set facing the theater entrance and assumed his shooting stance. Shooting began, and the door to the theater opposite opened, revealing Brian. Martin pulled the trigger, but the soft-tipped arrow wasn't powerful enough. It hit the wall without a sound and fell to the ground. Brian fell to the ground. In the next shot, Eliza joined in. Martin picked up the double-barreled shotgun and searched Brian's body for bullets, but found none. The twins, assuming their enemy was dead, foolishly left. Later, Eliza entered the set theater and sat among the dummies for filming. Martin went outside to get some fresh air. The town scenes had already been filmed. This was Warner Brothers. Roadshow Studios, Hollywood's largest filming facility in Australia. Bruce stood in the shade of a tree and couldn't help but complain, "The scene just now is so stupid. Anyone with a normal brain would check whether the person is dead or not, and then stab him twice to solve the problem." Martin looked around and said, "This scene is really shit," but he was very clear-headed. "I don't have the power. This is not Kelly's investment in Zombie Gigolo." "It's not my turn to make suggestions," Bruce asked. "Don't you think there's a problem, director?" Martin said, "Zomi is just the general director of the shooting. He has no power to change the script." He looked into the distance. "It's not that I don't want to bully, but I don't have enough status and power." Bruce's words were very appropriate. "People like you, once they have power, there will be piles of bad things on the crew." Martin said, "Look at you and me, climbing all the way out of the mire. Why climb up? Isn't it just to live a better, more comfortable, and happy life? When we are happy, there will definitely be many people who are unhappy. Their unhappiness is none of our business. Do we have to suffer to make them happy?" He mentioned Old Bull's masterpiece, "You felt great when you used the mortar to fight the British. Have you thought about the British? They're all perverts and like this." Bruce did not forget to correct, "It's the mortar shells." He was also looking at the distance. The black man in white and the white woman in red were quite conspicuous. "That idiot mean, is he together with Paris?" Martin said, "The two of them are almost from the same root as kangaroos. They probably have a common language." Bruce changed the subject. "The hunting license you asked me to inquire about is very troublesome to get. It takes time and an exam. How can you have the nerve to say you have been to Australia if you don't deal with the rampant wild animals? Is there no other way? Martin asked. There are hunting tour companies that cater specifically to foreign tourists. They have private hunting grounds, Bruce had inquired carefully. Without an Australian temporary gun license, you can't use a gun, only a bow and arrow. Martin went not just for hunting, but also for socializing. I talked to Zomi the other day, and he's very interested in hunting, Bruce reminded him. Your boyfriend is a vegetarian. Martin thought for a moment. This is a man's activity. Let's find out how to get a temporary gun license. There was a restaurant on the set, and Martin and Eliza had lunch together. It was a buffet, so you could help yourself. Martin carried his plate to the rosy red king crab. As he picked up the tongs, he turned back to see Eliza staring at him eagerly. There were many people there, and Eliza said nothing, but her bright eyes were filled with anticipation. Martin smiled at her, put down the stainless steel tongs, and walked on. He ignored the meat, eggs, and dairy, and focused on soy products, vegetables, and mushrooms. Eliza came from behind with a plate and sat across from him. She forked a mushroom and placed it in Martin's mouth. You like mushrooms? Try the lobster mushrooms. They're better than real lobster. Martin enjoyed Eliza's feeding with a clear conscience. The vegetarian food tasted good. Bruce was sitting at the table next to him. One plate wasn't enough, so he went to get another. The aroma of roasted beef and mutton, the sweet aroma of king crab, wafted over. Martin suddenly felt that the vegetarian food was bland and tasteless. The mushrooms and vegetables had no flavor at all. Eliza then said, I'm going back to Los Angeles to attend the premiere at the end of the month. Are you going back? Martin heard her mention the last movie she starred in, The Actress Next Door. Yes, I played an adult film actress, Eliza said roughly. The film will be officially released on April 9th and premiered on March 27th. Eliza had arranged everything as early as when she joined the crew. Martin really wanted to go to the premiere red carpet, but he couldn't say for sure. I'll ask Zomi about the specific filming plan and see if he can take time off. He asked, can you bring someone with you? I'm the heroine and can bring my family. Eliza reached out and held Martin's hand tightly. This is my first movie premiere and it means a lot to me. Martin shook Eliza's hand in return. For some reason, he had a vague feeling like he was with Thomas. I'll try my best to adjust the time. Eliza grabbed his hand and kissed it hard. Let's eat. Next to them, Kim Kardashian sat opposite Bruce with a tray of food. Bruce asked, are you feeling down? Kim nodded. Nothing, just a normal temper. Bruce opened a new bottle of Coke. Something sweet will make you feel better. Eliza and Martin finished their meal and left the restaurant first. The former asked, is Bruce pursuing Kim? Bruce might have genuinely loved Monica, but his interest in Kim Kardashian was obvious. Martin said vaguely, never mind that pervert. Eliza gestured to her trailer. I'm going back to rest. You coming? Martin pulled out his phone. I'll make a call, Eliza said. I'll hold the door open for you. Martin found a quiet place and called Thomas. He told him that Eliza had invited him to the premiere. Thomas said, go, you absolutely must. Any opportunity to increase your exposure and visibility is invaluable to you right now. I'll call Susan to coordinate, and you can talk to the director. He specifically reminded her, bursts of fame come from a lot of experience. Leonardo DiCaprio, Tom Cruise, Brad Pitt, Johnny Depp, these guys had already been working in the industry for years and had a certain level of fame before they truly exploded onto the scene. Martin hung up the phone and opened his phone calendar. March 27th was over a week away. He went to find Zomi Sarah. After waiting a moment in front of the trailer, Zomi Sarah slowly approached. Zomi asked, what's up? Martin nodded. I need a day off, Zomi invited. Come in and talk. They climbed into the trailer, and Martin spoke directly. On March 27th, Eliza wants me to accompany her to Los Angeles for the premiere. The round trip will take about 3 days. The premiere is Saturday, and Friday. Zomi took out the schedule and looked it over. Seeing they had a good relationship and that it wouldn't disrupt the production too much, he immediately said, that's easy. I'll finish your scenes next Friday on Wednesday and Thursday. Martin and Zomi discussed hunting for a bit, and agreed to apply for a temporary license for tourist hunting that weekend. Then he approached producer Susan and explained that while Thomas had called, an agent was an agent, and he was himself. Martin had just helped the crew avoid a major incident, and Susan Levine agreed immediately. Inside Eliza's trailer, Martin settled into the sofa. It's done, You can go. Eliza desperately wanted Martin to accompany her on her first red carpet premiere. Martin said, I can only go on Friday, attend the premiere on Saturday, and be back on Sunday. Great. Eliza rushed over and kissed Martin passionately. Her excitement fueled her emotions, and her high spirits fueled her hormones. She bit Martin's earlobe and said, Actually, I'm not completely vegetarian. Martin felt an inexplicable surge of joy. Really? Eliza slowly lowered her head. Of course I am. Although slightly disappointed, Martin quickly immersed himself in the filming. Before long, the trailer began to sway slightly. Some things on set were extraordinarily thrilling. At 2:30 p.m., Eliza was the first to exit the trailer, stunningly beautiful and radiant. Martin also looked energetic, but something felt wrong. The muscles in his legs throbbed, his waist groaned, and his stomach felt empty, like a gourd. He had never experienced this before, not even when he was drifting. Martin had always been in good health. A young girl like Eliza couldn't match the actual combat power of either Louise or Kelly. During the afternoon shoot, Martin was in extremely poor condition, making frequent mistakes and making countless no's. During a break, even Mean came running over. Boss, are you sure some other soul has taken over your body? This doesn't seem like you. Martin ate 2 bananas, feeling better. He said to Mean, take me dinner tonight. Mean immediately replied, sure, I'll do. I know a famous vegan restaurant. Before he could finish his words, Martin's sharp gaze darted past him. Mean was startled. What had he said? He wasn't going to kill someone and dump the body, was he? Quick-witted, he immediately realized, boss, I'll treat you to an Australian barbecue. The crew wrapped up, and Martin, using Mean's treat as an excuse, skipped the days of living, eating, and staying with Eliza. When filming resumed the next morning, the crew noticed Martin's form had returned, with most of his shots being accepted in just 1 or 2 takes. Over the weekend, Martin, Zomi, and Bruce went to the safari company. With their help, they handled the necessary documents, took training classes, and took exams, then waited a few weeks. On Friday morning, Martin and Eliza boarded a flight back to Los Angeles to attend the premiere of The Girl Next Door. Chapter 105 Love Goes Too Fast. At the Orpheum Theater in Los Angeles, 20th Century Fox held the premiere of The Girl Next Door. Most of the reporters were from Fox's media outlets. The premiere was small, lacking even a single prominent guest. Of the entire cast and crew, the only star was Eliza, a 2-time Gemini Award winner for Best Actress. The Gemini Awards are a television film award. Naturally, the media cameras were focused on Eliza, dressed in a red dress. And then there was Martin, walking hand in hand with Eliza on the red carpet. The man was tall and handsome, the woman was charming and sexy. At the very least, they looked very pleasing to the eye. The film had received considerable publicity, and sex comedies have always had an audience in the United States, so many young fans lined the red carpet. Eliza smiled and waved. The flashlights flashed continuously. Martin and her intertwined their fingers. Walking together, Eliza noticed that Martin was walking particularly slowly, so she whispered, Honey, are you feeling unwell? Martin, of course, didn't tell the truth. Maybe I'm hungry. To look good on camera, the two hadn't eaten much since morning. Arriving at the media area, Martin put his arm around Eliza's shoulder. Multiple cameras appeared across from them, snapping photos of the two. A brief interview with the media followed, and Martin consciously stepped aside. After a few questions about the film, the Entertainment Channel reporter asked Martin. Eliza clung to his arm, her expression utterly captivating. This is my boyfriend, Martin Davis. He's a fantastic actor. What's his credit? Haven't you seen Zombie Gigolo? Eliza took Martin's hand and entered the theater together, introducing him to the cast and crew. Although he didn't know anyone, Martin was warm and polite, never giving Eliza the slightest embarrassment. The film's lead actor, Emil Hirsch, said to Martin, You're so lucky, because in my past life, I saved the galaxy, Martin said solemnly. Emil and the other actors were stunned. Martin paused, then said, So, in this life, you've been favored by the most beautiful princess. Emil and the others simply thought Martin was good at talking. Eliza, however, was aroused by these words. She threw her arms around Martin's neck and kissed him passionately, regardless of the fact that they were in the theater and the movie was about to start. As they sat down, Eliza, completely unfocused on the movie, whispered to Martin, I want to go back to the hotel. Martin gently tapped her lips. It'll be quick. The movie wasn't long. But it was incredibly difficult for Eliza. Finally, nearly 2 hours later, the premiere ended, and the two of them got into Bruce's rented luxury car. Eliza and Martin kissed passionately as soon as they got in. If she hadn't been concerned about Bruce, she would have gotten on top of him. As the car pulled up to the hotel, and Martin and Eliza exited, flashing lights flashed nearby. Paparazzi were chasing them. Martin discreetly shielded Eliza's face and quickly carried her inside. Upstairs, once inside their room, Eliza transformed into a female knight, slashing through obstacles and galloping through the air. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock that things finally quieted down. Eliza casually slipped on Martin's shirt, pulled out her laptop, and logged onto an entertainment website. She excitedly called out to Martin, "Look, we're on the portal." Martin hurried over. The website was reporting on the premiere of The Girl Next Door, with several photos of him and Eliza prominently displayed. One of the related reports even mentioned Martin Davis. Eliza switched to another film for him, which also featured news about The Girl Next Door, interspersed with photos of her and Martin. Martin said, "The reporter's photography skills are terrible. They're not half as good looking as you are." Eliza leaned in and kissed him. She chose the best shot, saved it, and uploaded it to her blog, captioning it, "The happiest moment." Martin patted her butt. "Do you want something to eat?" "Yes," Eliza said, heading for the bathroom. "I'm going to shower. Cows can plow the fields only if they're well fed and watered." Martin hadn't eaten much all day, and after a rough fight with Eliza, his calves were shaking. He called for food, remembering his last time on set, and ordered one vegetarian meal and one meat meal. Eliza emerged from the shower and changed into her house clothes. Martin, heading off to shower, reminded her, "I ordered dinner." After a quick shower and a change of shorts and a tank top, Martin emerged to find Eliza sitting at the dining table, lost in thought. Eliza asked, "Why didn't you order a vegetarian meal?" Martin hurried over and said, "I ordered a completely vegetarian meal." Eliza sat down without saying a word, unpacking several lunchboxes and slowly eating. Martin took his portion, the aroma of meat filling his nostrils. This was life. Eliza's eyes were filled with tears, and she suddenly said, "Martin, after we finish filming this movie, let's go on vacation to India together, okay?" Martin was prejudiced in his bones. "Why do you want to go to a place like India?" Eliza looked at Martin, her eyes full of expectations. "India is a paradise for vegetarians, and the natural therapy there is full of spirituality. I want to go to India with you and start a process of exploring myself." "Wait, India? Natural therapy?" The impression engraved in Martin's bones could not be changed by a few words. "Honey, are you kidding? What natural therapy? Drinking Ganges water? I would rather go to see God." As a pure plant-based vegetarian, Eliza has her own firm belief in the theory. It's not about asking you to drink Ganges water, but to feel the cleansing of vegetarianism on human body, mind and spirit. Martin didn't want to argue about this matter, because no one could convince anyone, so he simply said, "Sorry, honey, Zomi, Bruce and I have an appointment to go hunting after the filming." "Oh my God. Hunting?" Eliza exclaimed. "You go to hunt animals?" Martin spread his hands. "Many animals are overrun in Australia. Every year they have to hire people to clean up, apply for licenses, and hunt legally." Eliza didn't argue, simply asking, "Can't you come with me to India?" Martin patiently said, "If you insist on being a vegetarian, I won't interfere or object, because it's your freedom. But I can't bear it. My body will collapse." "Impossible." Eliza's eyes rolled. "As long as you get through this difficult period, you'll be able to adapt." Martin didn't want to continue the conversation. "Let's put our differences aside, okay?" Eliza insisted. "Between me and meat, you chose meat, right?" Martin shook his head. "I didn't, because the two don't conflict, not at all." Eliza wiped her tears with the back of her hand. "You made your choice." She slowly stood up. "I'm sorry, Martin, I'm so sorry. I have to leave." Martin understood her meaning and couldn't say anything else. He sighed and said, "It's too late. I'm leaving. You get some rest." Eliza said nothing more. Martin packed his luggage hastily, without changing his clothes, and walked out the door in slippers, a t-shirt, and shorts. Eliza collected Martin's lunchboxes and threw them all into the trash can. She went to her laptop and deleted everything related to Martin one by one. From photos to blog posts, everything was cleared. She hugged her knees with her arms, buried her head in her legs, and started crying. Eliza firmly chose to be a vegetarian. Martin went downstairs and called Bruce. "Old Bruce, where are you? If you didn't get me through the back door, come to the hotel to pick me up, soon. Bruce drove Martin's Volkswagen over. Martin put his luggage away, got in the car, and said, "Let's find a place to eat something and have a drink." Bruce glanced at him and asked, "Kicked out?" "It's over so soon," Martin gestured, not knowing what to say. "It's normal for men to suffer from heartbreak," Bruce comforted. "Even someone as outstanding as me was dumped by Monica." Martin said, "That's because you're perverted." Bruce asked, "Aren't you perverted?" "You're even more perverted than me." Martin didn't elaborate. "It's because I'm too normal," Bruce said. "Yes, too normal. Love between men and women comes too quickly and will also end quickly." Martin suddenly thought of the red carpet. "Show off your love and die quickly," Bruce deliberately said. "There's an Indian restaurant that makes great vegetarian food. Go try it." Martin was furious. He opened the storage box and took out his gun. "I must blow your stinky piece of shit's head today. I want to see if the brains of civilized people are made of dog shit." The car suddenly stopped, and the Brazilian barbecue restaurant on the side of the road was brightly lit. "You're smart." Martin closed the storage box, opened the door and got out of the car. "I want to eat meat." "I really want to eat meat." Bruce locked the car and called Martin into the store. "I'll treat you tonight and let you eat it until you're full." Martin vented his emotions. "I'm going to eat all the meat in the store." The two entered the store and ordered beer and barbecue. After eating meat and drinking alcohol with big mouthfuls, Martin finally felt better. "Old Bruce, this is life," Bruce reminded. "If you eat like this, you will soon get sick of it and want to vomit." Martin clinked glasses with him, just this once. After eating and drinking, Martin thought of something, took out Thomas's phone and called him. "Damn it, you called me so late." Thomas was furious. "I just fell asleep." Hearing his agent's anger, Martin's mood inexplicably improved, and he said, "You told me to notify the agent as soon as there's any problem in my relationship." Thomas reacted quickly. "You broke up with Eliza?" "Martin, you just walked on Eliza's premiere red carpet and turned around and kicked her out? Can you have some morals? Even my agent thinks you are a scumbag." Martin didn't want to say more. "Whatever you think, I officially inform you that Martin Davis is single again," Bruce suddenly said. "You haven't learned 1/10 of old Jack's skills." Thomas heard it and asked on the phone, "Who is old Jack?" Martin casually evaded. "The most versatile person after me," he invited. "You woke up just in time. Come out for a drink. We'll see you at Avalon." The three bored single men drank until 2 in the morning. Chapter 106, Learning, Training, and Summarizing. On the plane, Martin casually bought a copy of The Hollywood Reporter and the tabloid American Rumor. The former mentioned the premiere of The Girls Next Door the previous night, with only a photo of the cast and crew. The latter, on page 4, had a story about Elisha. Rising star Elisha Cuthbert suspected of relationship change. It featured photos of Martin and Elisha walking the red carpet together, along with a look at the changes in Elisha's blog. All references to my twin brother had been deleted. Arriving in Brisbane and coming out of the airport, Martin said to Bruce, "Old Bruce, finalize a deal with a hunting tour company. It would be best if we can get a legal hunting quota for large animals. I want to go on a killing spree and slaughter all over Australia." Bruce replied, "No problem. Those who do this kind of business have close contacts with local authorities. As long as the price is right, they can send professional hunters as companions to get a hunting quota for saltwater crocodiles." "Are you still worried about saltwater crocodiles?" Martin had a brilliant idea. "Old Bruce, if I throw you in a trap as bait and the saltwater crocodile swallows you, will you stink to death?" Bruce reminded him in a civilized manner, "The temporary hunting license I applied for will be issued soon." "You will cry when it comes." Martin asked, "Is mine coming out too?" Bruce said, "It will come out together. This temporary license can only be used in the hunting company's private hunting grounds. It is invalid outside the hunting grounds." Martin sighed. "It's much more troublesome than America. I haven't heard a sound of gunfire in America for a while. I miss that happy atmosphere." After returning to the hotel, Martin called Susan and Zoe separately to tell them that he was back and could work normally tomorrow. Mean suddenly came over. "Boss Martin, I heard from old Bob that after the filming of this movie is over, are you planning to go on a hunting vacation? This kind of thing is legal in Australia, and Martin has no need to hide it. There is such a plan." Mean licked his face and said, "Can you take me with you?" He made a few boxing moves. "I want revenge on the kangaroos. I want to get it back." Martin said, "You can go, but you have to pay for it yourself." Mean calculated his wallet. "No problem, I have money now," he said mysteriously. Paris came to me several times and gave me a lot of tips. Martin was a little surprised. I thought she used my body, how could she not pay? Min said as a matter of course. How can this be free? Martin admired. Zaya Omari, you are really a talent. Wait until we go hunting, and then you can go and taunt the prey. Min agreed. Don't worry, I have amazing talent in this area. The next day, Martin rejoined the filming. The rest were all indoor scenes. After Ryder and Jared Padalecki finished their scenes, they left the crew first. It's Hollywood tradition to give major actors a souvenir upon their departure. The crew presented them with miniature wax figures of themselves. This suited the film's theme perfectly. In the event of a power outage, plucked hair and lid could serve as candles. A few days later, Eliza, returning from a brief publicity tour, moved back to her own room from Martin's place. Both of them handled the situation calmly, unaffected by the work. Martin had already adjusted his mindset. Many people in this world are destined to be mere passing visitors. Their perspectives are different. Bruce's words were true, only shit can last forever. As filming neared its final stages, the crew moved into a green screen wax museum. Twins faced off, and only one could escape alive. Martin was a supporting character, the heroine had to deliver the fatal blow. Thus, one of the psychopathic killer twins had her head smashed in by a baseball bat, while the other was stabbed through the body by a knife. The final scene the crew filmed was the murder of Paris Hilton. The wealthy, slutty woman in red briefs once again flirted for the camera. Ultimately, she was pierced through the head. When director Zomi announced a final take was cleared, everyone on the set, including Martin, turned on their spray guns, sending streamers and sequins flying across the set. Robert Downey Jr., visiting the set, was eager to impress his fiancée, Susan, by announcing that he'd treat everyone to a massive bonfire party on the grounds of Roadshow Studios that evening. Life couldn't be complete without a good party. As darkness fell, bonfires were lit, barbecuing, beer, and a variety of drinks were available. Cheers. Martin, Bruce, Min, Zomi, and the others sat together, sipping cold beer and listening to Min's boasts. Min boasted, "You should have asked him to come to me to learn." Martin threw another can of beer to each of them and said, "Min is my classmate. I know him best. He was once accused by the prosecutor in Los Angeles." Min straightened his neck. "I will never plead guilty," Martin said. The prosecutor only said one sentence, and Min quickly pleaded guilty and stopped the prosecutor from continuing because the prosecutor said he only had 15 seconds. Min took the can and clinked glasses with Martin. "Boss, you can insult my IQ, but you must never insult your brother." Bruce suddenly said, "I suggest you watch a movie called Zombie Gigolo. It will make you deeply inferior." Min didn't believe it. "How is it possible?" Zomi reminded him at this time. "Susan and Donnie are here." Robert Downey Jr. came over with his fiancée and said, "Guys, do you mind having a drink together?" Martin said, "We wanted to go to you for a drink, but we were afraid to disturb your and Susan's sweet time." Donnie smiled. "You are Martin. Susan said that you speak the most pleasantly." Martin raised his glass to Susan. "Thank you." Donnie and Susan were considered the hosts for the evening, and everyone toasted together. As the two quickly left, heading for another small group, Susan glanced back to see Martin whispering with Zomi. This jerk Louise had recommended was handsome, had great acting skills, was a good socialite, and had a knack for networking. He could even get close to someone as introverted as Zomi Sarah. Donnie sensed something and asked, "Is there something going on?" Susan took his arm and said, "I think Martin will be famous in a few years." Donnie said, "Being famous too young isn't necessarily a good thing." Susan didn't say much, because her fiancé had become famous at a young age, and then, over by the campfire, Bruce went out to take a phone call. After coming back, he said, "Guys, go to the hunting club at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, meet up with 2 professional hunters, and then drive to the club's private hunting grounds. The hunting time will not exceed 3 days. The share applied for us will mainly be wild boars, wild deer, hares, bison and kangaroos, etc., and there is also a reward for a saltwater crocodile that is not less than 3 meters in size." He specifically explained, "The reward belongs to the hunters who are traveling with us. We will help out and participate, or perhaps it would be more appropriate to say we are watching." Martin asked, "Have you applied for a temporary gun license?" Bruce said, "I got it." Min asked, "I can't use a gun." Bruce said, "According to Queensland regulations, you can't use it if you didn't apply in advance. In private hunting grounds, you can use a crossbow, which is simple and easy to use. Martin and Zomi's temporary license applications were approved, and they were able to use long shotguns for hunting. Mean exclaimed, "Our hunting party is officially established." "I'm going to hunt a lion," Martin reminded him. "There are no lions in Australia." "What about tigers?" "No tigers either," Mean, a typical cheerful American, said. "At least there should be coyotes." Right. The revelry didn't last too long. Around 10 o'clock, Martin and the others returned to their hotel. Bruce sent a text message, getting ready to go out. Martin asked, "Any progress?" "Some," Bruce said roughly. "I'm in the learning phase, practicing, training, and summarizing." Martin gave him a thumbs up. "Civilized people are really perverts, because I can already see that there will be a lot of bad things in the future. I must prepare myself in advance." Bruce went out alone to the hotel lobby. Kim Kardashian was sitting alone at a small round table in the lounge. Seeing Bruce, she smiled warmly. "You're here?" Bruce asked. "Is Paris resting?" "No," Kim Kardashian said tiredly. She went to the bar for a drink. "I don't have much time," Bruce asked again. "When are you going back?" Kim said, "Tomorrow afternoon's flight." She looked at Bruce, hesitant to speak. "Last time," Bruce said appropriately, "given Paris's personality, she will continue to get into trouble." "Kim, you are a smart girl. You will definitely make her do this." Kim thought carefully. "Yes, I can do it. It won't be difficult for me," Bruce said. "She's in trouble and needs help to deal with it, especially with the media. You should stand up and find a way to speak for her in front of the media. Make your name familiar to all the media and let more people know your name." Kim said. "I'm not her spokesperson," Bruce said. "You are her close friend. You can do it." Kim carefully recalled what her father did after the incident with her godfather Simpson and said, "I can do it." She was not satisfied. "No matter how well I do, I'm just Paris's spokesperson." Bruce abandoned the simple and direct methods of civilized people and did things in a less familiar way, very patiently. "Just do this first, then we can talk about other things, okay?" Jin was also quite knowledgeable. He wrote down the address and phone number and handed it to Bruce. "This is my house in Los Angeles. Remember to call me when you get back. We'll meet here if you need anything." Bruce put it away. "Good night." Jin smiled and said, "Good night, Bruce." Chapter 107 Zomi's new story. This is Baker. He has over 10 years of experience hunting kangaroos, bison, and saltwater crocodiles. Inside the club, the sales manager introduced the hunting guides to Martin and the other three. "This is Molly, Baker's sister, with over 5 years of experience." Baker, in his 30s and mostly bald, likely of British descent, shook hands with Martin and the others and said politely, "It's an honor to serve you." Martin felt his hand, calloused. Molly, in her late 30s, had short, buzzed hair and 2 hounds tattooed on the outside of her muscular arms. After a brief acquaintance, the sales manager summoned 2 pickup trucks and took them to the club's private hunting grounds. The drive from the northern suburbs of Brisbane took over 3 hours. Australia is vast and sparsely populated. The sales manager explained that the private hunting grounds were actually a large ranch, covering nearly 100,000 acres, not far from the coast. Like many parts of Australia, they suffered from an overrunning wildlife population. Saltwater crocodiles occasionally entered the ranch's ponds and waterways. Arriving at the ranch, in the large wooden houses, there were not only Martin and his 3 companions, but also more than a dozen tourists from other countries. After a simple dinner, the business manager took the 4 people to choose hunting weapons. Martin chose the Winchester M70 that he had used at the shooting range before. This is a bolt-action shotgun, and the temporary certificates they held did not allow them to use semi-automatic weapons. "I want to use a gun too," Mean wailed. Because he had not obtained the certificate in advance, he could only choose a pulley bow or a crossbow. Bruce got a Remington 700, and Zomi chose a lighter Weatherby shotgun. The 4 of them also equipped themselves with short hunting knives. Back at their single-family cabin, Molly briefly explained the precautions based on the video footage. Wild boar, hare, deer, wild dog, buffalo, and red kangaroos, except pregnant mothers, are free to hunt. Molly pulled up images of several protected species. "Don't touch them, it could be very troublesome," she said bluntly. "If you're not sure, don't use a gun." Everyone prepared their supplies for the next day and set out early the next morning in 2 large, fenced-off pickup trucks. The ranch was dotted with hills, ponds, and small streams, and the vegetation was primarily grass, shrubs, and copse. Bruce consulted Martin and Zoe and said to Baker, "Let's go hunting big game." Mean sat alone in Molly's car. In one of the pickup trucks, Martin asked Baker, who was driving, "When are we going to hunt the saltwater crocodiles?" Baker said, "In the afternoon, when the light is good, the saltwater crocodiles come out to bask in the sun." Molly, leading the way, parked her car at the edge of a large bush, opened the back door, and jumped out with her hunting dogs. Mean, clutching his crossbow, ran towards the truck. When he reached the truck, he said, "I'd rather ride in the back than over there." "Those dogs are terrifying." Martin glanced at his wet face and said, "They like you." Baker crouched by the brush, examining animal droppings. He picked up a pile and squeezed it, saying, "There are wild boars around here, Molly. Get them out." He then told Martin and the others, "Get in the back and get your guns ready. Don't get out of here easily. Wild boars are dangerous." Molly released the hounds, and the three dogs sprinted into the brush. Martin climbed into the back of the pickup truck, leaning against the welded guardrail. He checked his gun and loaded it. Bruce, a seasoned firearms user, carried it with ease. Zoe asked, "Is wild boar meat delicious?" Martin had bought it in his previous life, but it was farmed. "They say it smells fishy." He called out to Mean, "Come on up, do you want a wild boar to rip your ass off?" Mean was about to get in the car when he suddenly turned back. A large, red-haired kangaroo jumped out from a few dozen meters away. Enemies meeting, eyes etched with jealousy. "Red. Come here, your black grandfather is here." Mean loaded his crossbow and prepared to fire. Suddenly, a dog barked, and a small black tank emerged from the bushes, crushing the enemy. Mean fired a single shot and scrambled to the car. Martin reached out to pull him back. "What are you afraid of?" Mean glanced at the giant wild boar over there. "It's even blacker than me. My special moves won't work," Martin said. "Don't worry, you can charge it when it rips you off." Zoe, Bruce knew Martin was there for both relaxation and socializing, so he naturally gave the first shot to the director. "Here's your chance." The hounds were well trained, slowing down once they had driven the wild boar away. The wild boar was about 1.78 meters long and ran like a small tank. Zoe raised his rifle, aimed through the scope, and fired his first shot. He had hunted before, so he was a decent shot. He aimed for the neck and hit the boar in the belly. Hit. Martin saw the blood spurted out. Zoe quickly pulled the bolt and fired a second shot, the bullet lodging in the boar's neck. The boar fell headfirst, then tried to get up again. Zoe's third shot hit its head. Martin praised him. "Excellent marksmanship, every shot hits the mark." Zoe was delighted and said, "Good luck. I didn't have such a high hit rate before." The gunshot startled nearby animals. In the distance, a herd of deer were running. Baker ran over, got in the pickup, and shouted, "Hold on. Let's catch up." The four of them grabbed the guardrail, and the pickup roared forward. Martin glanced to the side and saw a herd of deer. He shouted, "Guys, how about we have a race?" "Sure." Mean, a keen participant, said, "Yes." Martin pointed toward the deer and said, "Those who fail to kill will be punished." Zoe asked, "What punishment?" Bruce had a bright idea. "Find a smaller, larger kangaroo and play boxing with it." Mean was the first to agree. "Great." Martin patted him on the shoulder. "You still have time to regret it now." Mean practically patted his chest. "I will never regret it." Baker, experienced, drove around to the deer, parked the car, asked the four men to get out, and after a brief observation, led them to an ambush downwind of the approaching herd. The 5 men were spread out in the undergrowth, about 10 meters apart. Mean suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked at Martin, who was closest, holding a scoped hunting rifle. Then he looked at his own scoped crossbow. How could this compare? The herd of deer gradually approached. Martin took aim at a sturdy male deer, about 50 meters away, and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the deer, struck in the chest and abdomen, took a few steps forward, and collapsed to the ground. The moment Martin fired, Zoe and Bruce followed suit, sending 2 more adult deer crashing to the ground. At the same moment, a carbon crossbow bolt pierced a bush with a clang. The remaining deer fled frantically, not giving Mean a chance to fire a second arrow. Martin and his companions focused on firing, oblivious to the rest. The prey was being handled by 2 professional hunters, Baker and Molly. Martin asked, "Who missed the kill just now?" Mean had already made such a promise, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go find the kangaroos." After Baker and Molly finished their hunt and were on their way back to lunch, they encountered a suitably large kangaroo. Standing at a maximum of 1.4 meters tall, It wasn't very strong. Too big, too strong, and Mean was no match for him. What if he got kicked to pieces? Mean jumped out of the car and walked over, taunting us. "You went, big red tail. Your brother fucked me and I didn't pay, so now I'm here to collect the debt. Come here. Why don't you have black fur? Kangaroos are all fucking racists." Even the kangaroos couldn't handle the ultimate taunt. Bruce couldn't help but ask, "Why do you, a piece of stinking shit, only know idiots?" Martin said nothing, just staring at Bruce. Bruce slapped his forehead. "I'm such an idiot. Kangaroos and heat are all fiery creatures," and they charged forward to fight Mean. Baker, fearing an accident, and Molly followed behind. No one can fuck Uncle Mean without paying. Not even animals. Mean, with his height and strength, beat the skinny kangaroo into panic, forcing it to flee. 10 minutes later, a refreshed Mean returned to the car, clutching a handful of kangaroo hair. This is a dead its brother owes. Returning to the ranch and having lunch, the group went crocodile hunting that afternoon. Even Bruce wouldn't dare act rashly against a saltwater crocodile, so Martin and the other three stayed safely in the car. Baker and Molly quickly located the crocodile. The six of them walked to a pond and climbed to a high point, where they could see clearly below. A few dozen meters away, a massive crocodile, over 4 meters long, lay basking in the sun by the pond. Even twice its size would be a match for a human armed with a hunting rifle. Baker, attentive to his client, said, "You aim. When I say shoot, shoot together. Each of you fire 3 rounds." Martin, Bruce, and Zomi loaded their guns, while Mean shouldered his crossbow. "Ready," Baker shouted, seeing it was almost time. "Fire." Martin pulled the trigger, watching through the scope as the crocodile's neck skin exploded. He pulled the bolt again, firing 3 rounds before pausing. The poor crocodile, struck by multiple bullets, died without even seeing its attacker. The prey was retrieved, and the tusks were removed. The hunting club, with legal documentation, offered to process them into souvenirs like pendants and keychains. Over 4 meters long, its mouth full of sharp teeth was enough for 4 people to share. Most of the tusks went to Martin and Zomi. Bruce and Mean were left alone. That evening, the club hosted a wild game barbecue for all the guests at the manor. After Martin had some roasted venison, he found Zomi, who was sitting alone in a quiet place, and asked, "Is it too noisy?" Zomi pointed and said, "Once I'm idle, my brain can't stop." Martin said, "Have you considered post-production?" "I'm just a tool in post-production." Zomi saw it clearly and said, "I'm thinking of a new story." Martin half-jokingly said, "What if a ferocious beast or a pervert suddenly appears in the hunting ground and wipes out all of us hunters?" Zomi tossed a bottle of beer next to him to Martin. The two clinked the bottles and took a sip each before saying, "Before joining this crew, my friend David Johnson, who also studied film and worked as an assistant to director Darabont, was better at screenwriting, but he wasn't as lucky as me. It's hard to be a screenwriter." He got back to the point. "David and I were traveling in Canada and heard from the locals a true story about a woman with dwarfism who disguised herself as a girl and killed her adoptive parents." Chapter 108 Orphan. Facing Martin, Zomi spoke freely, as if addressing his screenwriter friend David Johnson. Perhaps she had a pituitary disorder or something, which caused her to act like a 10-year-old in her 20s, Zomi recalled. She was adopted by an immigrant couple, but tragedy struck soon after. A fire broke out in their home, and everyone except the girl died in the blaze. Martin felt a sense of familiarity, listening intently as he reflected. Zomi continued, "After extensive investigation, the police discovered that this girl had previously been implicated in a death case within her adoptive family. It took considerable effort to determine her true age. She was a psychopathic adult." Martin had seen countless movies and television shows, some of which had been lost to time. After some reflection, he gradually formed a memory of a terrifying young woman with twin pigtails. I think the translated version was called Orphan, but he had completely forgotten the character's name. Soon, as more related memories came to mind, Martin was almost certain he had seen it after 2010. He asked, "Zomi, are you planning to adapt it into a movie?" "I have this idea, a psychological horror film." Zomi smiled. "David and I discussed this topic last year. At that time, I was just a director shooting commercials and music videos, and David was just an inconspicuous one among Darabout's many assistants. He studied screenwriting, but had never written a script independently. Even if we came up with a script, the result would not be optimistic." Martin had been in Los Angeles for a few months and nodded. The status of a screenwriter is too low. Zomi took a sip of beer. So, I accepted the invitation of Joe Silver and Susan Levine to be the director of this film. With this qualification, if David and I come up with a new script, the producers will pay much more attention to it, Martin agreed. When House of Wax is released, you will be a well-known director. When you recommend a script, not only Susan, but even the senior executives of Warner Brothers will take it seriously, Zomi smiled. I hope so. There are so many scripts in Hollywood that have been shelved for more than 10 years, Martin laughed too. I heard Susan mention that Warner Brothers still has scripts in their warehouse that were bought out in the early 1990s. Maybe the authors sold the scripts and forgot about it, Zomi knew more. It's hard to sell a script by a new writer who's not a member of the Writers Guild for $10,000. Martin held out his bottle. Zomi, if this project of yours goes through and you find a suitable role, we'll continue to work together. Zomi clinked his bottle with him again. That's what I wanted to say, Martin. Except for those 2 days during filming, you were in excellent form. If the crew were all actors like you, the director's work would be much easier, Martin said. The most important thing is that you're professional and can explain the scenes clearly, so I know what to do. The future of this project is uncertain. Zomi, like Martin, is a newcomer to Hollywood and isn't very confident. It has to be finished by the time House of Wax is finished before I can recommend it to Susan or Warner Brothers. Martin asked, is the script finished? Zomi shook his head. David and I just discussed the story framework and direction. He's organizing the materials and outline, Martin said. If it's okay, once the script is finished, let me take a look. To be honest, Zomi, I know a few investors. Zomi, a veteran of music videos and commercials, had ample experience in the industry. He suspected someone behind or beneath Martin, and said, no problem. I'll contact you as soon as the script is finished. The two clinked bottles again, enjoying the drinks with remarkable enthusiasm. After a while, Min ran over and said, what are you doing here? There are all these hot girls dancing over there. I didn't even notice them during the day. Molly has a fantastic figure. Martin pointed toward the crowd and said, hey, hurry up, you'll miss them if you're late. Min said, boss, don't be ridiculous. They have to pay for Min's services. For the next 2 days, the four of them, besides hunting, tried some recreational activities. Martin donned protective gear, especially a groin protector, and engaged in a round of kangaroo boxing. The giant kangaroos had no moral principles and were known to use their lower limbs to strike at vulnerable areas. Compared to Min, Martin was stronger and more agile. His experience as a stunt double in his previous life, combined with his continued fitness and training, ultimately sent the 5'5" kangaroo fleeing in panic. If it tried to escape, a human on foot couldn't catch up. 3 days later, Martin and the other two returned to Los Angeles on a single flight, carrying souvenirs like crocodile teeth and buffalo horns processed by the hunting club. Zomi was picked up by his screenwriter friend David Johnson. Min, who also lived in North Hollywood, brazenly got into Martin's car. Bruce was driving, still talking about Australia. Next time someone offends me, I'll make friends with them and invite them on a hunting trip down under. Min's body went cold. Old Bruce, are you talking about me? Martin replied casually, don't worry, old Bruce and I are both civilized people. Min felt that Martin's words about civilized people had a special meaning. Martin's phone rang. It was his agent, Thomas. I got off the plane and am on my way back, Thomas said. Rest for 2 days when you get back. I'll contact you the day after tomorrow, Martin said. I brought you a gift. I'll give it to you later. Inside the office partition, Thomas' heart warmed. It was rare for that jerk of a client to think of bringing a gift to his agent while filming. In the car, Min asked, boss, any new job? If there's a suitable opportunity, don't forget your loyal Min, Martin said calmly. I don't know where my next job will be. Min sighed. I don't want to sweet-talk old women anymore. I feel like my tongue and lips will rot if I keep doing that. It's better than blowing old men. Martin's words were a fatal blow. Min dejected. So, I'm still lucky. At least I didn't get exposed. He faced reality. Until my acting income can cover my expenses, I'll continue working as a high-end escort, Bruce said. It's a promising job. He and Martin didn't look down on the job. Many of their friends in Atlanta, such as Hart and Carrington, were doing similar work. Arriving at the parking lot, Min left alone, carrying his bag. Martin and Bruce returned to the apartment building with their luggage. When they arrived, they saw a slender man sitting under a parasol, drinking an iced Coke. Antonio waved at Martin. "It's been a while since I last saw you," Martin mumbled. "I was on a business trip." Antonio whispered, "Are you really an actor? You've been away for so long." Bruce suddenly tensed up. "You know too much." "I don't know anything." Antonio regretted not bringing the gun of friendship down with him and quickly raised his hand. "Really, I don't know anything. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum." Martin opened his bag, pulled out a disc of Zombie Gigolo, and tossed it to Antonio. "You think too much?" Antonio looked down at the disc and noticed the male lead on the packaging looked exactly like Martin. "Are you the male lead?" he asked, noting the cover character was wearing incredibly short shorts, his genitals prominent. "I see. You went to the Sacred Valley. It's a B-movie," Martin said simply, pulling out a crocodile tooth pendant. "Old Bruce and I went to Australia to film. It's an Australian specialty, for you." Antonio took it. "Wolf tooth? I remember there were only wild dogs in Australia." It was clear that the landlord's knowledge level was several levels higher than Means. Martin exaggerated slightly. "The tooth of a saltwater crocodile over 5 meters long. It's rare." Antonio put it away and then remembered something. "On the second floor, in the hallway on your side, the back room is empty," Bruce replied. "Go up and check." Antonio, holding onto a chair, struggled to his feet and maneuvered his portly frame upstairs. Martin and Bruce dropped their luggage, walked to the end of the hallway, and entered the door Antonio had just opened. The apartment layout was nearly identical, with its own furniture and appliances, ready for Bruce to move in. After signing the contract, Bruce paid the rent out of his own pocket. "The crew's assistant fees have arrived, so I'll pay for the apartment myself," Martin said. "You're my manager. Once the full pay arrives, I'll settle your manager's fees," Antonio said. "Remember one thing, no parties in the room," he reminded Martin. "The woman you brought last time was too loud. Next time she comes over, control it." Martin, knowing he was referring to Louise, casually replied, "It's exciting and fresh for the first time in a new environment." "I won't do that next time." Antonio picked up the disc and said, "I'm going upstairs to see a movie." "I hope it's a good one." Bruce glanced at his bulging belly and said, "You might be feeling inferior." Antonio wandered off, going to the third floor to play the disc, watching only the opening scene before decisively turning it off. It was such a shattering blow to one's self-esteem. It didn't matter if he didn't recognize the actors, but it was so unbearable to have the male lead hanging around all day. Every time he saw her, he felt inferior. Martin helped Bruce clean up the room, and they went out to dinner. On their return, they bought express bags and shipped the items they had brought back from Australia back to Atlanta. Most of the saltwater crocodile teeth were divided between Martin and Zomi. Martin packed 2 into a bag for each of the 4 Carter siblings, and Lily, who loved crafts, also packed in all the buffalo horns. These were all legally required. Robert and Jerome also received 2. Kelly couldn't be left behind, and Benjamin's connections couldn't be lost. Bruce wasn't in a position to contact anyone in Atlanta, so Martin mailed a copy under his own name to everyone at the Gigolo Club. He kept in touch with Sophia and Vincent, hoping to leverage their financial resources when competing for the lead role in a key project. During the filming of House of Wax, Paris Hilton's acting was terrible, but no one on the crew, from the director to the producers, said much. Why? Because Paris Hilton represented the third largest investor. After sending the express delivery and taking a day off to adjust to the time difference, Martin met up with his agent, Thomas, for dinner. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Saturn Award. Century City is the hub of Hollywood's talent agencies. It's not uncommon to bump into a dozen celebrity agency pairs when you're out for dinner. Martin opened his bag, pulled out a gift box, and shoved it across the table at Thomas. "This is for you." Thomas opened the box and asked, "Wolf teeth?" "No, there are no wolves in Australia." "Crocodile teeth," Martin said. "Whatever was convenient. I hunted a crocodile myself and made it myself. Don't underestimate its value. It's incredibly rare." "Thank you, it's very meaningful." Thomas took it, but then asked professionally, "Aren't you planning on pursuing environmental protection and animal protection?" Martin was blunt. "I enjoy life. If I become rich and famous someday, of course I'll do whatever's comfortable for me." Environmental protection is too easy to fail, and animal protection is easily criticized by people who eat meat. He glanced at the pile of meat in front of Thomas. If someone asked you to switch to a vegetarian diet, what would you do? Thomas said, I'd slap them in the face. Martin enjoyed his steak and then asked, I'm sure you've been working hard for our business all this time. Thomas continued, you and Eliza broke up too quickly. I had a plan to capitalize on the hype surrounding The Girl Next Door. The movie was a hit with teenagers, and Eliza was especially popular. I was planning to discuss with Susan about hyping up the romance between the hero and heroine when promoting House of Wax. He disagreed strongly with this. You were impatient and broke up too quickly. You just walked the red carpet for a premiere and then kicked her out. You didn't maximize the value of this relationship. I don't mind hyping up private lives as long as there's profit to be made. I can be the real-world Truman. Martin pointed at the meat on the table again. Can you switch to a vegetarian diet? Thomas glanced at Martin and probably understood. He didn't mention the matter anymore and said, I contacted Lionsgate. The disc of Zombie Gigolo is selling well. Last week, when I met with Blake, the publicity director of Lionsgate, we agreed to nominate you for the Saturn Award for Best Young Actor. Martin thought for a moment and asked, which film award was established by the Academy of Science Fiction and Horror Films? Yes, that's it. Thomas explained in detail. There are 6 nominations for the Actor Award. From what I've learned, those who have applied for this award include Young Agent Cody, The Missing, Fatal Friday, and The Rat Tamer. As for the names of the actors, they are too unfamiliar to me. I only remember one, Lindsay Lohan. Among these names, Martin had only heard of Lindsay Lohan and asked, can I get a nomination? Thomas said, winning an award is very difficult. You have to think of ways to get a nomination. The Saturn Awards still have some style, unlike the newly established Teen Choice Awards, where you can guarantee a nomination by just going to the event. I'll cooperate with you on what you need to do specifically. Martin was relatively unfamiliar with the Saturn Awards. In his previous life, his attention was focused on the Oscars, and he didn't even pay much attention to the Golden Globe Awards. Thomas said, as long as we can get the bigwigs at the Academy of Science Fiction and Horror Film, getting a nomination will be easy. I'll call you when I need your cooperation. Martin then asked, what about the new job? Don't worry about it yet, Thomas said. HBO postponed the release of Entourage, and I'm trying to secure the resources the company originally favored for Adrian. WMA is a big company, and the competition is fierce. He made it clear, it's hard to get a major role in projects not funded by Ms. Louise Mayer. Martin nodded. I understand. House of Wax hasn't been released yet, although filming on this horror film has been completed, post-production has not yet begun. Including publicity and distribution preparations, it won't be released until the end of the year at the earliest. At Warner Brothers style, it might even be next spring. For medium-sized films, a year for preparation, shooting, and production is considered fast. For those with an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars, it may take more than 2 years from preparation to release. Thomas continued to talk about the Saturn Awards. If you can win the Saturn Award for Best Young Actor, you'll definitely have an advantage over the competition for new actors at the company. Martin, despite his vulgarity, understood the key. Money? Gifts? Women? Thomas shook his head. How much money do you have? How much can you borrow? Those bigwigs don't need it. After lunch, Martin excused himself and Thomas sat for a while to sort things out. Martin was Thomas's most important client. WMA's star clients weren't his responsibility. If he wanted to climb the ladder and reach the threshold of owning his own office, he needed at least one star client. As for the partner level, he didn't have to worry about it for now. Thomas returned to the company and had just sat down in his partition when he noticed Adrian passing by, heading to the glass-partitioned office. Adrian knocked on the door and entered John's office. John frowned slightly. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to rest for a while? Adrian pulled out a chair, crossed his legs, and sat down as usual. I have something to ask. What seemed like a normal action in the past to John now felt disrespectful. He coughed lightly and pointed at Adrian's feet. This is the office. Adrian tilted his head to look at John, then retracted his legs and asked, I'm broke. The car and house only sold for a small amount. John no longer had any hope for Adrian's future, even thinking he had no future. I'll give you the contract and the invoice. Adrian's lawyer and accountant had all come from his agent's introduction. You urgently need funds to reach a settlement with a woman and to get out of this vortex. Hundreds of thousands of Australian dollars, I can't come up with even if I break the bank. If you agree to sell the house and car, I can only help you sell it as quickly as possible. Is there any other way besides a discount? Adrian said. The price you sold it for is too low. John's expression was filled with resignation. Am I supposed to watch you go to jail? We're more than just agent and client, we're friends. I can't let you go to jail. You're only 27, with so many wonderful years ahead of you. Adrian had someone carefully review the contract and ticket documents, confirming they were all correct. He asked, when will Entourage air? John said, I've been urging HBO to schedule it. Just be patient. Once this difficult period is over, everything will return to normal. After a few more inquiries, Adrian left the office and went downstairs. As he walked out the door, a short, chubby man approached. Tony, wearing his baseball cap backward, handed Adrian the car keys. My agent just called. I can't stay with you. Adrian looked up, his gaze slowly settling on Tony's face. Tony waved the keys. Adrian took the keys and headed for the parking lot. Tony said softly, sorry, Ed, I need to eat too. Adrian didn't look back, didn't reply, and left alone. Burbank, Warner Brothers Studios. Kelly, who had come from Atlanta, had just finished a tour of Warner Bros.'s post-production facilities with Louise. Louise, dressed in a dark business suit, saw that no one was around and gently patted Kelly's butt. Slut, I'm going to meet the production's finance officer. Take a walk around Warner Brothers Studios. I'll call you after get off work, pervert. Kelly gritted her teeth. When that bastard Martin gets here, I'll settle the score with you too. Louise blinked. How? Where do you settle? You settle in the middle. Kelly nearly fainted from anger. Not wanting to talk to her, she trudged out of the post-production facility in her high heels. Holding onto a palm tree, the breeze blew in fresh air, and she finally released a breath that had been pent up in her chest. An electric scooter drove up and stopped at the sidewalk. A familiar voice reached Kelly. God's most beautiful masterpiece, Georgia's most beautiful woman, the mortal incarnation of Aphrodite, your car and driver have arrived. Kelly turned and saw the masculine and handsome man, who immediately extended a hand. Martin, standing by the scooter, assisted Kelly onto it. Kelly said, let's go. Martin started the scooter and wandered aimlessly around Warner Brothers Studios. He asked, why are you in Los Angeles? Kelly snorted. The salesmen I sent here don't work or contribute, so I had to come here myself to solicit sales. Martin ignored her and gestured to the backpack at his feet. I brought you a gift from Australia. I mailed one to you, and since you're here, I'm giving you another. Kelly took the bag and opened it. Inside were 2 boxes of different colors. Which one is for me? Martin said. Beige. Kelly took it and opened it. Inside was a polished, white, smooth animal tusk. Her eyes fell on another dark gray box. Is it for that slut Louise? Martin replied. The same one, let me see it. Seeing Martin's agreement, Kelly opened the box, only to find something different. Inside, besides the fangs, there was also a note with a recipe for a cocktail called honey. Kelly shook the note out. Is it for the slut? Martin casually said. The latest masterpiece from mixologist Louise Mayer. Kelly exclaimed. That shameless slut. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her, a way to get back at Louise. I'll take the recipe. Tell Louise to ask me for it. Martin asked, what do you want with it? You're not interested in cocktails, of course it'll be useful, Kelly said, her smile suddenly turning sultry. Martin, do you want Louise to be the sweet spot between us? Chapter 110 Key Figures. Inside Louise's villa in Sherman Oaks, Kelly lay sideways on the sofa, holding a sticky note between 2 fingers and waving it at Louise. Master bartender, want some? Honey. Martin's got a real knack for names. Louise took off her work jacket, rolled up her sleeves, and turned to Martin. What do you say? Martin sat at the bar, pulled out 2 kettles, tossed them to each man, and said, let's fight. I'll record it. Louise caught them, grasping the kettle held with one hand and the bottom, where the 2 eggs were connected, with the other. Smiling at Martin, she bent the kettle in half. The unusual shape of the kettle began to bend, threatening to break. Martin, shivering, said, this is a fight between the 2 of you. What's the point of dragging me into this? Don't try to scare me, drunkard. You're so weak, you really can't break me, he gestured, inviting them to fight. Let's fight. Louise and Kelly exchanged a glance, and the 2 sluts, who had just been fighting tooth and nail, simultaneously lifted their kettles and turned toward Martin. Martin stood up and said, "Good, very good. You've learned to target men together." Kelly climbed to her feet and stood with Louise, sizing Martin up like a pervert about to commit violence. Faced with such a precarious situation, Martin decisively chose to lie flat, leaping onto the spacious bar and sprawling across it. "Come on, one by one, or all together? I suggest you do it together." He raised a finger and shook it. "Because you're no match." The events in the villa became unspeakable. Meanwhile, enticed by a new cocktail recipe, Master Louise, mayor of the International Bartenders Guild, came between Martin and Kelly. In the gentle night breeze, the three of them changed their clothes and went up to the villa terrace, where they drank and chatted under the moonlight. Martin asked with concern, "Kelly, did you get any business this time?" Louise was still holding a grudge. "Besides grabbing you, what else can she do?" "I got her business. The person in the middle just now was you, slut." "It was you," Kelly fought back. "You are very flexible. It seems Martin has trained you well." Louise was a shameless slut through and through. "I learned all this from you." "I learned a lot from those few times you were in the middle." Seeing that the topic was going off, Martin placed a glass of wine in front of everyone and reminded, "Let's talk about business." Louise picked up the glass and took a sip. "Throughout human history, is there anything more serious than this?" Kelly was a little more serious than Louise, and pouted at Louise. "With her help, I negotiated with Warner Brothers for Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. The filming of this movie will be completed entirely at Gray Studios in Atlanta." Martin asked, "The project with Tim Burton?" "You don't have to think about it. I have too much money tied up in Alexander the Great and didn't participate in the film compilation," Louise said directly to Martin. "Tim Burton will only use his good friend Johnny Depp. Other roles don't suit you. There's no need to take small roles. I haven't had any film compilation projects in the past few months. You should figure it out during this time." Martin heard Alexander again and asked, "Drunkard, how much did you invest in that film?" Louise said vaguely, "More than $20 million US. Kelly deliberately squeezed her. "I really hope this film fails, and you, a female pervert, go bankrupt and have to go out and sell your body. Even if it fails, most of the losses will be in the funds for the film compilation." Louise was vaguely suspicious. "Of course, I won't have it easy either." She suddenly looked at Martin. "Are you willing to support a bankrupt old woman then?" Martin said seriously, "I can support you for 2 lifetimes. Whatever I have, you have." Louise smiled. "You're talking better and better, but I know it's fake. If you really go bankrupt, I'll go out and work as a bartender." Martin didn't argue and changed the subject. "Kelly, you are the producer of Zombie Gigolo. I have good news for you. My agent has reached an agreement with Lionsgate and has submitted the application for Best Young Actor at this year's Saturn Awards. Maybe we will get a nomination," Kelly said. "All global rights to the film have been sold. I can't help you with this matter." Louise took over. "You just want a nomination? Don't want to win the award?" "Winning the award is the best." Martin listed the movies and the corresponding cast that were submitted at the same time, and said, "Except for Lindsay Lohan from Freaky Friday, I haven't even heard of the names of other actors, and their qualifications are not much better than mine." Louise picked up the wine glass and motioned for them to drink together. "This matter is very difficult, but it is also simple. The Science Fiction and Horror Film Academy are not as unified as the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. The two are relatively scattered. Now the most influential boss of the Horror Film Academy is Wes Craven. As long as you can deal with Wes Craven, small awards like Best Young Actor will be easy to get." Martin knew who this was: the screenwriter, producer and director of the Nightmare on Elm Street series and the Scream series. Louise said, "It would be more appropriate to call him the godfather of modern Hollywood horror films." "How can we get him?" Martin asked Louise and Kelly directly. "If I go and sell my ass, do you mind?" Louise warned fiercely. "I will cast you into a concrete pillar and throw you into the Pacific Ocean." She softened her tone. "He won't want you to sell him. Wes Craven has been famous for so many years. He has money, women, men, and transsexuals." "What can impress him?" Martin asked. "What is his biggest hobby?" "Throwing raves. He is very famous in the industry," Louise said briefly. "He likes to play those large-scale, crazy and exciting party games, but he has rarely played them in recent years. It's probably because he has played too many games and lacks novelty." Martin thought carefully. "Do you know him? The kind where you nod and say hello when you meet?" Louise smiled and stretched out her hand. "As for the rest," Kelly said to Martin, "I warned you long ago that this bitch will squeeze you dry and then kick you out." Martin would not let her succeed so easily. Give me some time, I can think of a new formula. Okay, I'll keep a note. Louise was also good at settling people. I'll ask around and see how I can establish a relationship. Kelly saw this pair of dogs and bitches flirting and making deals in front of her, and she was immediately dissatisfied. Martin, you haven't given me any advice for a long time. Martin thought for a moment and said, homosexuality is a big deal here in California. I think it may spread. Georgia will not be able to escape. When the time is right, Kelly, you can launch a new version that combines gay rights, no mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum. Bisexual, Louise, already drunk and radiant with a playful air, pulled Kelly in for a passionate kiss. Then, her hand clasped hers, she turned her watery eyes to Martin, her long eyebrows raised. Is this the new version? Martin couldn't stand it, and stood up to finish his drink. I'll show you two what a new version is. The next morning, Kelly, full of energy, went to discuss her collaboration with producer Brad Gray about Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Martin accompanied Louise to the LA Freedom Society. Louise was one of the board members. The chairperson, Carolyn, was a blonde woman in her 40s, a figure with the power to influence Los Angeles politics. Louise introduced, Chairman, this is Martin Davis, the inventor of the kettle. He and Kelly are the real driving forces behind the Georgia movement. You asked me to lure him to Los Angeles, and I finally did it. Caroline shook hands gently with Martin. You did a great job in Atlanta. I know Kelly Gray, and she doesn't have such ability. You are the real driving force behind the scenes, right? Since Martin gave the credit to Kelly, he would not change his mind on any occasion. Kelly did most of the work. I just made a few small suggestions, but Kelly turned my unreliable ideas into reality. Caroline invited Martin to sit. Are you planning to stay in Los Angeles for a long time to develop your career? Martin said, I'm an actor, and this is the best place for me to develop my career. Atlanta is a small place after all. Caroline said with regret, if the kettle was released in Los Angeles, the momentum it would have created would be several times what it is now. Louise interrupted, I am the master of my own life, which also comes from Martin. Caroline looked at Martin deeply and formally invited, are you interested in joining us? This is something I've longed for, Martin said seriously. Just like I did in Atlanta, I'm willing to contribute to this great cause. Caroline said, don't underestimate yourself. You have a certain reputation and prestige among free societies across the United States. All those fighting for this cause recognize you as a valuable comrade. Martin said, my honor. Caroline then said to Louise, take Martin to complete the paperwork to officially become a social investigator. She offered a carrot. Martin, if you make a contribution, at the next committee meeting, I'll recommend you as the 8th male member in history, Martin politely said, then followed Louise to complete the formalities. Salaries in Los Angeles are generally higher than in Atlanta. As a social investigator, Martin only needs to submit a monthly report, but he still earns $600 a week, more than enough for an average person to live a normal life. When leaving the headquarters, Martin thought of the topic discussed last night and said, drunkard, if you really go bankrupt, the director's salary can guarantee basic living. Louise laughed. Do you think I can still be a director if I go bankrupt? Martin's mind immediately turned. It's okay, I will support you then. Louise said, if the movie really fails, I will tear Kelly's broken mouth apart first. Hearing the broken mouth, Martin thought of another person with an even broken mouth. Chapter 111 Finding a Way. In Marietta, in the Clayton neighborhood, 15-year-old Lily got off the school bus when she heard Nanny, the convenience store owner, yell, there's a package for you, from Los Angeles. Los Angeles. Lily knew who had sent it. She ran over, dug out 2 boxes, picked them up, and started to walk away. The larger box was a bit heavy, so Nanny lent her his card and asked, that idiot Martin Davis. Lily put the box down. Yes, that idiot. She pushed the cart to her front door. In James's yard next door, Hall was digging a hole in the front yard, cardboard at his feet. Lily shouted, what else can you do besides digging? Hall continued digging. Wait until he comes back and falls in and breaks his leg. The Carter children were known for their simple expressions of affection. Lily said, dig deeper. Wait until that idiot comes back, and don't let the earth break his leg. The boxes were moved into the house, and Lily returned the cart. When she returned, she unpacked the boxes, revealing only 2 items, an exquisitely crafted animal tusk accessory and a more primitive bison horn. Tucked inside was a piece of paper. From the crooked letters on it, Lily knew it was Martin's. Each of the 4 siblings received a share of the animal tusks, but the horns were used as raw materials for crafts. Lily Carter was the only one left. Lily flung her long legs out, sprinting out into the yard and yelling at the neighbors, "Idiot! Stop digging the earth. Fill in all the holes you've dug." Hall turned back. "Are you crazy?" Just now, Lily unleashed her ultimate weapon. "If you don't fill the holes, I'll tell Elena." "What do you think she'll do?" Frustrated, Hall turned back and waved his shovel to fill in the holes. He had dug so many holes in the yard he wanted to give to that bastard. He had to fill them all in. Lily returned to the living room, took out all the horns, and placed them on the table. She then dug out a set of carving tools, deciding what to carve first. Once she was done, she would mail them back. Lily's eyes fell on a thick, long, slightly curved bison horn, and she immediately had a brilliant idea, a unique carving of the horn. One that would resemble Martin. "I'm a genius," she laughed heartily. Los Angeles, Century City. Martin had received a call from his agent, Thomas, and hurried over in his car. Entering the office lobby, he noticed a large crowd of young men and women in their 20s. Several of them looked familiar. They were obviously clients. Thomas, who was waiting for Martin, waved. Martin approached and asked, "What's going on? Is the company organizing a team-building event? Or a big party?" As he spoke, his eyes fell on the young man next to Thomas, a Latino. Thomas introduced them. "This is Oscar Isaac, also a client of mine, Oscar, and this is Martin Davis." Martin shook Oscar's hand and exchanged a few pleasantries. Things were relatively peaceful between the two, their roles clearly different, with little conflict of resources. Martin quickly scanned the first-floor lobby and spotted 6 or 7 handsome, brown-haired men, his competitors within the company. Of course, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at the young actresses. Several of them were in excellent shape. Martin asked again, "Young actors and agents, what are you doing here?" Thomas replied simply, "Many Hollywood film and television production companies have switched to a new digital management system. To facilitate actor recommendations, they need to update your information, including digital photos and videos." Oscar then asked, "Are we not the only young clients the company has?" Thomas said, "Not even star-level talent. Those who haven't really hit it big yet are the most valued. When the company recommends young actors to production companies, they prioritize you." Oscar spotted a Latina actress and said, "I'll go over and say hello." Seeing no one around, Martin whispered, "Those bastards are our competitors." Hearing us, Thomas became serious and quietly pointed. "See that handsome blonde guy, a little shorter than you? His name is Mike Vogel. He's a former boxer. The company sees him in much the same way as you. He's already starred in 3 films, Skater Mania, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Wuthering Heights, and has built up a considerable reputation." He twirled his fingers slightly. "The one with long hair on the left is Joe Anderson, who starred in Metro and Pulling the Dead. On the right, the brother and sister are together, Eric Lively. His father, Ernie Lively, is a senior actor and producer in the industry with a wide network of contacts." Martin asked, "Is the one next to him his sister, Blake Lively?" Thomas warned, "You can make friends with a brother and sister, but don't mess around. Their father is no ordinary person." He looked around and didn't see the other person. Originally, Adrian was the focus of the company's resources, and they were planning to have him collaborate with Anne Hathaway on a project called Party. "Now, forget it," Martin nodded. "Are these people ranked ahead of me in terms of resources?" Thomas thought about it carefully. "The movie Zombie Gigolo starring you did well at the North American box office, and you played the leading male role in House of Wax. The higher-ups know you have Ms. Meyer's recommendation. Except for Mike Vogel, the others are not as good as you." Martin glanced at Mike Vogel again and asked, "Does his agent have a separate office?" Thomas felt a pang of frustration. "Yes." He quickly changed the subject. "If you could win a Saturn Award, you'd be just as high a priority as him. Nominations are a possibility, but winning is incredibly difficult." As the two were talking, Jim Witt, a WMA board member and senior partner, came downstairs. He inspected the makeshift image acquisition room and approached Mike Vogel for a few words. Martin couldn't hear clearly from the distance, but he could tell he was encouraging Vogel. Someone called Martin's name from the acquisition room. Martin adjusted his clothes briefly and entered. The photo shoot and filming requirements were to be completely barefaced. Martin, who didn't usually wear makeup, finished the shoot quickly. Jim Witt was standing next to Thomas. Seeing Martin, he nodded slightly. "Are you Martin Davis?" Martin smiled and said, "It's me." "Good afternoon, Mr. Witt," Jim Witt said. "I saw Susan the day before yesterday. She mentioned you. You did an amazing job filming in Australia." Martin could tell Jim Witt and Susan were close friends, so he said, "Susan is a very professional producer. She taught me a lot on set, and I gained a lot from this shoot." "Good job," Jim Witt encouraged, then left the first floor lobby. Everyone else in the lobby glanced at Martin, but Martin remained calm, seemingly oblivious. After Oscar Isaac finished collecting the footage and Thomas carefully verified it, he dismissed him. Thomas called Martin and they went to the office partition. Martin asked directly, "How is the Best Young Actor campaign going?" "Lionsgate has communicated with several judges, and I've contacted the 2 review directors through the company's connections. Thomas has been doing a lot of work these days. The chances of getting a nomination are very high, but winning is too difficult." Martin asked, "How much influence does Wes Craven have?" Thomas was surprised. "You can rely on Craven's connections? When it comes to horror films, his advice is decisive." Martin shook his head. "What I want to ask is, do you have any channels with the company?" "I don't, but the company definitely does." Thomas's words were very realistic, but the company won't use such important relationships and resources for the Saturn Award for Best Young Actor, let alone for an actor of your level. The input and output are not proportional. Martin thought about it and revealed a little. "I'll try other channels." Thomas immediately thought of Louise under Martin. "Call me when you need anything." After getting in the car, Bruce asked, "Where are you going?" Martin took out a pen and notebook from the storage box and said as he wrote, "Take me to Sherman Oaks." Bruce started the car and said, "2 against 1, you'll be worn out after a while." Martin, with a dashing demeanor, said, "You're kidding. 2 more won't be a problem." Halfway through the journey, he called Louise. "How's it going?" Louise said, "Kelly and I are back. Come quickly." On our way, the car stopped at the manor gate. Martin took the key and entered alone. Louise and Kelly were sitting at the bar drinking. The former had mixed a cocktail called Expansion Screw. Martin went to the bathroom to clean his hands, then returned to replace Louise. He fetched gin, violet liquor, ice, lime, and Gatorade, and mixed a new cocktail. "Welcome to Taste It." Under the diving platform, Louise took a sip and said, "Refreshing and intoxicating, not bad." Martin handed another glass to Kelly. "Try it," Louise whispered. Kate came to Los Angeles and started preparing for the awards at the end of the year. Martin knew she was talking about Kate Winslet. "So early?" "Not early. Many people prepare a year in advance, and even move their families to Los Angeles to live for a year or more." Louise slowly turned the wine glass. "Kate has a friend who is a fashion designer, also British, named Georgina Chapman." Martin knew this name. "Weinstein's wife?" Louise continued. "Georgina is now Harvey Weinstein's open lover. Maybe they will get married after Weinstein's divorce. She is hosting a large fashion party in Beverly Hills in a few days. Craven has collaborated with Weinstein a lot. I'm sure he will show up at Georgina's party." She emphasized, "Wes Craven and I are just acquaintances at best. I can only take you to the party." "It depends on you." Martin thought for a moment and said, "Let's give it a try. There's always hope. Even if it doesn't work, I've tried my best." He had no moral integrity. He grabbed Louise in one hand and Kelly in the other. "If there's no way out, rich woman, support me." Chapter 112 New Tricks and New Ways to Play. The fashion party was held at a luxurious mansion in Beverly Hills. Bruce drove a Volkswagen sedan, trailing behind Louise's Bentley, ready to support Martin. Arriving at the mansion's gates, Bruce saw Louise, dressed in her finery, confidently enter with Martin's arm around her. He vomited dog food. He'd been fed too much lately, and he felt like vomiting. The party's front yard was a classic fashion statement, with hostess Joanna standing by the fountain to greet the guests. Kate Winslet had been waiting for Louise. Seeing her approach with Martin, she hurried over and embraced her friend. "You look so beautiful tonight." Turning to Martin, she said, "Handsome, you've finally made it to Los Angeles. Let me take a closer look. You and Louise are a perfect match." Like a gentleman, Martin took Kate's hand and kissed it gently. "Beautiful English rose, can we dance together later?" "No problem," Kate said, leading the way. "I'll introduce you." Louise nodded. "It's better for you to introduce them formally than for me to just walk over." The three of them reached the fountain, where Kate introduced Louise and Martin to Joanna, also from England. Harvey Weinstein even came over and chatted with Louise. Martin and the other two soon left, heading back toward the crowd. Louise asked. Kate, are you planning to use Harvey Weinstein's power? Kate shook her head. It's useless this time. The movie is not his, how can he help? She wanted to win the Oscar for Best Actress. Let's wait for later. If it doesn't work this time, Joanna can help me a little, Louise suggested sincerely. Find a psychopathic or ugly role. Kate couldn't help laughing and looked at Martin. Remember you said this last time? This was not a joke. Martin knew himself. I don't even know which way the college gate opens. Kate came over and took Louise's arm. Can I borrow your female companion to talk for a few words? Martin automatically slowed down. Kate whispered, if Harvey Weinstein comes to talk to you privately, be sure to let Martin accompany you. Louise understood what she meant. I will not cooperate with him, nor am I interested in cooperating with him. If possible, I don't want to. Kate still said the same thing. If you don't win an Oscar, there will always be something missing. Louise could only say, I wish your dream will come true soon. Kate gestured unconsciously. Because of the high box office, I was discriminated against by a group of old men who have no commercial achievements. Where can I go to seek justice? Let's not talk about these annoying things. Louise lowered her voice. Do me a favor later. She and Kate whispered for a long time before stopping. Kate agreed. Okay, it has nothing to do with you. It's mainly because Martin treated me well in Atlanta. Louise's face changed instantly, and the playful temperament could not be suppressed even by the formal evening dress. What? Sam can't satisfy you? Kate, you want to join in? I don't mind, and Martin certainly doesn't mind either. Kate threw away her arm. I'll go find Wes Craven. Martin followed from behind and asked, can it be done? Louise said, do you think there is something wrong with Kate's acting skills? Martin vaguely saw the tall Wes Craven and pulled Louise up. Let's go from the other side. Louise asked, are you sure it will work? Not sure. You said Wes Craven likes group parties, so I'll give it a try. Martin said the same thing. Try your best. And withdraw if it doesn't work, he whispered. You have invested a lot of funds here, and I won't go to the competition in the short term. I have to think of a way to. Do I really let you support me? What if you squeeze me dry and kick me out? The two of them circled around, waiting until Kate struck up a conversation with Wes Craven before strolling leisurely towards the destination, greeting people along the way, just like anyone socializing. Besides Kate, Wes Craven's inner circle also included David Arquette and Courtney Cox, the couple from the Scream series. The latter was a renowned actress from Friends. They were discussing horror films. Martin and Louise approached, and Louise greeted Kate. So you're here? Kate smiled and said, I ran into Wes. David and Courtney were here, so we were chatting about horror films. Craven studied Louise briefly and said, you're Mel's daughter. Louise said, yes, my father has mentioned you several times. He's a huge fan of the Nightmare on Elm Street series. Then, she introduced Martin. Even if they didn't know each other, the male companion brought to a formal occasion was taken seriously. Martin, on his own, couldn't join such a circle. He could only rely on Louise's influence. It's not wrong to say she's being kept. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Kate glanced at Martin and Louise, then immediately turned the conversation back to horror films. The first Scream summarized the cliches of a whole series of horror films, but in the end, it still fell into those same old ways. Craven agreed, it's hard for American horror films to innovate these days. The Scream series is just old wine in a new bottle. The killing methods are just more unexpected, the killers' identities are more unique, and the reasons for the murders are more outrageous. Courtney chimed in, some Eastern horror elements are good. DreamWorks adapted a Japanese horror film. Craven, however, said, the response has been average. Different cultures mean different market acceptance. Louise, speaking from an investor's perspective, said, traditional blood and blood films still have an audience. There have been a few hits in the past 2 years. Martin chimed in, Final Destination had a good idea, but the sequels have become formulaic. Louise said, it's difficult to reinvent the horror film model. The investors are a tough nut to crack. Craven agreed completely, no one wants to invest. Even the best ideas are just ideas. Production companies tend to be conservative and only want to continue with their successful models. Innovation carries huge unknown risks, Martin said, so, Freddy and Jason keep making one movie after another. No mistakes. Seeing Martin and Louise join in the conversation, Kate spoke less. Louise added, we also filmed a movie called Freddy vs. Jason last year. Actually, I think it's very interesting to put monsters from different movies together. Craven was the screenwriter and producer of that movie. It's a moderate innovation within conservatism. Martin continued his words. How about integrating more horror monsters into one movie? For example, giant pythons, unicorns, tooth fairies, killers, giant bats, ghosts, zombies, witches, werewolves, etc. Find a suitable story and creativity, cram them into a movie, and make a big kill. Will horror movie fans be thrilled? Craven imagined in his mind. It's a bit messy. I can't imagine it right now. This is just my personal opinion. Martin looked at Louise. For next week's costume party, how about I make it a horror monster theme? In the dark night, all kinds of horror monsters wander around. It's exciting to think about it, Louise said. You decide. Kate offered an assist. It sounds very interesting. Can I participate? Of course, Martin said. It's my pleasure. He took the opportunity to extend an invitation. David, Wes, Courtney, if you're interested, you can come too. Louise smiled and said, he always likes to brag about being the king of the party, and he loves to come up with all sorts of fancy new things. You guys be the judge. David and Courtney asked for a time, saying only that they would attend when they were free. Craven, who had always loved parties, had been attending less frequently in the past 2 years, mainly because he lacked the excitement of something new. Martin's words piqued his interest, and he said seriously, you can create a bunch of scary monsters. I can see how they work together. Martin, considering his reputation, immediately spoke in a more condescending manner. I've also worked on horror films, and we're planning a special horror film-themed seminar. Craven, maintaining his composure in front of the crowd, said, this topic is very worth researching. Louise took out her and Martin's business cards, exchanged them with Craven, agreed on a time, and said to everyone, I'll send out the formal invitations next Monday. The group chatted happily for a while before dispersing. After a while, Louise excused herself to Joanna, citing family matters. Martin and Joanna arrived at the parking lot, but instead of getting in the Bentley, he called Bruce. As the Volkswagen arrived, Martin asked, I'm planning to rent the same villa in Malibu where they filmed Entourage. I'll pay for it myself, but I don't have any professional help here. Could you lend me a hand? Louise warned. Your debt to me is growing. Martin simply said, pay it with your body. Louise opened the Volkswagen door, pushed Martin in, and said to the driver's seat, old Bruce, throw this piece of rotten shit into the Malibu Sea. I'll settle the bill later. Bruce smiled back. He's a civilized man, don't worry. Martin got in the car, pulled out a small notebook, and handed it to Louise. See if you can pay off the debt. Louise opened it, glanced at it, and smiled with satisfaction. Old Bruce, let's spare his life for now. The Volkswagen door closed and sped away. Louise got on the car and called her assistant, Nikki, rent a villa in Malibu as soon as possible. Bruce drove out of Beverly Hills and headed northeast along the highway. He asked, the investment this time will be very high. Are you sure you can make it back? Investing now is for higher income in the future. Martin took out his cell phone and called Jenna Jameson. According to Louise's description, Wes Craven likes group parties, not purely horror or masquerade balls. Even if a Hollywood modeling agency is willing to take it, the fee is very high. Martin called Jenna Jameson in the afternoon. Now that the party is confirmed, of course he has to find a professional. Sorry, Jenna, to keep you waiting so late. Bruce and I are on our way to the San Fernando Valley. There's a lot of traffic on the road. It will probably take about an hour to get there. Chapter 113, More People, More Fun. Late at night, future superstar Martin Davis had a tryst with the Queen of the Holy Valley, Jenna Jameson. It was such an exciting secret date, but there wasn't even a paparazzi following them. Martin went right in and explained his purpose. I'm hosting a party next week. It's themed around horror movie characters, and I need a lot of beautiful women. Jenna smiled, holding her glass. What we have the most here is beautiful women. Everyone in America knows that, in terms of looks and figure, the actors in the Sacred Valley are much higher end than those in Hollywood. Martin believed his words. They'll need some special makeup and rehearsals. I'll bring someone over later to provide guidance. 30 young, beautiful actors don't have to be famous, but they must have a physical exam next week and sign a confidentiality agreement. No problem, Jenna thought carefully before elaborating. There are some similarities between the two industries. Simply attending a party, even the most chaotic one, won't cost a lot. But special makeup and rehearsals will cost extra, as will the physical exam and confidentiality agreement. It won't be cheap, Martin replied. Sure. Find more people. Send me the information and the list of names, and I'll pick them. After discussing the business, Jenna was quite curious. You're doing well in Hollywood. Many people have approached me for large parties like this, all of them celebrities. Of course, I've signed a confidentiality agreement and won't reveal their names, Martin said bluntly. Men, throwing a wild party together is easier to bond with than just casual dating. Jenna packed her things and prepared to leave. I'll give you a comprehensive list in a day. When she left the private room, Martin looked at Bruce, who was silent, and asked, "Is that second-hand thing you got here okay?" Bruce lifted a tablecloth and disassembled a black box. "It's not second-hand, it's probably 3 or 4 times the price. Don't worry, it's easy to jam civilian recording equipment." He finished disassembling and reassembling it. "Are you sure you can make it? The way you acted, I thought you were a superstar." Jenna has a good reputation in the industry, but it's better to be prepared. "We can't always rely on someone else's professionalism," Martin said nonsensically. "This is to get you used to cleaning up after superstars. When I become famous, it will become normal." The two drove back to Los Angeles. Martin also needed an acting coach to help the beautiful women in the Sacred Valley adapt to their party roles, as well as someone to rent costumes and props. Asking Robert to come over? It wouldn't be a good idea to poach the leader right now, and Robert is too serious. Arriving at the parking lot and finding Bruce, Martin gave him a brief account and asked, "Can you do it?" Mean said, "Boss, I've been in Los Angeles for several years. I know exactly which companies rent which costumes and which studios are good at making which looks. I'm more familiar with horror movies and the perverted monsters in them than I am with old shell. There will be no problem leaving it to me." Martin patted him on the shoulder. "Several big shots will come to the party, and I will introduce you to them." Mean nodded repeatedly and said seriously, "Boss, just tell me who to lick, and I guarantee that everyone will be satisfied." Martin was helpless and warned, "Don't mess around, watch your mouth and tongue." At this point, I felt something was wrong. "Aren't we all supposed to take care of the brothers below?" He added, "When the party gets exciting, there'll be plenty of opportunities for you to mess around." "Boss, I'm absolutely your most loyal." Mean said this and approached Bruce. "Old Bruce, my expenses have been a bit high lately, and my house lease is almost up. I heard you rented a new apartment. I want to move in with you." Mean jumped up and ran to the other side of the car, saying, "Old Bruce, I'm not going." "Just pretend I never said anything," Martin said. "Follow me." And old Bruce, "I have an appointment at a costume studio. Some of the more complex props and costumes can be rented, and Hollywood is full of costume rental companies. There are also disposable items that need to be purchased or custom made, and they can be shipped within a few days if you specify the requirements." Martin went to the Broadway area in Burbank, which is densely populated with various film and television production studios, and found the one Louise had recommended. "I need a nurse's uniform, a particularly sexy one," Martin said directly to the female designer, who was nearly 50 years old, "to match it with white stockings. Do you have any soft rubber prop horn knives?" "Very good, one for each set of clothes." He waved to the back. "Old Boo, here are the pictures I printed out. Bring them here." Mean took the stack of printouts from Old Boo's hand and ran over happily. Martin pointed to the top picture and said, "This is a screenshot from the video game Silent Hill. See those creepy nurses? Use them as the prototype," the female designer warned. "Don't use it in public, it's copyright infringement." Martin replied, "I'm using it for my own costume party." He took the first picture away and pointed to the printed pictures below, saying, "This is a succubus. The tail shouldn't be triangular. Have you seen a pig kettle? Great. The tip of the tail should be designed to look like a smaller kettle, because he needed to keep an eye on it later." Mean stood by and watched, praising him. "Boss, you're a genius." "I think so too," Martin continued, not at all modest. "Look at this one, the female werewolf. The key parts must be exposed. She's a pair with a female vampire. They need to complement each other for easier operation. There's nothing much to say about the female zombie. This female snake person is based on Hayakin from Dusk Till Dawn. She's wearing a 3-point snake suit made of soft material, making it look like the python is emerging from underneath." He talked incessantly, explaining the key points. "As for Sadako, you don't know her? Have you seen The Ring starring Naomi Watts? It's the woman in it. The key points are these two, the female versions of Freddy and Jason. Because they have to perform the Freddy vs. Jason live, their weapons are changed a little. For example, Freddy's claws are in the shape of kettles, and Jason's machete can also be used. The female designer was stunned and said, "You shouldn't develop in Hollywood. You should go into the erotic design industry." "Really? This is a very sincere suggestion." Martin did not seek credit and pointed at Min. This was all his idea. The female designer took the picture printout from Martin's hand and waved to Martin. "You can go." She grabbed Min. "Let's go upstairs to talk in detail. No mistake. One song, one release, one content, 1 in 1/6, one book, one bar. Take a look." Martin waved his hand and asked Min to go with her. Min suddenly noticed the female designer scratching his palm and instinctively asked, "Are you 50? It's not polite to ask a lady's age." The female designer turned and smiled at Min. "Don't worry, I'm not even 50 yet." Min's steps were heavy, his heart even heavier as he followed her up to the second floor. The subsequent discussions about business were naturally not suitable for children. Thomas called and told Martin he had received a fax for him. Martin didn't have a fax machine or the means to set up an office, so he had Jenna Jameson fax the information to Thomas. The list and information included over 70 people, with brunettes, blondes, redheads, and all skin tones. The industry in the Sacred Valley was also pyramid-shaped, with little profit at the bottom. Jenna Jameson had carefully selected the list, and the people were relatively new. Martin recognized a few names on it, such as Caden Cross. There were also two others who looked like they had seen in the blockbuster film, Fire Baby. Martin carefully selected 30 people based on the roles required and rented Jenna's space for initial training. On Monday, Martin personally delivered invitations to Wes Craven and the others. Perhaps because their relationships were currently stable, David Arquette and Courtney Cox declined Martin's invitation. Craven, however, readily accepted, even making a request, "Bring more people along to make the party more lively." The horror film's godfather, though still young at heart, had finally discovered a fun rave and naturally wanted to have a blast. As he put it, "The more people, the more fun." Kate and Louise naturally wouldn't go. Martin thought better of it, sent an invitation to Robert Patrick, called Benjamin Galvin in Atlanta, checked with Jaume Serra, and then visited director Michel Gondry, who had just returned from France. The party was packed with directors and renowned actors, and the atmosphere was instantly high. People from the music video, modeling, and film communities were all having a blast, enjoying the fun together. And after hearing Martin's description of the horror theme, they were actually quite excited. Parties are a great way to strengthen relationships, and Martin wanted to invite Blanc from Europa Films, the film buyer who bought Zombie Gigolo. Michel Gondry said, "Blanc's in France preparing for the Cannes Film Festival and won't be available." He suggested another candidate. "I have a friend, Alexander Aya, another director who made Blood Moon. He's just moved to Los Angeles to develop his career. Can I invite him?" Martin simply sent an invitation. "Of course, no problem." In the following days, Martin made all the preparations, renting a villa venue, hiring a party company, training the relevant personnel, and, most importantly, the physical examination. Chapter 114: An Artistic Party. On Friday, just as the sun was rising overhead, a bus pulled up from the Sacred Valley to the Malibu coast and stopped in front of a single-family villa. Jenna Jameson stood up from the front seat and shouted, "Girls, the people here today are all Hollywood heavyweights. If you can impress them. I don't need to tell you, you all know." She deliberately left the rest of the sentence out, leaving the young bitches to figure it out. Even if the words were off topic later, it would be because they had misunderstood. "Also, when you leave here, watch your mouths." A total of 31 female artists disembarked from the bus and arrived at the villa. Bruce stood on the porch, surveying them one by one, shaking his head slightly. None of them could compare to Kim's. As the female artists approached, Bruce blocked the doorway. "Leave all your electronic devices behind, including your phones. I'll take care of them." This had been agreed upon beforehand. Everyone took out their phones and placed them in labeled plastic bags with their names on them. Bruce said to Jenna, "The stylists and costume designers are here. Take them there." Jenna ushered them into the villa's makeshift dressing room and began applying makeup and changing into their custom costumes. Then, they headed outside to familiarize themselves with the venue for the rehearsed scene. Cars began arriving one after another. Min disembarked from a van and directed the party company to bring in the alcohol, drinks, and food, while another group set up the venue. Min walked to the porch, opened a can of iced Coke, and downed most of it in one gulp. Wiping his lips, he said, "Throwing a high-end party like this, the money is just rubbish. It spent like paper. I would have declared bankruptcy long ago. He was also involved from the beginning, old Bruce, including all those beautiful women. $50,000 isn't enough, right? Bruce said gravely. You don't understand. This is called investment. Only with investment can there be returns, Min said. No wonder I've been around for so many years and am still a bit player. As the sky darkened, Martin's guests began to arrive. Benjamin was the first to arrive, giving Martin a hug as soon as he entered. I told everyone in Atlanta that Martin Davis never forgets his old friends. Benjamin pulled a fang pendant from his neck, a gift from Martin. Look who dares to laugh at me now, those bastards, Martin said with a smile. I'll introduce you to a few friends in the film industry. Robert Patrick arrived soon, followed by Michelle Gondry and Alexandria in the same car. Last to arrive were Jaume Serra and Wes Craven. Martin introduced them, and the conversation revolved around Wes Craven and horror films. They drank and waited for nightfall. When it was completely dark, Martin approached the door, clapped his hands, and announced, "Gentlemen, there are ghosts haunting tonight. They're the best at devouring your brothers. My sincere advice, protect your brothers." Everyone laughed. Everyone who could come and play was relaxed. Martin added, "We have a contest. Whoever takes off their pants first gets to treat us to a French meal at a Michelin-starred restaurant tomorrow." Craven smiled and said, "Great idea. Let's see who can resist first." Benjamin shouted, "Old bull, find me a chain lock. Once I lock my pants, you hide the key." Even the introverted Zomi threw his arms around Benjamin's neck and smiled. Craven walked towards the door. "I'll definitely make it to the end." Martin opened the door. The large courtyard of the villa with its swimming pool was pitch black. Only a slit of the crescent moon shone in the sky, devoid of any light. Alexander was the first to leave. In my film, Blood Moon, two girls go out at night, and a terrible situation suddenly erupts without warning. Everyone, including Martin, emerged and vaguely saw 5 people standing in a nearby open space, blocking their path. Music suddenly blasted, and blurry figures trembled in unison. Their joints were stiff, and their movements resembled zombies, or dancing humanoid machines. The dim lights flickered on, revealing 5 tall women in gray and white nurse uniforms, their backs to Martin and the others. Their bodies twitched and twisted violently to the music, as if every joint possessed its own consciousness, striving to break free from their voluptuous forms and wield sharp knives unbecoming of their identities. The contorted forms, the decaying bandages, the muffled mumblings, made the artists breathe heavily. Just then, the 5 nurses spun in unison, their horn-sharp knives raised, and with eerie, stiff steps, they approached. The dim light shone on their tumor-riddled faces, their hideous, sinister appearance creating a stark contrast with their voluptuous bodies. Michel, a Frenchman known for his romantic pursuits, suddenly exclaimed, Why am I causing them such foolishness? Is there something wrong with me?" Alexander replied, "I am, too." The nurses stopped 5 meters away, their horn-sharp knives slashing mechanically, a look of utterly sinister cruelty. Benjamin couldn't help but clutch his crotch, his hand gripping the waistband tightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to be the first to go, but the treat was too expensive. Martin was a passionate and exuberant man, and the air he exhaled was noticeably hotter. "What a bunch of perverts." Craven looked at the terrifying nurse with interest and said, "This one, tonight, is worth it." The combination of sexual impulse and death threats. "Martin, you're a real talent, guys. Tomorrow at the Lemon Acid restaurant, it's my treat." Patrick, an emotionally expressive actor, unbuckled his belt and rushed forward. "I clearly don't want to lose, but I can't control myself." He glanced at the sexy and terrifying nurses. "Martin, you bastard, you make me feel like a pervert." Martin waved everyone past the nurses to the edge of the pool and said, "Guys, lunch is served tomorrow, but no one's buying drinks tonight." A crisp snap startled Zomi, who was closest to him. He quickly stepped back. A pale hand grasped the edge of the pool, slowly leading someone out. The man lowered his head, his damp black hair cascading down in front of him, obscuring his face. His thin white clothing was soaked, nearly transparent, revealing the scenery beneath without revealing it. Sadako emerged from the shore, crawling towards the group, just like in a movie. With a bang, the door to a nearby dressing room opened, revealing a blue-eyed, fanged female vampire clad in leather and chains. She struggled frantically with a female werewolf, her clothes shredding and ripping in the ferocious battle. With a werewolf and vampire appearing early, Martin had no choice but to make the best of a bad situation. It worked out well anyway. No mistakes, no. Michelle's inner romantic took over. He stepped forward, stood before Sadako. And glancing at the damp hair obscuring her face, he declared, "Sadako, it's time to unleash your eloquence." He then shouted at the vampire and the werewolf, "Stop these empty tricks. Give me something exciting, real weapons." The werewolf and the vampire completely disarmed each other and began a real fight. "I want to be a demon hunter," Alexander Auger roared, charging into the werewolves and vampires, brandishing his demon-killing gun to battle the dark, evil creatures. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Footsteps echoed from the left side of the pool as a group of ragged zombies sauntered over. Their bodies were gray, their faces blue, and their mouths stained with black and red blood and shredded flesh. Benjamin leaped out with a swift step, shouting, "These zombies are mine. No one can steal them from me." The Sacred Valley's version of Night of the Living Dead officially began. Across the pool, spotlights flickered on, and several Latina snake women stepped onto a makeshift stage. They were wrapped in pythons, their bodies covering their sensitive areas. Zomi looked closely and saw that the snakes were all growing from that same spot. As if possessed by Salma Hayek, the snake women danced a dance from dusk till dawn. This struck a chord with Zomi. He didn't bother to walk around the narrow pool, so he jumped in, waded through the waist-deep water, and rushed onto the stage. Dancing with snakes. Craven looked at Martin and said, "Why didn't I meet you before? Your party is so creative." He looked down and said, "Ordinary stimulation wouldn't have any effect on me, but now I've had a strong reaction." "Martin, hold more parties like this and invite me to every one." Martin responded without hesitation, "No problem. If he had too many of these parties, he would be broke." "Wes, I have a special gift for you today. Come with me. Your children are waiting for you." The two crossed a lawn and entered the villa's hall, brightly lit. Several female artists were gathered there. At the front of the hall, Freddy was locked in a desperate struggle with Jason. Freddy's kettle-shaped claws stabbed into Jason. Jason's machete, similar to the one used on the previous one, also pierced Freddy's vitals. Two of Hollywood's most ferocious demons unleashed a terrifying war cry. Several succubi rushed from behind, pulling their long, kettle-like tails behind them and grabbing the tips. They pounced on Jason and Freddy from behind. Unexpectedly attacked, Freddy and Jason reached out to Craven, screaming, "Daddy, save me! Daddy, save me!" In such a situation, what man could resist? He had to become a hero. The night wind blew in through the window, ruffling Craven's graying hair. The old artist could no longer hold back, roaring forward, "You little bitches from hell! Let my kids go! Where's my gun? I'm going to shoot you." The godfather of horror, still as strong as ever, slew the succubi from hell and comforted his children in the most appropriate way. But strangely, Freddy and Jason's screams became even louder. Martin moved to the next room. Several blonde succubi were waiting for him. Caden Cross grabbed the tail and bit into it. This was a party steeped in art, with participants from two of America's greatest artistic sanctuaries. Chapter 115 Awards an Actor. As daylight brightened, the female artists departed on a bus, and the villa finally fell silent. Wes Craven, donning a brand new robe, ascended to the second-floor terrace, admiring the turquoise ocean view. Martin approached from behind, stood by the railing, and greeted him. "Good morning, Wes." Craven, now refreshed, asked, "You came up with all this?" "Most of it," Martin said, turning back and gesturing outside. He waited for Mean to enter, then said, "And he helped me with a lot of the prep work." Craven asked, "What's your name?" Mean glanced at Martin and replied, "Mean Seth, a minor actor." Craven nodded, "I'll remember you. I'll have Martin contact you if anything happens." Mean, surprised and excited, tried to say something, but knowing his tongue could easily cause trouble, he simply nodded vigorously and left the terrace. Craven asked, "Do you have any cigars?" Martin went back and fetched them. Craven sat at the table, slowly roasting his cigar, and said, "I've seen Zombie Gigolo starring you." Martin was not surprised. Craven came to the party and would definitely have a basic understanding of the party host. He immediately smiled and said, "My honor, it's a very interesting performance." Craven did not forget to brag about himself. "It's as powerful as when I was young." Martin praised, "Wes, you are still in good shape. You can imagine how powerful you were back then, as a man. Who doesn't care about this?" Craven laughed, "I'm old and can't do it. Last night, with Freddy and Jason, I had a hard time." He suddenly changed his tone and asked directly, "Martin, You organized such an interesting party. What do you want? Martin said. Zombie Gigolo has been nominated for the Saturn Award for Best Young Actor. Craven took a puff of his cigar. I know, it's a small matter. Things that actors of Martin's level can't get are not worth mentioning in the eyes of Wes Craven. Martin didn't say any more about it and asked, "What would you like for breakfast?" Craven exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said, "It's almost noon. Such an interesting bet last night can't be wasted." "I want to bankrupt Patrick," Martin said. "They're still sleeping soundly. Look at them. They're far worse than the two of us." Craven was very proud. "If you don't pay attention to maintenance, you won't be able to play in the future." Martin keenly noticed that Craven was particularly concerned about and liked to brag about men's abilities, so he asked specifically, "Wes, do you have a maintenance secret? Can you tell me a little?" Craven said, "You're still young and talented, so you don't have time to use it." Martin said, "I want to be as powerful as you in the future." These words touched Craven's heart, and he laughed again, saying, "There's no secret. It's mainly good talent, and then regular exercise and eating more to meat." Martin nodded. "I really wish I had a strong body like Jason and a strong recovery ability." Craven thought back to Jason last night. The two good kids had truly delighted him, and he was still feeling euphoric. Furthermore, he had a soft spot for Martin. He asked, "What would you do if your entire family was murdered by a psychopathic killer?" Martin sensed his opportunity. "I'd turn evil, even more psychopathic than the killer." Craven pointed casually. "Perform a scene." Martin took a moment to adjust his breathing, immersed himself in his new role, and acted out the tale of a revenge-mongering maniac. Craven, his cigar still tucked in his hand, watched Martin's performance closely. His acting was far superior to Johnny Depp's in A Nightmare on Elm Street. "That's enough," he said, stopping Martin. "Keep the contact information you gave me open." Martin nodded. "You can always reach me." The two chatted on the terrace, their conversation never leaving the topic of women. Hearing Martin talk about the trapeze artist, Craven was filled with envy. "I never did it when I was young and healthy, and now I wouldn't dare." Martin offered a random suggestion: "Get a crane, design a rotating box, and swing it through the air." Craven was impressed. "You really know how to do it." "Yes, Martin is the best." Patrick went up to the terrace and said, "Those nurses were so alluring, so terrifying and sexy, even more exciting than the T-800. Martin laughed. "Robert, there's something wrong with you." Patrick pulled out a chair and sat down. "Don't worry about the details. Last night was great." Zomi, Benjamin, Alexander, and Michelle also came to the terrace. They were very satisfied with the party last night. The conversation turned from women to movies, and they chatted enthusiastically. Wes Craven said directly, "I have a new idea. It's also about a group of perverted murderers, but what's different from the past is that I want to further integrate the concept of family, so that the tragic death of his family can inspire the hero's inner courage. In the end, he slaughters the perverts in a more wild way." He said it in front of everyone to let people know that Wes Craven is a man of the scene, not a stingy person. "Haven't you discovered the fact that Martin is more perverted than a pervert, so he is the most suitable for such a role?" Patrick assisted appropriately. "Wes, you don't want to have a wild party on the crew, so you specially found Martin, this bastard." Craven laughed happily. "That's a good idea, Robert. I will definitely call you then." Michelle asked in surprise, "Aren't you going to call us?" Craven said, "None of you bastards can be left out." Martin said seriously, "I have to think about it carefully to see if there is any new way to play. By the way, you can help me with ideas." "There are not many ways one person can think of," others responded. After some banter, Craven got back to the point. "Martin, I'll be putting together a crew soon. The script might be finished later. I'll call you then and you can pick it up." "No problem," Martin replied. The party was well spent. Sure enough, two men who've sharpened their guns together have a special bond. No mistake. Martin finally understood why Hollywood has so many group parties. Benjamin then asked, "The crew is almost set up, but the script is not finished yet." Craven was surprised. "Isn't this normal?" Patrick explained to his fellow countrymen. "In Hollywood, there are often projects and crews first, and then there are scripts." Benjamin understood. No wonder the status of screenwriters is relatively low. Craven is a screenwriter by profession. Who would want to be a pure screenwriter when they can be a leading actor, director, and producer? Alexander August said, "I do have a story idea, Wes, which fits your story very well." Craven said, "Did I give you my contact information yesterday? Well, when you are free, come to me and we can sit down and have a good chat." Now I am thinking about eating Robert out of business. Patrick looked at his watch and said, guys, it's almost noon. I lost yesterday, and I have to admit defeat. Let's set off now and go to the Lemon Acid restaurant for a French meal. Everyone left the restaurant and found a room to change clothes. When Martin emerged, he found Alexander waiting for him by the door. He pulled him over, put his arm around his shoulder, and asked, what's going on? Alexander replied, nothing, just thank you. I just arrived in Los Angeles, and you connected me with Wes Craven. I make horror films, and Craven has a huge influence on the Hollywood horror scene. A word from him could save me years of hard work. Martin shook his shoulder. We're all in this together, and we need to help each other. The more people we meet, the wider our network, and the easier our future will be. You never know when I might need your help. That's right, Alexander said with a smile. Michelle told me you're a fantastic actor, and we could work together someday, Martin replied. As long as the opportunity is right, it's no problem. They gathered in front of the villa and got into their cars, heading straight for downtown Los Angeles. Bruce, the professional street sweeper, stayed behind to handle the cleanup and other post-production tasks, leaving no trace of Martin or his crew. Martin was replaced by the loyal Mean, who drove. Before setting off, Martin introduced him to everyone. Mean, who had been talking non-stop since Martin got into the car, boss, if you have anything to do in the future, just tell me to do it. Even if it's blowing Antonio, I won't frown. Even if you let Old Bull get in through the back door, I'm willing to do it, Martin warned. Be careful, Old Bull will get rid of you, Mean quickly said. I didn't say the last sentence. He tried to make himself look more serious. In the past few years, I have known several people, but they immediately kicked me out when they got the chance. Unlike you, Boss Martin, who fought for the opportunity for me in person. Martin waved his hand. These are all trivial matters. I won't give you the chance to be the protagonist, Mean vowed. Whoever dares to steal the protagonist from you, I will fight him to the death. Boss Martin, I can't guarantee anything else, but I have licked a lot of old women. As long as I go back and make them sweet and comfortable, I can't say I'm helping them, but it won't be difficult for me to dig a hole for them, Martin said. I won't be polite to you if you need me, Mean said cheerfully. My lip and tongue skills are among the best in the whole club. No, in the whole of Los Angeles. Martin thought of the casting director. Don't cut off contact with Mary Gale. You're 10 times luckier with women than men. Mean was aware of this. I don't want to be exposed either. No man of normal sexual orientation would want to be gay. Being exposed, or being exposed, was unacceptable. They arrived in Los Angeles. Patrick had reserved a table at Lemon Acid the day before. The French meal was rather elaborate, and the atmosphere was rather strange for several grown men dining together. Craven said, we should go for Brazilian barbecue. Martin replied, next time we get together, we'll treat you to a more relaxed place. After lunch, the group, who had been practicing their guns together, decided not to go out for drinks and went their separate ways. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Lord of War. Inspired by Wes Craven's one-on-one challenge to Jason and Freddy, Martin had been at the gym less than an hour after returning. Decades away, he wanted to further sculpt his physique and improve his endurance. If Kate got carried away and accepted Louise's invitation, it wouldn't be 1 versus 2, but 3. 3 women in their 30s, the very thought of them would make their old backs creak. Keep your shoulders and elbows perpendicular to the ground, and your torso straight. Susie, the female trainer, crouched on the ground, her hand moving from Martin's head back, guiding him through the key movements of the plank. Keep your torso straight, keeping your head, shoulders, hips, and ankles in the same plane. Engage your abdominals, pelvic floor, glutes, and groin tight, and breathe evenly. Martin braced himself on the ground, motionless, as if a fragile woman lay beneath him. Susie checked the stopwatch. Good, hold on, she encouraged him in her own unique way. Can you hold on for 5 more minutes with your girlfriend? Go for it. Okay, time's up. Back up, relax. Martin stood up and stretched slightly, then wiped his sweat with a towel Susie offered him. Susie finally had time to ask, where's Bruce? Why don't I see him? Martin said, he'll be in a minute. As they were talking, Bruce came through the door. Susie immediately left Martin and went over to greet Bruce. "You're late today," Bruce said. "Something kept me." He winked at Martin, who said, "Let's go rest for a while, Susie. I'll call you if anything else." Susie watched the two men leave and turned to look at the incredibly well-developed gluteus maximus. Wasn't that sexy ass attractive? Two men, each as determined as a sliver of steel and unconcerned with beauty, found a quiet spot on the fitness center's lounge area and sat down. Bruce opened the bag and handed everything to Martin. "The bills are all in here. From the Sacred Valley, the rental of the villa, and the costumes, all added up, you've spent over $60,000 on one party." Martin glanced through it and said, "You really don't call it money." Bruce said, "I hope it pays off." He simply said, "I've got all the finishing touches done." After a short rest, the two of them returned to their fitness routine. It wasn't just Martin who had been stimulated by Wes Craven last night, Bruce had been too. For someone in their 60s to have that kind of fighting power and output rate was truly enviable. A man's biggest fear is to be old in heart but old in body. When he meets a girl he loves, he can only watch limply. That can easily lead to change of heart. On Monday morning, Martin was still sound asleep when he heard a knock on the door. Thinking it was someone across the street looking for Jessica, he left the bedroom to hear the voice of the landlord, Antonio. When he opened the door, Antonio, gun in hand, stood before Bruce's door. He quickly said, "It's me, Martin. We're on the same side. Don't shoot." Antonio patted his old shotgun and said, "Don't worry, it's a gun of friendship. We don't shoot on the same side." Bruce opened the door, the pistol in hand. Antonio quickly said, "Don't shoot, we're on the same side. There's something wrong with my gun. You said you could fix it last time." Bruce nodded and said, "Come in." Martin followed him into Bruce's apartment. Bruce carefully examined the shotgun and went to find his toolbox. Martin said to the landlord, "You're running around with a gun. Be careful not to shoot anyone. The gun of friendship won't shoot anyone." Antonio, overweight, struggled to stand. He plopped down on the sofa, the springs creaking so loudly that you wondered if they'd ever stop. Antonio gestured. "Anyone hit by the gun of friendship is a bad person." Martin gave a thumbs up. "It's a gun of friendship, after all." Bruce found his tools. His gun had a broken part and he needed to go out and buy one. Martin had work to do today, so he went to Warner Studios alone to dub a scene for House of Wax. At noon, his agent Thomas called and said there was something urgent, so he immediately rushed to the agency. Thomas was incredibly excited when he saw Martin. "This morning, a friend from the Academy of Science Fiction and Horror Film called me and said Wes Craven has spoken to the judging panel and confirmed you'll be a Best Young Actor nominee. The nominees will be officially announced at the end of April." Martin asked, "What about the awards ceremony?" Thomas replied, "It's in mid-May. Our chances of winning are incredibly high." He pulled a fax from a drawer. "It's from the Academy of Science Fiction and Horror Film, inviting you to be a guest performer. I leveraged Craven's influence to secure this for you." Martin reacted quickly, raising his fist. "Thomas Lane, don't you think we're a golden couple?" Thomas gulped down his bowl of chicken soup, bumped fists with Martin, and said in a low voice, "We're a golden couple. We're on a roll, and we have a bright future." "Will the awards ceremony be broadcast live on television?" Seeing Thomas nod, Martin asked, "What should I perform?" Thomas said, "Of course, what you're best at. This is a great opportunity to increase our exposure and visibility. We need to choreograph it to attract as much attention as possible." Martin decided, "Then we'll do the zombie machine gun dance." Thomas thought of the video that made the man feel inferior and said, "I think it's possible." Martin knew very well that except for the machine gun dance, he was only an amateur in other dance moves. He said, "I need a teacher who is good at the zombie dance and can fully combine the machine gun dance with the zombie dance. You can't find the right person, so I'll call someone from Atlanta." Thomas suggested, "Find the original choreographer and dance teacher. You should confirm it with the Saturn Awards first." Martin had the phone number of N, the choreographer from Beast House, in his hand. "I can call them anytime." At this point, a new idea came to him. "In Zombie Gigolo, I have a zombie vampire dance troupe. When you communicate with them, ask if you can bring the dancers." It was a very reasonable request. Thomas said, "I will communicate with them." Martin asked, "Are there any new jobs in sight?" Thomas called up the computer information and printed it out directly. "The company just informed me this morning that a multi-party film project about an arms dealer has been confirmed to play the leading role, with Nicolas Cage as the actor, and the director is Andrew Niccol of WMA. Cage was not much to say. Martin asked, "The director's name sounds familiar." Thomas said, "The screenwriter of The Truman Show, nominated for an Oscar for Best Original Screenplay." Martin said, "No wonder it sounds familiar." Thomas sorted through the printed materials and said, "This film is said to have a budget of $50 million US. You're auditioning for a supporting role." The lead actor's younger brother, Martin, took the materials and carefully examined them. It was easy to confirm that this was Lord of War, the once famous film. He asked, "Is the audition competition fierce?" Thomas nodded. "I'm not sure about the other agencies. This morning, the agency just recommended your profile, Mike Vogel's, and Joe Anderson's to the crew and director. Andrew Niccol is the director, screenwriter, and executive producer, and he has the final say on auditions." Martin asked directly, "Do you have any information about the director? Any hobbies or style?" "He likes blondes or brunettes with good figures. His girlfriend is Canadian model and actress Rachel Roberts." Thomas understood. He has unique insights and strong control over his work. He likes to try new and bold things. Martin interpreted it from another perspective. In other words, he likes sexy blondes or brunettes. He likes to take charge of the crew and do a lot of tricks. Thomas thought about it, unable to refute it. He said, "One of the reasons I called you here is that after Andrew received the agency's recommendation, he wanted to meet with the three of you candidates separately before the audition. This is actually an audition in itself, more crucial than the audition in 2 weeks." Martin searched Thomas's mirror and asked, "How am I doing now?" "Very good," Thomas said conscientiously. "I have the looks and the figure." He checked the time. "Hold on, Andrew won't be here until after 4. Martin waited until 4:15, when an assistant called and told Thomas to take the actors to the small conference room upstairs to meet Andrew Niccol. Outside, Martin found Mike Vogel and his agent, Pinto, already there. Half a minute later, Joe Anderson, with his long hair, arrived alone. Then, Eric Lively, whom he had met before, arrived, accompanied by his sister, Blake Lively, and his agent. 4 distinct groups formed in the hallway. The atmosphere wasn't tense, but there was no communication either. Martin suddenly realized he had forgotten something, but he couldn't place it. The conference room door opened, and Andrew's assistant came out to call for someone. Eric was the first to go in. He was out within half a minute of the door closing. As soon as they left the room, Eric started complaining. "What's going on?" He asked, "Is your dad Ernie?" And then he said, "I'm not a good fit, that he has a grudge against my dad." Blake, though young, understood the ways of the world and quickly grabbed Eric. "Stop talking nonsense." "How could I say that?" It was clearly this director. Eric hadn't finished his words when Blake pinched his arm hard and dragged him away. His agent rushed to appease him. Mike Vogel went in second and emerged 2 minutes later, shaking his head at his agent. Pinto lowered his voice. "Why?" Mike Vogel said, "I can't accept it, it's that simple." An assistant called Martin's name from the doorway. Martin, passing by Mike Vogel, overheard him and turned to look. Mike Vogel glanced at him, their eyes meeting. Mike Vogel suddenly smiled and said, "Man, I failed." "Good luck." Martin was confused by his competitor's sudden words. He certainly didn't believe Vogel's wishes were sincere. Given the situation at the door, if killing was not illegal, without Eric's advice, the three of them would definitely pull out knives and stab each other. Chapter 117. A dedicated person. Standing in the small conference room, Martin briefly examined the people seated behind the table. The director, with his neatly cropped hair, was a middle-aged man with a refined demeanor. Andrew's gaze, like radar waves, swept over Martin's face and body. Martin seemed to see Patrick, Craven, Zomi, and Michelle from a few days ago. He was all too familiar with that gaze. It was the gaze of a seasoned pervert. Andrew then said, "Martin Davis, the new actor." He nodded and said directly, "I'm having a character workshop at the Hilton Hotel tonight. Can you make it?" Perverts bumped into each other, and Martin said without hesitation, "I have something very important to do tonight." "I can't make it," Andrew said. "I'm sorry." Martin said no more and turned to leave the meeting room. There was no pressure on either side. One proposed an offer, the other flatly rejected it. If it didn't work out, they parted ways. There were no hidden rules, everything was out in the open. Martin left the room, shook his head slightly at Thomas, and headed for the stairwell. Thomas followed, whispering, "What's going on?" "Failure requires identifying the cause so it can be avoided next time." Martin said bluntly, "Andrew asked me to go to the hotel tonight, but I refused." "Thomas, An agent who was deeply influenced by the company's poet said, "This is a good opportunity to act with Nicolas Cage." Martin shook his head. "This will completely ruin me and make me lose Louise's support." Thomas immediately shut up. It was not worth losing a long-term meal ticket for a resource that would only be used once. The two went downstairs and Martin was about to leave. Thomas instructed, "You should focus on preparing for the Saturn Awards ceremony. After you win the Best Young Actor award, we will plan new roles." Martin also wanted to practice dancing and said, "Okay." Going downstairs, he came to the first floor lobby. Martin saw the lively siblings again. Eric was still angry. Blake recognized Martin and said, "Hi, could you wait a moment?" Martin paused and asked, "What's going on? Can we chat for a minute?" Blake introduced himself. "My name is Blake Lively, and that's my brother Eric. We just met upstairs." Martin glanced at her quickly. The girl had blonde hair draped over her shoulders and a mature look. Her simple white t-shirt and blue jeans accentuated her tall, well-proportioned figure. He introduced himself, "Martin Davis." Blake smiled politely. "Excuse me, did you succeed just now?" "Or," she explained, "I don't mean anything else. It's just that Eric just doesn't understand." Martin said vaguely, "The director invited me to the hotel tonight to study the role, but I declined." Blake, who came from an acting family, was slightly surprised before he understood the meaning and said, "Thank you, you're welcome." Martin nodded politely and left the agency. As he was leaving, he suddenly remembered what he had forgotten. He hadn't called Robert, and he hadn't asked Robert to serve Coke. Martin patted his head, silently reminding himself not to forget next time. In the hall, Blake had figured out what was going on. The siblings' agent had contacted someone above them, forcing them to step in temporarily. Andrew, having seen the person and the information, figured out their father's identity and didn't want to cause any trouble. She found Eric and briefly explained the situation. Eric, clearly not as smart as Blake, said, "How about having Dad call Andrew and help me get the role?" Blake felt her brother was hopeless. "Change your profession. The dumbest left tackle on the Burbank High School football team is smarter than you." Hearing his sister's disdain, Eric felt humiliated. "I was the one who brought you in. I was the one who recommended you to the agency. Without my protection, how could you have been an actor?" Blake clutched her forehead. "Think about it, is that really you? Some people understand things in their teens that others might take another decade to grasp." Eric said, "Of course I recommended you." Blake pointed at Martin's back as he left the house. "He's much smarter than you." A few days later, at Louise's villa, Martin sat on the living room sofa, having switched to Warner TV early. Kelly slumped in his arms, gently biting a grape. Martin waited until she swallowed, then popped another into her mouth. Kelly mumbled between bites, "Is that Warner Network?" Martin turned up the volume. "The Saturn Awards are being broadcast on Warner Network this year, and the nominees will be announced by Warner Network." Kelly hooked her arm around Martin's neck, tilted her head, and lowered the grape she was biting into his mouth. Martin said, "I want the other two." Kelly struggled to push herself up. "How can you get them if you don't lower your head?" A snapping sound came from the bar. Louise, who was pouring her own drink, angrily shouted, "You two shameless people, if you keep messing around here, I'll let the dogs bite you." Kelly said, "She's on her period, leave her alone." Louise raged, "Slut, I'll paint your face red." Kelly was about to speak, but Martin slapped her butt and said, "Stop it, it's happening." Warner Network officially announced the Saturn Award nominees. There was no nominees luncheon or press conference. The announcement was made directly on the TV news. This year's list featured a long list of well-known film names, such as X-Men, Age of Ultron, The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the Condor Heroes, and Pirates of the Caribbean. Martin glanced ahead, his gaze fixed on the Best Young Actor nominees. Kelly pointed at the TV screen and exclaimed, "Your name's on it?" Martin had already seen that Martin Davis, from Zombie Gigolo, was clearly listed among the 6 nominees for Best Young Actor. Of the other 5, the only name he had heard of was Lindsay Lohan. Martin pushed Kelly, leaped from the sofa, and ran towards the bar with a roar of excitement, exaggerating, "Beautiful ladies, you are witnessing history. You are witnessing the birth of a Hollywood star. When you're old and publish your autobiography, this experience will earn you an extra $1 million in sales." No mistake. Louise, for once, didn't make a sarcastic remark. Instead, she took out a bottle of champagne from under the bar and said, "It's worth celebrating." Kelly had been living with Louise and Martin recently. The three of them had been spending so much time together that it had become a habit. She asked dissatisfiedly, "Only wine? You're so stingy, you slut." Martin took the champagne, opened it, and poured it into 3 highball glasses. Louise snorted coldly and said to Kelly, "I'll at least take out a bottle of champagne." "What do you have?" Kelly undressed as she walked, jumped up and sat on the bar. "I'll take everything to celebrate for Martin." Louise picked up a white towel and blocked Kelly's mouth. "Bitch. This is for Martin to celebrate for you." Martin skillfully took out 2 newly customized kettles and placed one in front of each of them. "Let's get started. Be more intense and cheerful. Just consider it a celebration for me." He felt that something was missing, so he took 2 glasses of champagne and poured them on the 2 kettles. "It's ready." Louise looked at the wet kettles and said, "You bastard, you're also a slut. You can't slander people out of thin air." Martin said seriously, "Have you ever seen someone as loyal as me?" Now, even Kelly couldn't stand that anymore. "Is your face made of tank armor?" Martin retorted with reason. "I only like women with pretty faces and good figures." "Isn't that loyal enough?" 2 kettles flew over one after another, and Martin escaped with a leap. He first called his agent to confirm that he would appear as a guest performer and could bring his own dancers, and then he called Atlanta. There was no other way. The recent investment was too high, and someone needed to share the cost. For a small actor like him who had no sponsors, attending the award ceremony was both an opportunity and a huge expense. Atlanta, Marietta Community Theater. In the office of Robert, the troupe's chief acting director, there were several boxes of bottled and canned Coke. The production dates were all during the filming of Ma Gen's play last year. After receiving another call from Martin, Robert skillfully took out a bottle of Coke, smeared it with olive oil, and placed it on the west-facing desk. Compared to before, Robert had one more thing to do. He murmured to Coke, "Martin Davis, everything's going well." Jerome came in, surprised. "What are you doing?" Robert said, "Nothing, just a little blessing ceremony." Jerome didn't ask any more questions. Faith was a thing of the past. "Come with me to the Beast House. I'll help Martin with something." The 2 of them headed straight for West Street. In the club's second-floor office, they met Vincent, wearing a cowboy hat. Jerome stated his purpose directly. Vincent stood up suddenly and asked, "Are you saying that Martin has been nominated for a National Film Award for Zombie Gigolo and will be performing on stage?" Jerome said calmly, "The Saturn Awards are firmly in the top 10 of all American film and television awards. Warner Television will be broadcasting the awards ceremony nationwide." Vincent was a little confused. Martin asked Annie and the Stylish Boys to go to Los Angeles. Jerome nodded slightly. Martin said the club has helped him a lot. He plans to bring the Stylish Boys to the awards ceremony. When he gives his acceptance speech, he will specifically mention the Beast House Club and your name. The muscular woman Sophia, who had been silent until then, took over the conversation. "That jerk is a smart guy. Just tell him what he wants." Jerome said truthfully, "The club will sponsor all expenses for his attendance at the awards ceremony, including clothing, makeup, car rental, and celebration party. It will also cover Annie and the Stylish Boys' round-trip travel expenses, as well as all expenses in Los Angeles." Vincent said, "It sounds like he's not doing very well in Los Angeles. The actor's initial investment is relatively high." Jerome said lightly, "He is about to win his first national-level acting award." Sophia made a quick decision. "These are not a problem. Tell Martin that House of the Beasts should be thanked separately." Jerome replied, "No problem. Art that cannot be monetized is not art." Chapter 118, People Fighting for the Boss. The bus departed Los Angeles International Airport. At the urging of Hart, Carrington, and the others, we skipped the hotel and headed straight to Warner Brothers Studios in Burbank. Martin had rented a professional dance studio there. The boys were eager to meet their father. 18 stylish men were making their way to Hollywood. Arriving at the studio entrance, Hart and Carrington asked the staff to pack their lunch items and marched into the studio, following Bruce to the dance studio. Bruce opened the door and saw a familiar figure stretching. Well prepared, Hart was the first to rush in. After a few run-up steps, Hart, taking advantage of the smooth surface, slid out onto his knees. One hand swung behind him, and the whiteboard marker he held tightly in his hand, along with the paint on his knees, drew 3 streaks on the floor. Carrington and the other stylish men followed suit, each leaving 3 streaks. Hart opened his arms, nearly grabbing Martin's legs. "Dad, Martin, this is a perfect score, right? Look, we're sliding down on 3 bars." The once pristine dance studio was now covered in a mess by these idiots. Martin was furious, ready to kill. Brooke, get your guns out. Get these bastards out of here. Shoot them all. Hart spread his hands and covered his butt. No. Get that creep, Brooke, away from us, Handsome Brian said. We're living under Brooke's terror in Atlanta, and now we're in Los Angeles. He's still intimidating us. Bruce slowly raised his right hand and pushed back his jacket, his movements graceful, like a civilized man. Seeing the civilized man about to appear, Hart ducked his head, blew on the floor, and began to wipe with his sleeve. Hurry up, clean up the floor. You want to be on TV if you upset Dad. Martin, 18 handsome men, transformed into 18 cleaners. Mean, standing nearby, was stunned. What kind of idiots were these? Shameless and shameless. He remained silent. Compared to these people, am I too thin-skinned? Are these guys trying to steal the boss? Mean immediately ran next door, fetched a white towel, and squatted down to wipe the floor. Martin ignored these idiots and stepped forward to Annie, giving her a gentle hug. Teacher Annie, I'm sorry to bother you again, Annie said. The club paid for it. She smiled. How many days do we have left? 20, Martin said, giving a precise timeline. I won't do anything else for these 20 days. I'll just focus on training. Annie checked the dance studio. You already have the foundation. 20 days dedicated to practicing one dance is more than enough. Bruce brought more towels from next door and distributed them to Hart, Carrington, and the others, asking them to restore the floor to its original state. Martin suggested, you guys go back to the hotel and rest up. We'll start tomorrow. Annie put down her backpack and said, no thanks. We flew all the way, so maybe I need some exercise. Hart turned and said, we can't wait. The others echoed him. Mean felt a huge threat. His position seemed to be plummeting. He had once been second only to Old Bull, but now it had retreated to the Pacific. He quietly approached Bruce and asked, Old Bull, what's wrong with them? They adore the boss so much, Bruce said. They all starred in Zombie Gigolo, and that movie tripled their tips. Now, with Martin at the awards ceremony, how much do you think their tips will increase? Mean's brains quickened, and he immediately understood. Am I in the same business as them? Almost. Bruce found the right description, middle-aged and older women's favorites. He patted Mean's shoulder gently. Those idiots will go back to Atlanta after the awards ceremony. Mean felt relieved. 18 guys coming to compete with him for the top spot was too much for him to handle. Anne and the group changed into their dance costumes, warmed up with Martin, and began their training. More than 6 months of professional fitness and body sculpting had been a significant benefit to Martin. Furthermore, he didn't go for the feminine route. His public image off-screen was that of a sunny, handsome man. That evening, Martin booked a small restaurant at the hotel to entertain his old friends from Atlanta. Business is booming right now, Hart gushed from his chair. The owner opened a branch in East Atlanta, and next door opened a motel and a sex shop, giving our goddesses a one-stop service. Carrington added, our income has increased significantly, and we've all moved into middle-class neighborhoods. Martin then raised his glass. May our lives get better and better. Everyone raised their glasses and drank from them. Hart continued, I'm engaged. Do you know what I'm getting my fiancée? Mean replied, I can't just pick a star from the sky and give it to her. Hart poured himself a glass, came over, and clinked glasses with Mean. Hey, buddy, have you heard of the Atlantic Astronomical Society? One of the largest astronomical societies in the country. I bought the naming rights for a star from them. I named it after my fiancée. I gave her a star. Martin remembered clearly that the Atlantic Astronomical Society was the one Harris Carter had started. He asked, who did you buy it from? A girl who's an astronomy volunteer, about 15 or 16. Hart described her as best he could, long legs, big boobs, tall, very beautiful. Girls these days seem to be on hormones, they're so developed. Martin had an idea. They had dance practice the next day, so the group dispersed before 9. Hart and his friends stayed at the hotel, while Martin and Bruce returned to their North Hollywood apartment. Just as they entered the second-floor hallway, the door across from them opened and Jessica emerged. This time, serious and unassuming, she said, someone sent you a package. You weren't home, so Antonio had it put in the mailbox on the first floor. Don't forget to pick it up, Martin said. Thank you. Bruce hurried downstairs and returned with a small cardboard box. Jessica was about to say something, but Emily pulled her back inside. Bruce whispered, they've gotten smarter. Martin took the box and entered the house. Bruce followed him in, reaching for ice water from the refrigerator. "It's from Atlanta," he reminded her. Martin checked the shipping address, Clayton Community. He reached for the saber Bruce carried with him, unwrapped it, and unwrapped it. Inside, a thick, shock-absorbing foam envelope revealed a long, black cotton object. Bruce was curious. "What's that?" "There's a photo too." There was a photo under the long object. Martin picked it up. The person in the photo was Lily. Bruce asked, "This looks like Elena's sister, right?" Martin nodded. "This is Lily." As he spoke, he subconsciously opened the long package. But when Lily's name came out, he suddenly felt something was wrong. What did Lily send by mail? The black cotton cloth had been opened, and the sculpture inside the package was fully revealed. It was a bluish-white sculpture of a human figure with bull horns. Martin looked carefully and found that it vaguely resembled him, but the mouth was turned up to the roots of the ears, and there was a red nose, like a clown. Bruce had just taken a sip of ice water when he saw the sculpture of the human figure. He choked and started coughing violently, trying to laugh while coughing. Martin's face turned black. Fortunately, it was only Bruce who was there. If this was opened in public, he would be socially disastrous. "What did you do to someone?" Bruce said impatiently as he stopped coughing. "No way. Even a pervert like me thinks you're a pervert." "Because it was nothing." Martin was calm. "It's just an ordinary hand-carved sculpture, old Bruce." "It's your dirty thoughts that make it look like a clown?" Old Bruce wanted to sneer again, but Martin decided to deliver a fatal blow. "I heard from Hart that Sophia might come to Los Angeles. Will she come to see you then?" The bloody scar was revealed, and Bruce turned around and left. "I'm going back to get my gun." "Don't close the door," Martin said. "I'll wait for you to come back." Bruce was exhausted and upset, and he left without looking back. Martin carefully examined the human figure carved from buffalo horn. Aside from the clown shape, everything else was fine. It was also carefully polished and looked like it was hand-polished. Martin put it away and put it back in the box, and found words on the back of Lily's photo. "I'm giving you a special carving. I wish you a unique life in Los Angeles, just like this one." Martin raised his fist, but since Lily wasn't there, he could only bang it against Lily's photo. He put the photo and the horn carving away in Martin's gift box. There was also a crocodile tooth in the box. "Should I give one to every woman I know? Someone seems to have done that before." The following evening, Martin met Wes Craven and the others for drinks. During the drinks, he overheard Craven mention that he and Alexander Io were getting together. It wasn't a bayonet fight, of course, but a creative exchange of ideas. They both had an idea for a horror film, and after discussing their similarities, they joined forces and created a film. Craven promised Martin the lead role, and Alexander Io also expressed his desire to work with Martin. They were completely on the same page. They specifically told Martin to come along when they started writing the script to discuss the lead role and the actor's potential. Martin readily agreed. As for investment, Wes Craven had no trouble finding funding for his horror films. If all else fails, Martin has a backup plan. He can cast a large summoning spell on Atlanta. Martin then poured all his energy into dance training, striving to perform effectively on stage. With the Saturn Awards approaching, he took time out to order a men's tuxedo and dance costumes, had Bruce rent a luxury car, and attended 2 consecutive ceremony rehearsals. This time, with sponsorship from the Beast House Club, Martin's budget and funds were relatively sufficient. On May 15, 2004, the 30th Saturn Awards ceremony kicked off at the Avalon Theater in Los Angeles. The leader paid it back even faster. Chapter 119. The first time. On Avalon Island, a throng of cars crammed the coastal road leading to the Avalon Theater. Dozens of actors and celebrities, like Martin, sat inside, waiting for the moment to walk the red carpet outside the theater. Bruce drove slowly forward. A few hundred meters away, the shouts of fans rose and fell. The front of the car stopped moving again, and Bruce said bluntly, "It seems to be as loud as the Oscars I have seen." Thomas, sitting in the passenger seat, said, "Most of the Saturn Award nominees are commercial hits from last year. High box office sales mean a wide audience, and audiences love them, so naturally there will be a lot of support." Martin pondered, "How can I attract attention?" "It's so frustrating," Thomas said. "Tonight, there are big names like Keanu Reeves, Johnny Depp, Hugh Jackman, and Nicole Kidman. You should focus more on your stage performance." Martin recognized the reality. The gap in status is too big. Thomas told him a more painful truth. You're not even that big right now. Martin was devastated. Bruce was looking for revenge from the other day. Dude, show your most perverted side, and you'll be the brightest star tonight. Martin pulled back his shirt and said, I'm going to be civilized. The car was moving incredibly slowly. There was only one road to the Avalon Theater, so those with less celebrity status would have to wait. Bored, Martin started thinking of another bad idea. How about I fall on the red carpet? Before Thomas could reply, Bruce said, You're a man, not a cripple. Everyone will laugh at you. Thomas saw that Martin was trying to cause trouble for attention and advised, You don't have the money to do anything rash right now. If you want more exposure, walk slower on the red carpet and say more during interviews. Martin nodded. Men are far more vulnerable on the red carpet than women. Sophie Marceau has flashed her breasts several times. Elizabeth II has wrestled. Scarlett Johansson may have even approached a male reporter. As for revealing, see-through, and protruding things, that's all reserved for women. Gender inequality. Royce, a reporter for the gossip daily American Rumor, stood behind a tripod, specializing in capturing celebrities exiting their cars. His years of experience have amassed a wealth of shooting experience, and his angles are exceptional, allowing him to capture unique moments as celebrities exit their vehicles. For example, actresses wearing high-slit skirts are most likely to show their underpants when exiting. Royce had just captured Lindsay Lohan wearing no underwear beneath her high-slit gown. A black Audi pulled up on the red carpet. As the door opened, Royce's camera tracked it, only to be slightly disappointed to discover it was a man. As he stepped out, he was slightly surprised. Who is this man? He was even more handsome than a young Keanu Reeves or the late River Phoenix. And unlike Depp and River, who looked feminine, the light fell on his face, making it seem as if it were a radiant glow. Martin exited the car and remained motionless, waving to the crowd. The fans, already energized by the previous star performance, erupted in cheers. Cross-mounted television cameras were pointed directly at the red carpet. It was Martin's first real red carpet, and he wanted to capture some memories. As the Audi drove away, he waved to the media snapping photos. Royce couldn't help but ask, Who is he? The female reporter nearby thought carefully, but couldn't find any such person among the celebrities. I don't know, another online reporter asked. Do you know Elisha Cuthbert? Her ex-boyfriend. Royce suddenly realized, the twin brother who broke up after their one red carpet appearance. The reporters around him snapped photos. The Girls Next Door had been a hit with teenagers, and the heroine's ex-boyfriend had some news value. The Audi drove away, and the car behind it gradually approached. The idiot next to it was still waving, so the staff had to quietly remind him, Sir, the car behind is coming, you should move forward. Thank you, Martin said, as if just realizing it. It's my first time, I was too nervous. Seeing his youth and unfamiliar face, the staff member felt that his nervousness was understandable and quickly said, You'll be fine after a few more tries. Martin smiled and said, Thank you for the encouragement. After a few brief words, Martin stayed in front of the live TV camera for another 5 seconds before slowly walking onto the red carpet. His pace was not slow, much faster than the turtles who usually win races. Unfortunately, no fans on either side held up his name signs or zombie gigolo posters. The red carpet was only a few dozen meters long, and no matter how slow Martin was, he would not be caught up. As they approached the theater entrance, a young woman, mingling with the crowd on one side of the red carpet, suddenly pushed forward. Move over, give me some space, please. My supporter is coming over here. She finally made her way to the front, holding up a DVD store poster and shouting, Martin. Martin Davis. Amidst the numerous celebrity posters, a male dancer suddenly appeared, and Martin quickly noticed him. Hundreds of people had come, and finally, someone was there to support him. Martin, the heartless wretch, was actually touched. Finding an excuse to continue, he strode over and noticed the woman holding the poster looked very familiar. He remembered her instantly. The woman was overjoyed when she saw Martin approaching. Martin, over here. I'm here. Martin walked over and greeted her with a smile. Rachel, I didn't expect to see you here. Seeing that he remembered her name, Rachel's eyes welled up. I saw you nominated on the news, so I came. Martin opened his arms and gave her a gentle hug. Thank you. And thank you for your encouragement. Do you remember the message you wrote me? He realized he had forgotten and quickly said, Your encouragement helped me get through the most difficult time for an actor. Rachel was deeply moved. Martin, I will always support you." Martin opened his arms and gave her a gentle hug. "Let's work hard together." They separated, and Rachel took out her phone. "Can we take a picture?" Martin called to the young man next to him. "Handsome man, take a picture for me." With such pleasantries, the man took Rachel's phone and took a picture of Martin and Rachel. Martin returned to the red carpet, but was already passed by the actors behind him. He strode forward without a trace of embarrassment. In the media area, the broadcaster, Warner Brothers, would be conducting a brief interview with the nominees. Sunny, the female host, saw someone approaching and realized she didn't recognize him. She glanced at a nearby assistant, who announced through her headset, "Best Young Actor nominee, Martin Davis." From the horror film Zombie Gigolo. After Martin entered the media area and posed for his photo in front of a sponsor's advertising board, Sunny went over to greet him. "Hi, Martin, isn't this a dream night for you?" Martin had done his homework. "Good evening, Sunny. Walking the Saturn Awards red carpet has been a dream of mine since I was a kid. Seeing Star Wars, Indiana Jones, and Freddy, I knew I wanted to pursue this path." Sunny nodded frequently, preparing to conclude the routine interview. Time couldn't be wasted on unknown actors. Martin knew he had no power over his celebrity status. If the other party wasn't prepared to ask questions, he would proactively create questions. An extra second in front of the camera might just earn him an extra shot on the live broadcast. He followed up with a remarkably timely response. "Sorry, Sunny, I'm a little late. I ran into the only fan who supported me on the red carpet. She means so much to me, and I have to thank her." Sunny, her momentum stolen from her, could only follow up with a question. "What happened between her and you?" "At an event for Zombie Gigolo, I was facing fans and the media, and I was completely lost." Martin recounted the incident, naming several people. Sunny wondered, "You really get lost in front of the media? What's the point now?" But Martin's suggestion of getting autographs and writing messages of encouragement from fans struck a chord with even this seasoned entertainment reporter, and she couldn't help but ask again. By the time Martin finished, she realized the interview, originally scheduled for 1 minute, had already passed nearly 4 minutes. The live signal reached the TV station, and the director shouted, "This interview is quite interesting. The lead actress is getting autographs from fans. Really good at it. Let's play the whole interview." Since the Super Bowl nudity scandal earlier this year, all U.S. broadcasts have been delayed by 10 seconds, giving the director more options. Among those watching the live broadcast were some who had attended the fan meeting last year. At the bar, Rick said to a few friends, "See? That's Martin. He asked me for an autograph last year. Did you hear him? He mentioned my name." They clinked their glasses together. "He's a good guy." "Another drink. It's my treat tonight," Rick said. "His movies are good, too. I recommend checking out the Zombie Gigolo DVD." The film forums were also buzzing with discussion. One of the leading actors attributed his success to the encouragement of his fans, sparking a surge of interest among even strangers. Someone quickly captured Martin's interview and posted it online, garnering considerable attention. In the Clayton community, Eleanor had gone to work, while Lily and Hall sat in the living room watching the live broadcast. The latter said, "He's still as shameless as ever." Lily punched Hall on the head. "This is called not forgetting your original intention and not forgetting the people who helped him." Hall turned his head and looked at Lily. "There's something wrong with you, because I'm smarter than you," Lily said disdainfully, "and you're so stupid that you can only dig holes." She clenched her fist. "Martin will definitely win the award tonight." Chapter 120. What is the most magical? In the villa's living room, Louise sat at a bar, sipping her wine slowly and occasionally glancing at the live broadcast from Warner Brothers. Presenter Jamie Lee Curtis put down his card and read, "The winner for Best Young Actor is Martin Davis from Zombie Gigolo." Applause erupted. Louise raised her glass to the TV and said, "Congratulations." She put her glass down, then picked up the pad Martin used to write recipes on and scribbled a new entry. After she finished, Louise smiled. It looked like that jerk had already paid the bill. Who cares? Any future roles or accolades he received would be a new debt she owed her. She had to pay it back with new recipes until she was completely drained. As for what to do after that, a drunkard and pervert wouldn't think that far ahead. Atlanta, Clayton neighborhood. Lily's face twisted as the winner's name was announced. She wanted to jump up and cheer, but then felt inexplicably suffocated. Was Martin's winning a good thing or a bad thing? Looking at the heartless Hall, it was all his fault. Lily, now fully grown and with Elena's years of personal demonstration, raised her fists and began to pound. Hall, her younger brother, screamed in agony. Lily felt refreshed, suddenly understanding why Elena favored violence. It not only let her vent, but it also made her feel better. She quickly decided to beat up Hall whenever she felt unhappy. Feeling better and no longer frustrated, Lily slipped into her room, retrieved her smuggled phone, and quietly sent a text message. Congratulations on winning. Over 100 people, including the Marietta Community Theater's directors, Jerome and Robert, gathered to watch the Saturn Awards ceremony. When Martin was announced as the winner, Jerome was the first to stand and applaud. Robert cheered loudly, rising to his feet, grabbing a bottle of Coke, and gulping down half the bottle. It was a 2003 Coke, and it tasted amazing. The community theater erupted in applause. Jerome took the stage, positioned himself in front of the TV, and began recruiting new members. See? Martin Davis, Hollywood's rising supernova, came from the Marietta Community Theater. He waved his arms, his words filled with allure. Do you want to be the next Martin Davis? It's simple. Join the Marietta Community Theater. Your opportunity is right here. His words were not empty words. Gray Films has signed a contract with Warner Brothers, and several future film projects will be filmed in Atlanta, including the $150 million Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. The Marietta Community Theater will prioritize providing child actors and extras for the productions. Don't underestimate yourself. Martin Davis, like you, started out as an extra. A large number of extras requested to join the company. Robert went up to the second floor alone to his office. Seeing his desk and the Coke on it, he carefully recalled every detail, took out his notebook and wrote it all down. This is a successful experience. Los Angeles, Avalon Theater. In the third row of seats, Martin and his agent, Thomas, high-fived each other and stood up to walk towards the stage. At that moment, the whole audience's eyes were on Martin, and every camera lens was focused on him. The live broadcast from Warner Brothers featured only a close-up of Martin. He took the stage, accepted the trophy from Jamie Lee Curtis, and, thanking him, stood at the podium. A year ago, I was working as a roofer in Atlanta, and a year later, I'm standing here holding this trophy. It's like a dream, he said. Thank you to the Science Fiction and Horror Academy, and thank you to everyone who has helped me. He got right to the point. Thank you to my friends in Atlanta, the Carters from the Clayton community, Jerome and Robert, the directors of the Marietta Theater Company, the producers Gray Company, Lionsgate, the distributors, and my agent, Thomas. Martin was a man who constantly pushed his agents to work harder. He pointed to the seats. Thomas over there. He's my golden partner. The camera panned over, and Thomas smiled and raised his hand, feeling incredibly comfortable. Even agents need prestige, right? Martin quickly said, I also want to thank the stylish boys. Hart, you're the best dancers, and my brother, Old Bull, he's a truly civilized man. Oh, and Ms. Mel of Pacific Pictures, you gave me the opportunity to act in a movie. Seeing that time was almost up, Martin quickly put his artistic spin on the story. My biggest thanks go to the Beast House Club in Atlanta. Owners Vincent and Sophia provided us with a filming location and all the facilities. Zombie Gigolo was filmed at Beast House. Thank you. Martin didn't waste a single second of his 45-second acceptance speech, speaking only until the buzzer sounded. Then he went backstage. Arriving at the door of a dressing room, he handed the trophy to Bruce, who was standing there. Bruce handed him his phone. He received several text messages, and Martin quickly scanned through them, replying briefly to a few. His phone vibrated. It was from Vincent. Congratulations on the award. Excellent speech. Martin handed the phone back to Bruce and said, the sponsors are very pleased. Inform Thomas and follow up with a promotion. It'll be hard to find such a generous sponsor next time. He opened the door and entered the dressing room. There were only 6 members of the stylish boys. Martin asked, where are they? Brian said, going to the bathroom. Just as he finished, the other 3 stood up and said, let's go to the bathroom first. Martin checked the time. They still had half an hour until the performance. He urged, go quickly and be back soon. He went into the dressing room and changed into his custom-made costume. When he came out, Annie knocked on the door and said, they're too nervous. Hart, Carrington, and the others gradually returned. Martin's eyes swept over their faces. During rehearsal, these guys had been excited, but today, for the performance, most of them were extremely nervous. If they hadn't had long experience performing on a circular stage, Their hands and feet would probably be stiff. Hey. Guys, what's wrong? Are you scared? Martin mentally prepared for the worst. If they continued like this, he would have to go on stage alone, and without dancers, the performance would definitely be worse. The Handsome Boy group had been rehearsing for over half a month, so they couldn't just give up. After everyone came back, he clapped his hands. Isn't it just being on TV? You have made movies, so why are you afraid of being on TV? Hart said, No, boss, it's just that I can't help but want to pee when I think about the live broadcast. Martin raised his voice. Guys, you have seen everything. Were you nervous when facing so many customers in the club? Were you nervous when the team of hundreds of people booked the whole place and you went through a round-robin battle? Were you nervous when those customers took short videos of you? No, he knew how to inspire the fighting spirit of this group of people. Tonight, you are going to be on the stage of the Saturn Awards. Do you know how many wealthy women with a net worth of over 1 million are sitting under the stage? Do you know how many multimillionaires and billionaires are sitting in front of the TV? Tonight, as long as you perform well, they will be your future customer base. Do you know how rich their pockets are? Martin's tone calmed down. I've been in Los Angeles for 6 months, and I've discovered that many wealthy women are lonely and empty. They only have money, and that's all they can buy for happiness. Tonight, after tonight, you'll be the top gigolo team in America. They'll fly to Atlanta to meet you. Open your wallets and you can name your price. Hart, Carrington, and the others all laughed. Martin's words had no magical power, but the frequent mention of money he spoke about possessed a terrifying power that could make God kneel down and sing conquer. Seeing that his old friends were feeling better, Martin whispered the most inspiring words, For money. The 18 handsome men gradually regained their composure and mumbled, For money. 15 minutes later, an assistant arrived to tell them to prepare for the stage. Martin led his 18 bronze men to the stage entrance and, at the assistant director's command, they took the stage. The music blasted, laser lights flashed, and the zombie machine gun dance, a variation of Michael Jackson's zombie dance, began to tremble. The zombie dance is nothing new these days. Countless male and female celebrities have performed moves like twisting their waists, thrusting their hips, and shaking their hips. But few can maintain the fast and furious rhythm for as long as Martin. It's as if his waist is equipped with an electric motor. Sitting in the front row, closest to the stage, Nicole Kidman, Uma Thurman, Jennifer Connelly, and Kate Beckinsale, their eyes widened in shock. This is outrageous. The camera panned, switching to the live broadcast. Most of the audience watching the awards ceremony knew this dance by heart, and they remembered Martin Davis' name. Towards the end of the dance, Martin unleashed his machine gun dance again. 18 handsome men rushed in from the periphery, sliding to their knees and surrounding him like a throng of stars. The performance concluded, and the audience erupted in applause. The female celebrities in the front row, knowing how to track the camera, stood up and applauded. The live camera panned back again. The atmosphere instantly heated up. Martin and his group of handsome men took their bows and went backstage. As they walked, Hart excitedly exclaimed, "Did you see Nicole Kidman? She winked at me." Another person said, "She definitely did." Carrington said, "I just want Jennifer Connelly. Have you seen her ride the horse? God, I wish she'd ridden me." Martin looked at the overly excited group and said, "Guys, a lot of people will be backstage. There's a big party after the awards ceremony. It'll be up to you to pick up whoever you can." Arriving at the dressing room door, Martin returned his clothes, retrieved Bruce's phone, and texted Thomas, "Let the partners get started." Thomas quickly replied, "I've already notified them." Hurry. Winning the award and performing live were only part of Martin's Saturn Awards plan. Leveraging the generous sponsorship funds, he had Thomas contact numerous entertainment and online media outlets to build momentum. Furthermore, he wouldn't be idle backstage, he was fully engaged in hooking up. Chapter 121. For the sake of the essay. The Saturn Awards hadn't even concluded yet, and at least 20 prominent entertainment bloggers had announced that rising Hollywood star Martin Davis had won Best Young Actor. Besides praising him, they also highlighted Martin's resume. The idea of rising from poverty and achieving success through hard work is not only timeless these days, but also resonates with ordinary people. These bloggers also retweeted Martin's blog link. Backstage at the Saturn Awards, Martin, clutching the Saturn trophy, began his move. Bruce followed behind, a digital camera in hand. Martin spotted Uma Thurman, who had just won Best Actress, and immediately approached her, using the Saturn trophy as a prelude. He said, "Ms. Thurman, I'm a fan of Kill Bill. I especially loved your duet with Ishii Goran. Could we take a picture together?" Seeing the trophy in Martin's hand and remembering their dance, Uma Thurman said, "Of course." The two stood together, allowing Bruce to snap the photo. After the photoshoot, Uma Thurman said, "I just became a fan of yours. That dance was amazing." Martin, rather exaggeratedly, said, "Wow, I actually have a fan as big as Uma Thurman. I'm going to be unable to sleep tonight. No, I'm so excited I won't be able to sleep all week." Everyone loves flattery, especially when it's delivered this way. Uma Thurman chatted with Martin for a while longer. After Martin left, he noticed Frodo, who had won Best Actor, had gone backstage and immediately transformed into a die-hard Lord of the Rings fan, posing for a photo with Elijah Wood. He then found Jennifer Connelly, who had returned backstage as an award presenter. The Oscar winner, stunningly beautiful in the 1980s, now boasts a sturdy figure comparable to that of Bruce Wayne. Perhaps due to recent medication, her face looked a little stiff. Martin, still acting like he'd met a goddess, continued to use the Saturn Award trophy as a sign of affection, coaxing Jennifer Connelly into a photo with him. When no one was around, Bruce whispered, "Will these work?" Martin replied softly, "I've asked specifically and posted it on my blog." "No problem," Bruce then reminded him, "Quentin's here." Kill Bill had won Best Action Thriller, and the ugly Quentin came in beaming, looking for his muse, Uma Thurman. Martin stopped Quentin mid-sentence. Perhaps perverts have something in common, as the two of them discussed earnestly which movie had the prettiest female lead's feet. Then, with their arms around each other's shoulders, they took a photo. Before leaving, Quentin said to Martin, "Hey, man, you're right up my alley. Let's go out for a drink someday." Martin then exchanged contact information with him. As Bruce and the others left, he remarked, "I think he's even more perverted than me." Martin lowered his voice, "You two perverts combined can handle one woman. Your ass, his feet." With a trophy in hand and his charming words, Martin posed for photos with Hugh Jackman, Kate Beckinsale, and Keanu Reeves. Even Peter Jackson and Martin managed to snag a photo. Isn't the key to success simply to snag something? A humble Saturn Award for Best New Artist can be leveraged in so many ways. After the ceremony, Bruce removed his camera's memory card and handed it to Thomas. Thomas quickly left the Avalon Theater and headed to a nearby room he'd booked in advance. He opened his laptop and logged onto Martin's blog. He posted a pre-prepared essay about his feelings about winning the award, along with various photos Bruce had taken that evening. He particularly featured a photo of Martin holding the Saturn Award and posing with various celebrities and directors. Thomas then contacted his major entertainment blogger partners, urging them to share Martin's blog post. Many people were drawn to it. Martin's blog contained more than just these posts. There were also photos with Elisha Cuthbert, videos of him practicing the zombie machine gun dance, and makeup photos from House of Wax. Previously, most of the few hundred people who followed Martin's blog had come from Elisha. With these posts, Martin's blog quickly surpassed 10,000 followers. Meanwhile, editors from various entertainment newspapers and magazines were also writing short essays about Martin, looking at the pictures. The sponsorship, which had been so hard-earned, needed to be spent effectively. Media coverage of celebrities, like film reviews, was also a business. After the official party, Martin, like most people, left the Avalon and returned to Los Angeles. On the way, he called Louise. "Drunk, you're still awake, aren't you? I won the grand prize, aren't you celebrating for me?" Louise replied, "I'll wait for you." Martin drove to Sherman Oaks and entered Louise's villa. Louise was waiting for him at the living room bar. Martin took the trophy and sat down across from her, placing it before Louise. Best Young Actor, Louise poured 2 glasses of wine, giving one to Martin. "Why are you here?" Martin said seriously. "Without you, I wouldn't have gotten it." Louise smiled, unceremonious. "How do you want to thank me?" Martin took off his tuxedo jacket and threw it on the sofa. He clasped his hands around his belt and said, "Repay me with my body." Louise drank her glass of wine and opened her arms. "Carry me upstairs." Martin picked her up and carried her to the upstairs bedroom. The next morning, Martin swam a few laps in the first-floor pool, showered, and came out for breakfast. Mary, the housekeeper, brought a pile of newspapers into the dining room. Louise said, "I asked Mary to buy them for you." Martin took one and flipped through it, saying, "There's a lot of stuff about me." The front page of American Rumors was a report on the previous night's Saturn Awards ceremony, and Martin's name was listed among the winners. A flawless song, a single post, a single content, a single 6 to 9 book, a single forum. The third page, with accompanying text and pictures, featured Best New Actor Martin Davis. Similar reports appeared in numerous entertainment and gossip newspapers. Louise asked, "It cost a lot of money, didn't it?" "Your savings are more than enough," Martin shamelessly said. "That's why I'm looking for a rich woman to support me." He paused briefly, then said, "I secured a sponsorship from the Beast House Club, which fully covered my expenses for this awards ceremony." Louise couldn't help but laugh. "You came to Los Angeles to start a new business, but you didn't give up your Atlanta base. That's called being able to attack and defend." Martin put the newspaper aside and prepared to enjoy breakfast. The paid reports in the entertainment and gossip newspapers were all short essays based on topics provided by Thomas, and the content didn't vary much. Louise handed over a copy of The Hollywood Reporter and said, "You actually have a die-hard fan. Last night, a woman was interviewed and spoke very kindly of you." Martin took it and quickly scanned it. The interviewee was Rachel, focusing on her last fan meeting and the red carpet appearance. "This isn't something I bought," he said, scanning the pages farther back. Top newspapers like The Hollywood Reporter are overpriced. One copy costs as much as 10 others, but they sell less than the other 3 combined. Many restroom newspapers sell quite well, especially among the average person. Louise said, "I checked your blog. You've got quite a following." Martin quickly ate breakfast. "I'll use your computer later." After breakfast, he grabbed a laptop and checked the internet. His blog had over 30,000 followers overnight. There were even more short essays online. And then there was his performance at the awards ceremony last night, which had appeared on multiple websites and forums, and it seemed to be getting quite a few hits. Several of the film forums even had it pinned to the top. Martin searched his name on a search engine and a slew of related entries came up, primarily Zombie Gigolo, Saturn Awards, and Zombie Machine Gun Dance. He also noticed a unique piece of information from IMDb. The official film database website had officially added Martin Davis's actor entry, with the IMDb ID NM04513113. Martin opened it and saw an avatar, clearly taken from the Saturn Awards ceremony, with 3 credits listed below. He appeared in Maz Yanxi's City Guy, Zombie Gigolo, and House of Wax. The latter was unreleased. Martin had done the dubbing for post-production before, and asked Louise, "Has the release date for House of Wax been set?" Louise said, "The traditional horror movie release season, October." She thought for a moment and said specifically, "The investors behind Paris Hilton and I want to recoup our investment as soon as possible, so we put pressure on Warner Brothers." Martin asked, "When did they originally plan to release it?" "Next year," Louise said casually. "Big companies have their drawbacks. They have so many projects under their umbrella, and it's troublesome to schedule the release." She winked at Martin. "For you, I specifically asked Warner Brothers to release it earlier." Martin thought of Alexander the Great. "What about your epic film?" Louise frowned slightly. "December, the golden season. I don't feel very good about it." Troy, the epic film starring Brad Pitt, which was released at the beginning of the month, did far less than Warner Brothers expected in its first week. She waved her hand. "Why am I telling you all this? You're not at the level where you should care about it." "Martin, urge your agent. You've won an important acting award now, and you're qualified to ask the agency to invest more resources." "Thomas is doing it," Martin asked. "I trust you more than my agent." "What resources do you think the agency can allocate to me?" Louise reminded. "Don't think about getting rich overnight. You won the Saturn Award for Best Young Actor, not an Oscar for acting." She thought for a moment. Normally, a supporting role in a production of around $20 million, or a leading actor for under $10 million, no matter what kind of major supporting role, should be taken if the opportunity is right. The success of the film is an important qualification, and the main responsibility for its failure lies with the lead actor. Martin grasped the connection in her words. "Should you be more cautious in a movie with a first lead actor?" Louise nodded. "That's very correct. Regardless of what a film company or distributor does, if a film fails, the director and the male and female leads are always the first responsible parties. You were just about to show up, and you messed up your first movie as the leading actor. You can imagine the consequences without me telling you." Chapter 122 Internal Promotion. At William Morris, the weekly Monday partner meeting was drawing to a close. After discussing key clients, The conversation shifted to potential clients. Sharon, who oversaw day-to-day operations, beckoned to her assistant, who quickly came over and connected the projector to her laptop. The Saturn Awards are one of the top 10 film and television awards in North America, and WMA's top management has also paid attention to it. Sharon opened the Saturn Awards news. Martin Davis, the company's sixth-level client, won the Saturn Award for Best Young Actor last weekend. He is currently receiving a lot of attention in entertainment newspapers and on the internet. There is a force behind him that is pushing him, co-partner Ari Emanuel asked. Were company resources mobilized? Very little, Sharon specifically asked Thomas. Except for his agent Thomas, no other company resources were mobilized. Ari looked up at the projection screen. How did he win the award? Sharon clicked the mouse, and Wes Craven's avatar appeared. Martin invited Craven to his private party. He got Craven involved. Another co-partner, Jim Witt, said, Louise Mayer of Pacific Pictures recommended Martin to me because he starred in the theatrical movie Zombie Gigolo. I listed him as a key focus among the sixth-level clients. According to WMA's internal regulations, only those who have starred in at least one theatrical movie or TV series as the protagonist or important supporting role can become a sixth-level client. This standard excludes 99% of the actors in the industry. Level 6 clients are also called actors within WMA, but they are actors with exclusive agents. Above them are well-known actors, stars, famous stars, superstars and superstars. The classification criteria are very simple: pay, power and influence. Pay is not the only criterion, but it is the most intuitive. 1 million, 5 million, 10 million, 15 million and 20 million. The priority of resources is clear in order. Because the agency is not engaged in art, but in money. Clients who can command a high salary enjoy the best resources. WMA currently has no superstars. The most important clients are Michael Bay and Eastwood. I know Thomas. He's a newcomer, and he's not capable of handling Craven. Ali piqued his interest. This guy has some skills. Sharon was meticulous. He played the leading male role in House of Wax. The film hasn't even been released yet, and I called producer Susan and director Zomi. They both gave Martin high praise for his acting and his interpersonal skills. Ali said bluntly, with his skills and connections, Martin's client level will be upgraded by 1 level, and level 5 resources will be prioritized for him. In less than 2 minutes, Martin's case was concluded. Potential clients will receive appropriate attention, but whether or not they can rise to the top depends on luck. Sharon then mentioned the real key new client, Blake Lively. The discussion lasted nearly 10 minutes, as Ernie Lively was helping his daughter promote a promotional project. WMA wanted to squeeze as many of its clients as possible into the production. After the meeting, Sharon called Thomas and chatted with him for a while. Inside the office cubicle, Thomas excitedly pounded his fist on the table. He was getting closer to his private office. He looked up and saw himself in the mirror. Putting the phone back in its place, Thomas looked in the mirror. Did his hairline seem to be receding again? He scratched it, and a few strands of hair fell onto his desk. Thomas, his enthusiasm overflowing, blew it away in a breath, picked up his phone, and called Martin. Come to the office quickly, there's something good going on. Half an hour later, Martin arrived at the office partition. Thomas had just printed out a thick stack of documents from the company's internal system. Martin glanced at them. They looked like they were all emails from the crew recruiting actors. Help yourself some water. Thomas, still a little excited, shook his head and body violently, and a few more hairs fell. He began with the latest news. You won the Best Young Actor award. The company values you very much. You've been promoted to level 5. Level 5 resources will be prioritized for you, and many roles that fall into this tier will be recommended to you first. As one of the 2 largest talent agencies in the industry, WMA's strong recommendation allows its actors to advance to the 3rd round of auditions. If the director and casting director are also their own, the chances of winning are further increased. Martin, well aware of all this, asked, Do you have any good character recommendations? Thomas handed over a printout and said eagerly, It's a Castle Rock project, The Hostage, with 2 leads. Martin flipped through the printout, which contained a simplified script, character descriptions, and a brief description. He searched carefully, but couldn't recall anything. This was the project Thomas had carefully selected. The production budget is $8 million, and it's a family-friendly film. I expect the pay won't be less than $300,000. Family films always have a market. Martin closed the printout and asked, "Are you sure a group of adults armed with weapons fighting in Disneyland is a successful family-friendly film?" Thomas asked, "What's the problem? I don't think it's a good one." Martin then took another printout, a Universal Pictures project. Thomas said, "George Romero is planning to remake Land of the Dead. This is one of the main roles, and the competition is likely to be fierce." Martin had only one memory of the film: zombies watching fireworks. He had to choose the lead carefully, and he took it aside. Thomas, equally unhurried in his choice, handed another to Martin. Demon Films Project, The Brothers Grimm, is a fantasy film, seeking overseas financing, primarily from Germany. It's a 2-star project, with Matt Damon confirmed as the lead and a newer actor with a lower salary for the second. Martin rejected it without hesitation. All fantasy films are a no-no. Louise had told him that Germany was Hollywood's money laundering system. Who knew the actual investment in this film? Thomas emphasized, the success of the Lord of the Rings series sparked a fantasy craze. Martin said, Van Helsing came out earlier this month, and it's only been 2 weeks now. The box office and critical acclaim were terrible. He simply said, "I have no interest in fantasy or epics." Thomas said, "You'll miss out on a lot of opportunities." Martin didn't want to argue with him, as he couldn't explain himself clearly. "I trust Louise Mayer's judgment, but she invested in Alexander the Great. Louise already regrets it." Martin's words cut like a knife. "When it comes to film selection, I trust a producer's professionalism. Does that mean he, as an agent, is unprofessional?" Thomas opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a rebuttal. Compared to the professionalism of film selection, most agents aren't even as good as the managers of celebrities, let alone producers directly facing the market. It's like a producer asking a film critic how to make a film that will be marketable, a surefire way to fail. Thomas said, "It's good to choose carefully, but you have to understand that our selection isn't wide." Martin nodded slightly and asked, "Are those the only ones?" "For now, those are the ones who can be considered protagonists. We can't recruit actors for the next 2 years' films all at once, and some crews or companies rarely work with WMA." Thomas challenged Martin to face reality. While the company doesn't have any mega projects, the offers of cooperation have trickled down from one level to the next, and by the time we get to WMA, they're all the ones the stars have picked out. Martin understood, nothing else. Thomas gestured at the computer screen. "There are some villain roles, but I don't recommend." "No, I absolutely oppose you choosing a villain, unless the villain looks like a protagonist." Martin began to ramble again. "People like me are, of course, born protagonists. Being a villain? Killed by one protagonist in this movie, and another in the next, it'll be over in no time." He asked Thomas, "Do you hope that my hasty choices will completely ruin me?" His fiery heart and mind calmed slightly as he heard these words. He patted his forehead and accepted the reality of being photoshopped. "My fault." The success of the Saturn Awards, the company's attention. "I was too excited." Seeing him calm down, Martin said, "Let's keep looking." The few remaining offers were for supporting roles. The new films from the company's 2 major director clients, Michael Bay and Eastwood, were both looking for supporting roles. Bay was called The Island, and Eastwood was called $1 Million Baby. Martin had little chance of promotion for minor supporting roles in films like these, unless the pay was very high, which was obviously not possible. Thomas found that the company's system had been updated, and new projects and roles were automatically pushed to his OA. He quickly clicked it and asked Martin to come and have a look. It's a project that fully utilizes young actors. The heroine has been confirmed to be Blake Lively, and there are 5 main roles, 3 women and 2 men. Martin asked, "Have you decided on the name?" "It's adapted from Brashear's novel of the same name, The Summer of Jeans." Thomas said, "The adaptation should use this name." Martin had seen the movie and had the impression that it was a movie about girls. He asked, 2 male characters, Thomas said, "A football coach and a Greek boy." He was surprised. "It's ridiculous. The budget is $25 million US. Hearing the money, Martin became interested. "If the role pays high, sign me up. I'm very poor recently," he added. "Forget about a low pay." Thomas wrote it down. Others, "Do you think there are no suitable ones?" It's really hard to choose a suitable role. There are indeed a lot of resources, but in Martin's eyes, the quality is worrying, and many are pitfalls. The success rate of movies is relatively low, so it is normal to have many pitfalls. Thomas smiled. "A project with such a high investment naturally needs a star with strong appeal. Pay attention to the pay for Jeans in the Summer. Martin warned, adding, "Do you have time tonight? Come with me to party," Thomas said. "I've got a date with a woman," Martin sighed. Wes Craven has arranged to discuss a script with me and French director Alexandre Aja. He emphasized, "A horror film with me as the absolute protagonist. I haven't heard you say that before," Thomas said helplessly. Martin said, "The story comes from the collision of ideas between the two directors. Before they finalize the framework, there's a lot of uncertainty. I can't tell you something I can't be sure of. Their agent is going to, and it would be disrespectful for me to not bring my agent." Thomas was embarrassed and gritted his teeth. "I'll go." He had been busy all day yesterday and had no time to write. "The second update isn't finished yet, so I'll post it later." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Ways to Stimulate Work Efficiency. Brentwood, Los Angeles' prestigious affluent neighborhood. Martin specifically introduced Thomas, while Craven and Aja introduced their respective agents. Then, the three agents were herded into the banquet hall. Craven, Aja, and Martin had already confirmed their collaboration, and they wanted to get to know their agents in advance to minimize conflicts later on. The story outline is almost done. Aja handed Martin a handwritten manuscript. "The character is based on you, and we both thought we'd get your input." Martin quickly scanned the outline. A family on a trip encounters a family of freaks and deformities caused by a U.S. nuclear explosion, leading to a massacre. His intervention had altered the outline somewhat, but he was certain it bore some resemblance to the film he'd seen before, The Hills Have Eyes. As Hollywood's recognized godfather of modern horror, Wes Craven's horror thriller projects were a surefire success. Craven checked the time and said, "This isn't the right place for this discussion. Let's go somewhere that'll get people thinking." Martin asked, "Wes, have you prepared a surprise?" Craven replied, "It'll definitely get a man thinking." Leaving their agent behind the wheel, the three of them drove a car. Martin took the driver's seat and, with Wes Craven's directions, they arrived at a strip club. It was a place Martin knew all too well, except for the male dancers, who were replaced by female dancers. The three of them had arrived early, so there weren't many customers yet. On several stages, warm-up dancers swayed their seductive bodies. Craven was generous. "Make yourselves at home. Tonight's my treat," he said to the accompanying waiter. "I've got the biggest VIP room upstairs." The waiter ran backstage, and not long after, a dozen high-heeled dancers took the stage. Craven chose the youngest, barely old enough to work in the industry, 18. Martin chose a tanned Latina in leather shorts and a black bra, reminiscent of Jessica Alba in Sin City. Aja chose a blonde. The three of them went upstairs to the largest and most luxurious VIP room. They asked the waiter to slightly adjust the sofas, placing the three single sofas in a circle. Craven said, "Something softer." The dancers then entered, approached their respective clients, and gave them lap dances. Craven watched the dancer, who was old enough to be his granddaughter, take off her top. His mind gradually became active and he said, "I chose the story background of nuclear radiation mainly because Iraq's weapons of mass destruction have been a hot topic across the United States since this year. The election is approaching, and this matter will definitely be brought up repeatedly, so it will naturally be popular." Aja stared at the swaying headlights and swallowed. "My original idea was that it was a voyeuristic story. Girls go out and encounter voyeurs. The voyeurs can't help but hurt the girls in the end, and the girls find ways to get revenge." Martin asked, "Like I spit on your grave?" "Similar." Aja leaned forward slightly, as if she wanted to try the feeling of the headlights hitting her face. "The scale won't be that large, but Wes thinks that in addition to voyeurism and rape, adding killing can further stimulate the protagonist's flame of revenge." The Latin girl on Martin's legs twisted her waist like a snake and slowly unbuttoned her top. In this situation, Martin couldn't help but take a deep breath. His brain was stimulated one after another, and his thinking became more active. "I have an idea. Add a newborn baby to the protagonist, and it is snatched away by perverts. Then the protagonist turns into a pervert and goes on a killing spree." Craven took out a $20 bill, stuffed it into the girl's shorts, winked at the girl, and said, "This is a good idea. A father is willing to fight for everything for his children." Aja found that Craven's face was run over by the headlights, and followed suit. He took out the banknotes in his wallet and stuffed them out. In the ending, The protagonist's team is wiped out. The rest of the words were not said because the headlights ran over Agia's face. Martin was going to play this role and said, "Isn't this a bad idea?" Craven temporarily got rid of the crushing. "Agia, that's the European style. You will lose the audience." In the beginning, the pervert ambushed the unprepared protagonist's family. The killing process must be cruel. The old man was killed, the wife was killed, the pets were killed, all arranged. The killing process should be as cruel as possible to pave the way for the satisfying counterattack later. Martin interrupted, "How about adding a sexy beautiful girl being raped by the pervert? When I was acting in late-night movies, the director, the Benjamin who likes to kill zombies, he said that violent scenes of beauty and ugliness can stimulate people's emotions to the greatest extent." Bald and zombies, Craven couldn't help but complain. "That night, I only saw the collision of ugliness and ugliness." Speaking of that night, Agia still had regrets, and the snake girl in the succubus. "I ran out of bullets before I even got on." The girl on top of him came close and almost stuffed her mouth. "With me, you won't regret it." Martin, the only serious person among the three, saw that the topic was about to go off track and quickly intervened. "If we add some perverts who take turns to shoot the beautiful girls, will it become 17+? Craven is experienced. "It doesn't matter if we don't shoot the lower body. The perverts are physically deformed. Should we give them a deformed brother? Aya is worthy of being a director from continental Europe, with rich artistic content. Is it better to have hooks or thorns?" Craven thought of his children and Jason and Freddy's weapons, and said, "Martin is good at these things. Don't you think the topic has gone off track?" Martin reminded, "Your active thinking is in the wrong place." "Right." Craven returned to the topic. "What identity do you want to choose for the protagonist? A former soldier? A wrestler? A hunter who hunts frequently?" Martin followed up, "Texas redneck? I'm from Georgia. I can use a gun well, I know a little fighting, and I'm good at action scenes." Aya said, "A middle school physical education teacher, good at many sports, and usually a good guy." "I think it's good." Craven asked symbolically, "Martin, what do you think?" Martin shrugged, "I dropped out of high school." The Latina girl leaned over and said, "We're the same. I dropped out of high school, too." Martin asked, "Can I know your name?" The Latina's headlights flickered before him. "Jesse." Martin watched Craven and I get crushed to the point of being speechless. He knew he had to be a pervert with a pervert, otherwise how could he fit in? Forced to do so, he pulled out a dollar bill and shoved it into Jesse's hands. "Okay." Jesse leaned closer and said, "We can't tell anyone, or we'll get in trouble. It's illegal." The wheels of the car rolled back and forth across Martin's face. After their round, Jesse and the other two went out to rest and plan their next round. Unrelated sentence fragment, no mistake, one song, one release, one content, 1/6, 1/9, one book, one forum, one look. Martin and the other two continue their discussion. The main choice was the male lead. It better suited Martin's image. Agia said, "He's a good guy at ordinary times and looks sunny and cheerful, but once he's provoked, he turns into a crazy pervert. Isn't that Martin himself?" Martin was dissatisfied. "Hey, men, the reputation of good man Martin has spread all over Atlanta. Do you know the Methodist Association? They have always been grateful to me." Craven turned to the more critical aspect. "Our next step is to promote this project. First, we need to find a reliable production company. You may have some money. As a friend and someone who has been through this, I remind you that only a fool would use his own money to make a movie." Martin said, "Wes, with you here, are you afraid of not being able to find a producer?" Craven shook his head. "For any director and producer, it is not easy to attract investment." Martin thought of his fan club and said, "I should be able to raise several $1,000,000 in investment, but the specific amount is hard to say." Craven asked, "Wheeze?" "No," Martin said vaguely. "Investors in Atlanta, there are some things you understand." Craven smiled. "This kind of thing is not a big deal. We will set up a studio and handle the financial accounting separately." Agia stretched. "I don't understand those things you have in Hollywood." "I will be responsible for the filming," Craven said. "We won't get involved in the details. We'll just find a few people to set up a studio. When this opportunity arises, there are plenty of people who will jump at it." Martin thought of Andrew from Grey Company. Ever since he'd taken the blame and founded the Zombie Gigolo studio, Kelly had increasingly trusted him. Recovering from his thoughts, he said, "It's settled. I'll get the people from Atlanta." Craven said, "Wait until the first draft of the script and the plan are out." Although certain that people would pay if Wes Craven stepped forward, Martin consciously followed Craven's lead and said, "I'll do it." I couldn't wait to suggest, "Shall we start a second round?" Craven, though old at heart, said, "A second round isn't exciting enough, and I'm losing my way." Martin also found that this kept his mind active and improved his work efficiency. To gain recognition from his colleagues, he naturally had to do the same. After the new round of dancing, the three workaholics exchanged partners, and 6 more dancers were called in. When the show ended, the romantic French director Aya took 4 of them. A lonely Martin joined the equally lonely Thomas, and they drove away together. The driver, of course, was Mr. Thomas, the agent and chauffeur. He recounted his conversation with the other 2 agents. "It said your last private party reignited Craven's interest in horror films. He turned down an offer to direct an action thriller from DreamWorks and is planning to make this horror film with both a perverted protagonist and villain," Martin said. "Collaborating with Craven gives us a higher chance of success." Thomas completely agreed. While not every Craven film will be a massive hit like Scream, his horror films have always had a guaranteed bottom line. "Compared to this project, the roles I showed you this morning are far too risky," he added. "The most crucial point, I don't know what tricks you used, but old man Craven likes you enough to let you play the leading man. As for the other auditions, who can guarantee success?" Martin tapped his head and said, "I still owe Craven a party. I need to think carefully about how to come up with something new. There are only 2 chapters left for today." Back to writing. Chapter 124. Another plate. At the Valley shooting range in North Hollywood, Martin, wearing earplugs and his AR rifle resting on his shoulder, stared intently at the moving target, pumping the trigger rhythmically, his bullets hitting the target one after another, not a single one missing. When the shooting stopped, Bruce glanced at the electronic display and said, "All hits, man, you've improved." Antonio approached, carrying an old Winchester rifle. He glanced at the display but shook his head. "Martin, you're just average." Martin lowered his rifle and shrugged. "It's up to you." Antonio stepped forward, steady as a rock, raised his old-fashioned rifle, and fired repeatedly at the moving target. With each shot, his flesh trembled, as if dissipating all the recoil. Antonio, though chubby as a bull, had hand speed that put the single teenager to shame. He reloaded mid-fire, and after firing 10 rounds, his worst shot still scored an 8 ring. Bruce was surprised. "I didn't realize you're the civilized one." Martin hadn't expected the portly landlord to be so fast and accurate. Antonio took off his earplugs and began to wheeze heavily. His chest was shaking violently, as if he couldn't breathe and would die right there. Martin asked, "Should we call a doctor?" Antonio held on to the pillar next to him and shook his head. After a full half-minute, he finally spoke. "I'm too fat. Shooting a gun is too strenuous a task," Martin said. "Luckily you don't have a beautiful wife." Bruce followed up, "Anthony, don't get a wife. Martin's bastard father is great at hooking up with the neighbors' wives. Don't you think he'd do that?" Martin gave Bruce a middle finger. Antonio's breathing became smoother, and he patted his belly, now larger than a basketball. "My brother's shrunk so much he can't even be seen. Why would he need a wife? He was a man of his time. I've got millions of dollars. Why would I need a wife? To help me spend it." "You've figured out life." Martin didn't dare ask him to shit again. "Let's go get some rest," he said as he walked. "Not bad for a shot." Antonio swung his chest, his 2 large lumps swaying. "The best marksmen in the world are all fat." Just as they reached the rest area, Min came in. He looked embarrassed. "I had an audition and I'm late." Martin pulled out a chair and sat down, asking, "The one Craven recommended?" "Yes." Land of the Dead Min's mouth widened, her hands curled into claws. "I'm playing a very unique zombie. Director Craven recommended me." The casting director, Eva, is a 55-year-old woman, with Antonio, an outsider, present. He was too embarrassed to say it out loud. But Martin and Bruce understood. Min was indeed a killer of middle-aged women. Antonio studied Min briefly, then deftly pulled out a business card and handed it to him. "Dr. Hyena specializes in proctology. If you need me, come as soon as possible. Don't delay." Seeing Min lost in thought, he said, "I've been in North Hollywood for years, and I've seen quite a few clients with rectal prolapse." Min was speechless. He was about to throw it away, but after thinking it over, he put it away again. What if it might come in handy someday? Before the Saturn Awards, he'd heard Hard and Carrington say about a broke scoundrel in Atlanta who hooked up with a rich woman who liked her back and made a killing. If such a rich woman ever approached him, he wouldn't be averse to considering it. Someone passed by, a young man in his 20s, saw Martin. His eyes lingered on his face for a few seconds, and said, "Sorry to bother you, are you a star?" Martin smiled at the man. "Hello," the young man immediately said. "You are." He couldn't remember Martin's name, but he remembered, "I've seen you taking a photo with Hugh Jackman with the Saturn Award. You are as handsome in person as in the photo." Mina understood that the man didn't remember Martin, but remembered that Martin had taken a photo with Hugh Jackman at the Saturn Awards, and hurriedly introduced, "My boss is Martin Davis, the Saturn Award for Best Young Actor, and a Hollywood supernova." The young man took out his mobile phone, a photo. Martin did not refuse and asked Bruce to help take the photo. After everyone left, Antonio was surprised. "You have a fan," Martin boasted. "I won a big award once." Antonio stood up shakily. "Let's go back. Let's take a picture in front of the apartment. When you become a big star, I'll put the picture in the middle of the lobby. Then the house will be rented exclusively to actors, and the rent will be double what it is now." Martin laughed. "You have to give me a commission." Back at the apartment door, Martin took a photo with Antonio. Seeing that it was almost time, he drove to Warner Brothers Studios. He made a phone call and waited a while longer before Louise emerged from the studio gate. When she got into the passenger seat, Martin noticed her brow was furrowed. He reached out a finger and gently smoothed it, then asked, "Anything bothering you? Let's go get a drink first." Louise buckled up. "I'm not feeling too good." Martin started the car and headed for North Hollywood. "Work?" Louise didn't want to discuss it further. "If I went bankrupt, would you kick me out?" "Of course not," Martin said. "I'm a good person with a conscience." Louise shook her head. "You? With a conscience?" She didn't mention her worries anymore. "Let's go find a drink." Martin smelled a hint of alcohol on her. "Did you have a drink at lunch?" "Don't drink. I'll take you to something special." He found a Chinese restaurant he occasionally went to. Worried that Louise wouldn't be used to it, he ordered local Chinese food. They ate and chatted. Louise asked, "Have you agreed on the project with Craven?" Martin changed the serving chopsticks and helped her pick up the food. "Lack of investors." Louise misunderstood and said, "A considerable part of the funds from my last compilation was invested in Alexander the Great." Martin said, "That's not what I meant. I wanted to ask you, how feasible is it to introduce funds from Atlanta?" This reminded Louise, "Of course it's feasible. How about this? I'll put together a new compilation." She thought of the great company in Atlanta, counting in that slut Kelly and your supporters. "Let's put together a new compilation." She pondered for a moment. "Kelly and I don't have much money, and the main investment still depends on your fan club. This time it's different from Zombie Gigolo. I guarantee that the project will sign a distribution profit-sharing agreement, and there will be more room for accounting." Martin couldn't help laughing. "I found out, behind. No, there's no one supporting me from below. It's too difficult to climb up. No mistake. One song, one release, one content, one book, one bar. I'm going to be on top tonight and put you down." Louise stated her position, then added, "Are you sure you can get the funding?" Martin nodded. "I've contacted Atlanta once, and it's not a problem." He looked at Louise affectionately. "Drunkard, I've discovered you're the best to me." Louise snorted and delivered a gut-wrenching truth. Since Scream, not a single Wes Craven production or director has lost money. Martin said, "Once the crew is established, I'm going to throw a more exciting party." After dinner, the two went to Malibu Beach to admire the night view. Returning to the apartment building, the sound of high-pitched singing drifted into the air. Antonio maneuvered his bulky frame to the second-floor hallway and roared, "Martin Davis, my friendship spear says you're off my friend list." Under the night sky, in Venice, a small coastal town in Los Angeles, Kim Kardashian parked her car in front of a hotel, made a phone call, and took the elevator to the 6th floor. The door opened, and Bruce waved at her. After she entered and locked the door, he glanced at her face and asked, "What happened?" Kim said pitifully, "This afternoon, Paris threw a piece of clothing at me, and I got hit in the face by the hanger." Bruce saw through her thoughts. Did she fulfill her promise in Australia? Kim's face was grim. Although she had been disappointed with Paris and Brisbane, she still held a glimmer of hope. After returning to Los Angeles for so long, Paris hadn't mentioned a single word about introducing her to celebrity circles. Kim's tears welled up. "I'm completely confused now. I don't know what to do," Bruce said. "It's simple. Find a time when Paris is feeling down and encourage her to go to the bar for a drink. With your skills, it won't be hard to get her completely drunk. Then have a few arguments with her and let her drive herself. The rest will be easy, Kim asked. I'll go out and give interviews to reporters to defend her. Bruce smiled. Didn't you say something about Paris to the media recently? I see. Kim turned around, her hands on the wall, her back bent and her hips thrust out. An ambitious woman with a perverted butt and a story so perverse it's hard to describe. Nearly an hour later, Kim emerged from her room and returned to her car. She opened her bag, took out a recorder, smiled, and pressed play. All that came out was a cacophony of noise. Nothing could be made out. Is the recorder broken? Kim slapped it a few times, but it still didn't work. Furious, she threw it onto the passenger seat. On the way home, Paris called, demanding Kim hurry back and take her out for drinks. There was no need to look for opportunities, they weren't always there. Kim decided tonight was the night. Picking up Paris, Kim drove to a familiar bar. Calculating Paris's unpreparedness, Kim managed to get Paris, at the height of her life, drunk without much effort. Kim then exploited a minor incident to provoke Paris, who immediately berated him and repeatedly told her to get out. With that, Kim left the bar. Paris got into her car alone, preparing to return home. The car was unsteady and wobbly, and Kim, in a taxi, followed it for a while, only to find the usual patrol car hadn't appeared. Pulling out her pre-prepared cell phone, Kim called 911, "Hello. I'm in the middle of Sunset Boulevard and have spotted someone driving dangerously. The license plate number is." A few minutes later, a patrol car with flashing lights appeared and asked Paris to stop for inspection. Instead of stopping, the car sped up. And it took several attempts by the LAPD to force it to stop. Then came the routine inspection and the drunk driving test. Paris forgot to walk straight. She couldn't even stand straight due to the alcohol. Paparazzi quickly gathered around, filming the entire process. Kim figured Paris's license would at least be suspended, and then she could find a way to get her to drive while intoxicated. Chapter 125. For the sake of investment. Martin and Bruce were having breakfast at a restaurant near North Hollywood when they heard the morning news and simultaneously looked toward the television in front of them. The footage, captured by paparazzi, clearly captured Paris Hilton being apprehended by police for dangerous driving the previous night. Martin pointed at Bruce. Bruce whispered, "I just met him last night. I didn't expect it to happen so soon." Paris's temporary spokesperson, Kim, appeared and spoke into the reporter's microphone, defending her. His eloquent speech seemed to have taken him a long time to prepare. Bruce's phone suddenly rang. He opened the message and took a look, then said, "TV stations and newspapers want to interview Paris." After being released on bail, Paris was in no mood to face the media, so she asked Kim to respond on her behalf. Martin said, "Using Paris to become famous, and then stir up trouble." Bruce said, "It's all the tricks of the entertainment industry." Martin pondered for a moment. "Civilized man, you have been studying and observing for so long, so if you can help me, there will be a movie with me as the real protagonist soon. Think of some ways to promote it." Bruce thought carefully and said after a while, "I'm the same as you. I only know how to use crooked methods." Martin laughed. "Old Bruce, do you still need to be polite to me? Aren't you fighting perverts and deformed people? A kettle is a must." Bruce was thinking of all bad ideas, and gestured and said, "When you are normal, you drink water from the kettle. At the critical moment, you hit the pervert's head with a kettle. Then publicize it through the media. You made the kettle and the model is you. It is guaranteed to attract a lot of attention." Martin was helpless. "You are really a talent." Bruce's face grew thicker and thicker. "Only slightly better than you." Martin, however, pondered, "No, the kettle should be used by women or black people. My inventorship could be helpful. Chairman Caroline said I've gained some fame across America because of the kettle, so perhaps these things could be useful, too." He immediately pulled out his notebook and wrote everything down. He didn't even need to think of the normal methods. Those marketing professionals were always imagining things. After breakfast, Martin went to the agency to see his agent, Thomas. Arriving at the office cubicle, he noticed that Thomas's hair seemed to be thinning. This was a good sign. It meant Thomas was carrying the burden, carrying him forward. Thomas instructed Martin, "Make sure you visit Craven and Agia regularly to prevent others from taking advantage." Martin nodded. "I'll be at Craven's studio every day." While the project wasn't public, it was no secret to those who were particularly well informed. Thomas added, "I've already applied for the project for Summer of Jeans. The company will give priority to recommending you to the crew. The role is a football coach. If you can get the role, I'm sure I can negotiate a salary of more than $200,000. The shooting period will be no more than 1 month. Martin's focus was not on this. Notify me when the audition is, and you will handle the details, Thomas said. No problem. Yes, Old Bull and I just had an idea. Martin briefly recounted what happened before. You are a professional. Can you do it? Thomas thought of the kettle he had seen, and after a while he said, it can be used. If used well, the effect will not be bad. This has always been a topic of social concern and mainstream value orientation. Martin did not stay in the agency for long, and soon went to Craven's studio and talked about similar things. Craven considered this, as long as the core plot remains unchanged, individual characters can be tweaked. Promotion is sometimes more important than the quality of the film. Since you have such a foundation, we should capitalize on it, I exclaimed. Hollywood is more creative than European films. European films focus entirely on showcasing the dark side of human nature and neglect marketing. Martin felt that things needed to be viewed from both sides. Some explicit films are still very good. I particularly like Sophie Marceau. When watching Sophie Marceau's films, one would basically fast forward through them until they reached a certain scene. Later, with the development of the internet, things became even simpler, with all sorts of compilations. 3 days later, Craven's team of assistants drew up a preliminary budget. The film didn't actually involve many people or scenes, and the projected production cost was $10 million. However, the reasonable accounting figure was $16 million. As for post-production promotion, there was plenty of room for manipulation. Martin immediately called his Atlanta support group. Boss, it's me, Martin. Before I left Atlanta, you and Sophia asked me to keep an eye on investable projects. The one I told you about a while ago has finally been finalized. Vincent, who is in Atlanta, said, Sophia and I have been waiting to hear from you. Tell me more. Martin briefly explained. It's a horror film. The producer and screenwriter is Wes Craven, the Hollywood godfather of horror, and the director is Alexandre Aja, the renowned French director. I'm the male lead. Pacific Pictures, owned by Hollywood producer Louise Mayer, is organizing the project, and Kelly's Grey Pictures will also participate. Vincent and Sophia had tasted success last time, so he said directly, tell me how much you want to invest. Martin said, I'll send you the budget later. $16 million. Vincent readily said, leave $12 million for Sophia and me. We'll rush to Los Angeles as soon as possible to handle the relevant matters. Martin agreed immediately. I'll prepare the materials and send them to you. Take a look and come back if you like them. With the support of his hometown fan base, he felt confident in his work. Martin then called Kelly Gray. Soon, a Pacific Pictures assistant manager and an assistant from Craven Studios rented an office at Warner Brothers Studios and officially established the Hills Have Eyes Film Studio. The studio maintained its own financials and accepted joint investment. With a combined $1 million investment from Pacific Pictures and Grey Pictures, the production team was officially established. Wes Craven served as screenwriter and producer, Alexandre Aja as director and executive producer, and Martin, representing Lois and Kelly on the crew, held the title of co-producer in addition to the lead actor. Martin's combined salary for both roles was $600,000. This, of course, presupposed attracting genuine investment. At Los Angeles International Airport, Martin and Mean were already waiting at the VIP exit. Mean asked, Boss, why isn't Old Bull coming? Martin casually replied, Old Bull's scared. The reason was simple. Besides Vincent, Sophia was also coming. She was a shadow that civilized people could never erase. In the distance, 4 people turned the corner and walked down the corridor. Sophia, leading the group, wore a t-shirt and shorts, her arms and legs bulging with muscles that threatened to explode at any moment. Vincent still wore his cowboy hat. Behind him was Ivan, dragging a suitcase. To Martin's surprise, the man pulling Sophia's suitcase was Scott. Martin stepped forward and greeted, Boss, Sophia. Vincent hurried over and embraced Martin. My friend, my brother, I knew you were extraordinary. You're just as good now in Los Angeles. Martin remained the same as before. Thank goodness I didn't let you down, boss. He let go of Vincent and shook hands with Sophia. And Mom, for your trust. Sophia's hand felt like stone, but she smiled. You've given me a surprise. Martin let Mean lead the way, and together they reached a luxury business car. When getting on the bus, Scott came over with a gait of legs spread and whispered, Boy, you're doing well. Martin pointed to his ordinary clothes and then pointed to the donkey badge on Scott's body. Not as good as you. Scott raised his head, walked with a gait of legs spread, and got on the bus. After getting in the car, Martin asked, "Let's go to the hotel first." Sophia couldn't wait. "Let's go to the movie studio first," Martin said to Mean. "Warner Studios?" Vincent was curious. "Are you working with Warner Brothers?" "We've just rented an office at the studio," Martin said simply. "The studio is currently negotiating distribution with Warner Brothers. We've signed a global distribution deal, and we'll share the box office revenue." Sophia, who had learned a lot about the film industry over the past 6 months, said, "Box office revenue sharing is great." Martin added, "The studio plans to shoot the entire film in Mexico. They'll be building a studio in Baja California for the interior scenes, and they're looking for suitable locations for the exterior scenes." Sophia's smile widened. "Great. Mexico is a great place to make movies." All of this was very helpful for accounting, and she gave Martin a thumbs up. "You're very thoughtful," Martin said. "Since you're willing to invest, I'll of course ensure the crew is well prepared." Arriving at Warner Studios, they boarded 2 electric cars and quickly arrived at the rented office. Martin had called halfway through the trip. Aya and Craven were waiting outside the small office building. As soon as they got out of the car, Martin introduced the 2 parties. Sophia's eyes widened when she saw Craven. This old man was so stylish. His artistic temperament was indescribable. Then she looked at Scott, and suddenly his charm faded. During the studio tour, Craven briefly outlined the project's progress. Martin noticed that Sophia was always enthusiastically asking Craven questions. Before she and Vincent went to discuss the specific investment details with the studio's head, she even invited Craven to dinner that evening. After everyone entered the conference room, Craven breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly approached Martin and asked, "What's going on with that female gorilla?" "I just felt like I was being targeted by a female hyena," Martin asked tentatively. "You to her?" "You're kidding," Craven said. "I'm normal. How could I possibly be attracted to a woman like that? Her arms are thicker than my legs." "You're a pervert," Martin could only warn, "for the sake of the dollars. Stay away from her." Thinking of the tens of millions of dollars in investment, Craven nodded. "I'll retreat first. You cover me from behind." The old man had been through the ups and downs of Hollywood for decades and had seen all kinds of perverts. It was best to get away. The investment negotiations went smoothly, and both parties had reached a preliminary agreement before leaving get off work. 2 updates today. Writing for the next outburst. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.